been paid for.
Yeah.
How you justify constantly raising the price?
Yeah.
And that's basically what the NFL look like. Like, we're going to keep trying to sell it and move on. They are getting a lot of money in their coffers.
Yeah, still selling.
And everybody else, you're looking at, okay, I had this product already. I've already had Direct TV.
Yeah.
I've already had Sunday Ticket. Now it's sold to somebody else and my price going up. Why? What else am I getting other than the same damn game? And you're taking games away from it.
Exactly. I say let's propose a bad team tax. If your team is terrible, you should get a discount on it. I should be 50% off if you below 500 for me to cut you on.
They're not gonna do that.
Burns my behind more than have to pay for garbage.
They're not gonna do that because that's not gonna justify.
Well, they're gonna
anything
have
for
to
them.
pay this. A lot of people gonna get some cash for this.
But at the
10 years.
$4.7 billion sounds great. How many damn people sued them? When you I've gotten some stuff from these class action lawsuits, and you see the big number over here.
Yeah.
And when you get your check, you go get you a cup of coffee.
Yeah. Well,
I got $6.42 off of one of them. When I first saw it, I was like, oh yeah, I'm about to get $6.42. It was the check that I received.
$6.
$6.42, but it was like some hundreds and hundreds of $1 million.
Yeah, you did. You said you got a good cup of Java.
So you sit there, and I think these numbers, everything has been changed to excite you. Like $4.7 billion, and you think about it. If you're not the main person that started this thing, how much you think most people going to average out to?
Couple $100.
If that.
If that, based on how many boxes.
And then they say a few bar owners sued as well, and they got $96 million. How many bar owners sued? Because that's where you really, because they try to basically screw them. People go to bars to watch games because they want to be around a lot of people and all that. The NFL ticket sometimes try to charge them for whatever their capacity is.
Exactly.
I'm like, ho.
They're promoting the game.
I am promoting the game. I'm giving people a way to come see your stuff.
Right.
And you're trying to basically rob me?
And buy beer that usually you are somewhere tied into the beer.
Oh, yeah.
So you're getting paid on that as well. That's the thing they don't tell you. I mean, having been in the bar business, their partnerships with these pro teams, they ought to be in cahoots with them because I don't have to pay for a stadium. People come to your spot to watch your product, feeding them, buying booze, socializing, wearing gear.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. But what's new?
We'll get more into that when we talk to Ben Strawson. But the Wiz did not have a pick, as I stated earlier. I don't think it's a bad thing. They got 3 first-round picks. So they should be okay with the ones they picked. And they also got a good grade.
Got a good grade. And it wouldn't be too hard to be better than they were. So your roster got better by waking up the next day. Because seriously, it's a joke. At some point, they got better, more athletic, and let's see what happens. I don't think it's 3 years. I want to talk myself into saying 2.
I don't know if they're going to be super competitive in 2. But as long as they're better than what I saw last year.
Well, yeah.
Because that was garbage.
Yeah.
And we can sit up here and say whatever we want to say, but if you want people to keep showing up, the product has to be entertaining.
Yeah.
That was not entertaining.
No. And the effort, but defend better. Got to give me better results. And I think that we're going to be, I hope. I hope. I trust in the group. Our problem is that our bar is always so low from our expectations because it's been so bad. And then you see OKC, and then you look at Orlando. I still think we're closer to Sacramento. I want to be like Sacramento and have a couple of good players that lift us up, and we be that competitive. Let's get a couple players and be competitive.
You think that happens quickly?
Well, for what we're paying people. Yeah,
But
Yeah.
that's just the way of that land.
Yeah.
People are going to get paid
Yeah.
because that's how it is. It's not that they've earned it, and it's not because they deserve it.
Mhm.
It's just what the status is.
But I think let's see if you admit that at least the product now looks different. It looks like they're making a turn. It just looks like that. With Unsell, I didn't see. I'm going, wait a minute. He was a defensive guy. He came from a program, and when he was in charge, they didn't stop anybody. It didn't seem like I didn't see it. His influence.
Yeah, what I'm looking at. So when Unsell came in, he talked so much about how he had this. He played a major part in all the teams he's been on in their defensive output, and those teams were great.
Exactly.
But I've looked at this team here for well over 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
And one thing they've never done is play defense.
Never even attempted to.
So when he came here, you battling a team that has never played defense. So the mindset all in this whole thing had to be, we don't have to play defense.
We don't have to play defense.
So guys stopped playing it. They didn't do it like he wanted them to.
Right.
Now you have a new brain trust in here. And I think if he were to be in here with them, maybe you get people to play it. But they decided to move on from him. Now you got Keith in here. And I don't know if Keith is going to be the guy once they get the right people. Is he a guy just because they say he knows how to develop? Is he that guy that's going to be here just to get them to that point? And then they're going to bring somebody else in here to handle things later on? That is the thing you have to be concerned about. But the ultimate thing is if they play some level of defense, and what we've looked at when we watched the playoffs and all that, the teams that played some level of defense were the ones moving forward.
They give you a chance.
Minnesota was playing defense.
That's right.
Then they played against Dallas, and they didn't play defense. Dallas played defense. But in the end, the team that played defense all year, the Boston Celtics, they win the game.
The best.
So we get so caught up, and I think society has gotten so caught up in offense, scores, points, all that type of thing that we don't give a damn about the other aspect of the game. And if you can stop people from scoring, I don't care what sport it is. If you can stop them from scoring and you can score too, you win most of your games.
Yeah.
But if you can't stop them from scoring and you damn sure can't score on a high enough level, but this team was scoring 110 and losing by 20. They'll score 105 and lose by 15. So they were able to score, but they couldn't stop nobody at all.
And the number one player, his attraction was what he was wearing to the game.
Yeah.
I mean, see, that's just a bad deal. I like Kuz.
But people like that. People are entertained by that.
Well,
my whole thing, I call it the first job mindset. If your first job, you're doing great at it, I'll follow anything else you do. But if you're not doing your first job great, I could give a damn about what else you do.
Well, okay. So, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Because they're talking about, Kuz is supposed to have been dealt now twice. And that hadn't happened. Same thing with Jordan. It seems like we always end up running a daycare instead of a professional organization.
Yeah.
And I'm just sick and tired of it. I mean, you ought to be able to, and these guys have talent. But as coaches said, in the past, they hold talent hostage. So let's see if it works out. But I just think the idea of going into a season being told from the jump that we're not going to be good is not what I ever want to hear.
No.
I'd rather you lie to me.
Well, for me, it'd be hard. You don't want to tell me because if I know you're not going to be good, I know I'm not going to be checking it out. Point blank. All right, so we're going to take a quick break here. When we get back, we're going to talk to Ben Strauss about this NFL lawsuit where they basically are told that they have to pay $5 billion in a Sunday ticket lawsuit. Be Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Rolling with Doc Walker here. We'll be right back. Philly 106.7 The Fan. We're going to get right to it and go to the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to Maryland. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. All right, we'll go right to the phone lines. Check out our friend Ben Strauss from the Washington Post. And Ben, the NFL was ruled against. They have to pay $5 billion, but they're going to appeal. Do they have ground to stand on to win this appeal?
You know, if you're one of those 30 NFL owners, you know, and you're on the hook, you're not only on the hook for just $5 billion because of an antitrust case. The way federal laws work, they're going to triple that amount of money. So if they lose this case, you're actually talking about closer to $15 billion. So if you're one of these 30 NFL owners, you better hope you have a case. And I think that you know, these cases like this don't go to trial that often. And with this amount of money, you often see them settle. So I think it was, you know, even aside from the merits of the case, it was almost a little surprising to see this one go to trial.
So they go to trial and they lose, and basically the jury awarded they ruled against them. $4.7 billion for the I guess the customers out there, and 96 something billion for some restaurant owners. What is the merit of the of the whole case? That they feel as if they're trying to monopolize the ticket?
Yeah, basically. Right. So like, this case has been winding through the courts for close to 10 years, really. Wow. But essentially you have, there was a bar in Oakland that originally, you know, was the first plaintiff. But the Sunday ticket package is what we're talking about here, which is the NFL Sunday out-of-market games, right? You're in New York City. You want to watch a Green Bay Packers game that's not on CBS or Fox. You have to get direct TV. This is how it worked for, you know, years and years, and now Google, YouTube has it. Plaintiffs, and they put together this giant class of people that bought Sunday ticket, sued the NFL in a lawsuit that essentially pitted the fans against the league, and basically said if the NFL didn't sell this package to only one place, or if teams, you know, sold their rights individually to games, you would see NFL Sundays look a lot more like college football Saturdays. You heard this a lot at the trial. So like you would see just a lot more games on TV at different times. And, you know, in theory, this would be better for consumers. And the NFL argued that, you know, the way they do the media rights is very deliberate, very purposeful. And they can't, it's sort of part of the business model to give a lot of these games to CBS and Fox, and then sell these games to DirecTV.
So what is the league? They have a lot of political clout, obviously. Do you see any way of them working their way or weaseling their way out of this?
I don't think that you could come and sort of get like Congress to do something at this point, now that we've seen a jury do something. I do think it's possible that the case settles in some way as they continue to go back and forth. And so you sell for some amount of this money, and potentially, you know, what is probably a bigger deal for fans is you potentially settle on how you distribute these games, and maybe more than one company distributes them. So maybe it's like YouTube and Apple, or you know, DirecTV or something else. The other outcome that the plaintiffs talked a lot about, which was like individual teams, like the Cowboys, for instance, selling their games individually, seems a little bit more complicated to me. I think that maybe having Sunday ticket available to different distributors seems more likely to me, but we'll see. But I would think that they're going to continue to talk, and in some ways, this ruling gives the plaintiffs just a lot more leverage to come to a settlement.
If there's a chance of them losing $15 billion, and they're at 5 right now, they may want to just settle. Because the risk of that, like you said, with all of these, the way these suits work, you know, with the antitrust law, you end up paying 15, and you damn sure don't want to go there.
Yeah, you said it. I mean, they're on the hook for a lot of money right now, and they're probably incoming. I mean, they will appeal, and who knows what happens on the appeal, but this would probably be the impetus to have some pretty serious conversations about coming to a settlement.
When they appeal these things, do they go back and appeal and see the jury again, or do they appeal to a certain?
It's the appellate court, so it will not go back in front of a
Okay.
jury.
Yeah, and I guess that's what they may
Correct.
have. They pull it. That's what they're trying to get into that.
Yeah.
I just listen, man. For me, I'm at a game almost every weekend. I'm always out watching games, and I don't have to deal with it per se. But the fans have pushed this league to be the most popular league in this country, and they do $20 billion a year, and that's only going up. They might not want to constantly piss off their fans.
I mean, that sounds like a good business plan to me. I don't know. I don't know if teams and leagues are always, are always following the advice these days, right? I mean, like what we're talking about now is, even the NBA, right? You're going to have all these different streaming services that you're going to have to buy to watch the NBA coming up, and the Yankees have games on Yes Network and on Amazon, and Apple has Friday night baseball games. I mean, it's becoming. There was sort of this golden age for local fandom anyway, where you get every single game on that basic cable package, and now we're into this world where you're buying all these different streaming services just to keep up with the team you want to watch.
We're talking to Ben Strausman, Washington Post, about this lawsuit that the league has been ordered to pay $5 billion, but they're going to appeal. But I asked you this question, Ben. I was in this class action suit before, and I think it was like $600 million or whatever. And I got my check, it was like $6 and something. Okay, $6.42. So that class action suit didn't really help me out that much. Where does this money go, and how much you think per person they will probably get?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it may be a little more than that. You may just get refunded on what you paid for Sunday ticket. But
that's some $100.
Yeah, but no individual person is gonna, come out of this thing with a lot of money, except for the lawyer.
Yeah, the lawyer. And how about the first guy, the first person to really fought to get to file the suit? That's
a good question. I don't know that they get that much more than anybody else in the class, quite honestly. Like it's more like once it becomes a class action lawsuit, it's more about sort of the power in numbers and forcing change than getting individual people sort of huge amounts of money. But I mean, the plaintiff's lawyers will clean up though too. I mean, when you're talking about $5 billion, the plaintiff lawyer is going to get a lot of that money too, more than any individual person.
Look at the sports bar business by itself. That really is a partnership with all these big sports entities, and I don't know how they end up. How they look in this, because they attract these little audiences. And then there's beer sales, food sales, all these things that go by that. And I wonder, do they end up being held hostage?
You're talking about the bars and the restaurants?
Yeah.
Because why?
Well, because when these lawsuits come out, how much cut of this do they get out of the earnings?
Because like right now they try to charge the bars
astronomical
for the ticket based off of what their capacity is.
Yeah, I guess in theory, right? Like they could get it. I mean, I guess what the plaintiffs would tell you, right, is now maybe these bars and restaurants get a better deal on Sunday ticket. Like there's different ways for them to get it, right? Like you don't have to buy DirecTV, or if you don't have to buy it just through Google, YouTube. If there's a bunch of different people offering it, then potentially the price could come down. So I think the plaintiff's lawyers would tell you that this outcome is potentially good for these bars and restaurants, because in theory they may get access to more games or have to pay less for the games.
Well, so I'm gonna ask you, Ben. You follow this story. What do you think happened in the end?
I think they're going to settle.
Settle for 7. Settle for 6. Because they don't want to pay the whole 15. I'm sure.
Yeah, I think they probably end up settling, and I think if it doesn't get overturned, they'll definitely settle on appeal. And the simplest thing to me is, or sort of if what they're doing right now is illegal, is that making that Sunday ticket package available to some other people. Makes more sense to me than suddenly the Dallas Cowboys selling their games by themselves. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't make sense, but I tell you one thing, Jerry would be probably great at it because the dude knows how to market. Because the whole league does one thing, and Jerry has his own thing. I think they all do Coke, and he does Pepsi or something like that.
Yep.
Listen, that man knows how to sell, and he knows how to make money. Now, some of the other owners probably like they're scared because they don't know how to sell anyway. They're benefiting off of the CBA.
No, it's true. At trial, so Jerry Jones testified, and they asked him. He said, "No, of course we'd make more money if I sold Dallas Cowboys games by myself."
So
he would.
Hey, he knows it. So these other owners are probably sitting there wishing that they can get this thing overturned, but they also trying to make sure they hold Jerry down because they know Jerry will leave him in a heartbeat.
He beat Netflix.
That's right. I think that's right.
All right, Ben, man. We appreciate you giving us some time.
Thanks,
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
All right, it's Ben Strauss joining us from the Washington Post here on a BetQL guest line. But hey, the Orman Automotive Group in Virginia has been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. And with that kind of track record, you know they got to be doing something right. Conveniently located all across Northern Virginia, Orman dealerships offer many of America's favorite and best-selling brands like Toyota with 2 locations in Chantilly and Fairfax, plus Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram trucks, Chevy, Buick, and GMC. In addition to the unmatched selection, Orman offers incredible deals and financing rates. And let's not forget about Orman's tremendous selection of quality certified used vehicles to choose from. Maybe best of all, every vehicle sold is backed by Orman's Lifetime Edge. They give you up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and that lifetime engine guarantee. And if you want to sell your car, you take it to Orman, they will give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value. Nobody else is doing that, regardless of its make, model, or year. And it's very simple. They like to keep their customers happy. And take it from myself and JP, 2 beyond satisfied Orman customers, and let's ride together. I can't wait till Landfill get on this damn stream though, so people can see how much he loves to dance. Cannot wait for it.
Are you betting on that that's going to happen?
Oh yeah, it's gonna happen. Because I'm
You
going.
think so?
I'm gonna put my foot down. If I got to be on it, Landfill got to be on it.
Oh, okay.
Or it's gonna be me and Landfill won't be on it. That's where I'm going with it. So the J Dogs for life, they stick together. They're gonna be on it. Me and Landfill, we're not gonna give a damn. We're not gonna be doing it. Got to find a way, get some Skrilla.
All right, well, sign me
we
up
can't be
for
doing
that
it.
I think that what the people really want is just Jeff and JP though. They don't need us, B.
They don't need us. Nah, not at all. I just think it's a waste of our time.
That's exactly correct.
That's what I'm looking at.
Well, Jeff is always on, so we'll see.
If he's here.
Well,
All right, so Mark Lorette.
if he's here.
Mark Lorette, former offensive lineman here for the Washington Redskins when he played here, and then they left, went to Denver, won some Super Bowls over there, won Super Bowl here.
He's a winner.
Lorette doesn't hold his tongue very much when he speaks on things, but he was talking a little bit about, the Commanders post Dan Snyder. He was on the podcast, so Landfill had to work on this podcast because he was dropping some things like we talk in the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a listen.
I feel like the overall stench of Daniel Snyder, who just came into a crown jewel of the National Football League and took a shit on it. I really believe that stench is gone. And Dan Quinn is the guy carrying 2 bottles of Febreze, and they're just all over.
Just walking like a gunfighter in an old Western. Just
right. Just spraying Febreze all over.
right.
That Josh Harris, the new owner, they're seeing and Magic Johnson's hanging around. It feels like it's moving in the right direction. So I hope so, because I still have an affinity.
Yeah.
That's where I cut my teeth in the NFL. And I've said this about the Raiders, which hurts, but the league's a better place when Washington's relevant, and they haven't been relevant since Dan Snyder bought them.
All right, and I think Mark is not by himself in the words that he just stated, because, as I said, I know I travel around this country, and when people find out that I have any connection with Washington, they always go right to that. And they immediately ask the question, man, like now, the first thing, man, the stench gone. I'm like, look, man, soon as the sale was made, you could tell people kind of felt relief. And I think now the only thing that's going to really move it is to start winning. We can sit up here and I know that it was a lot of bad things and they didn't care too much about the winning. They cared about making money. Let's be real. But at this point, it doesn't make a difference what he did or didn't do. Because I believe that moving forward, people are going to judge you based off of the success you have. And it's easy to be better than what we saw for 20 plus years. It's easy to do that. So now you need to come in and show that you completely are not, like I always tell people, why compare yourself to someone that's lower? As I said the other day, you don't see bees going around telling flies while honey is better than, you know what I'm saying?
Manure.
So let's just be real. So the whole thing is, who are they competing against? Is it against what was here? Or you're competing against those that you play in your division? Or you're trying to be like those that have been very damn good? The competition is what's going to make you get to where you need to be. And being better than, we got to be better than when Dan was here. That's not hard. That should be easy.
The Cincinnati Redlegs, they have a real tradition in baseball.
The who?
The Cincinnati Redlegs.
That's what their whole name is, the Redlegs?
Redlegs, yeah.
Did you know that, Landfill?
I didn't.
Yeah. Well, that's
Jeff,
here.
did you know that?
Nah.
So when did they first call them the Redlegs? In 1960 what?
Whenever they started Cincinnati Redlegs. And the youth
We weren't
referred to
born
them
yet.
as Reds, but Marchot.
They've been
who
called
was
the Reds
worse.
since I was a kid.
Well, it was Redlegs. They call them Reds, but Redlegs.
I gotta pull this up, see if Dr.
Pull it
Ellis-
up. Well, I'm not gonna lie to
Is
y'all.
he pulling
Listen,
out? Is he pulling out Redlegs?
well, now that JP is at a leisure event, somebody got to be the facts guy here.
I say Doc know baseball.
And Marge shot was worse than Dan could ever be.
Oh, yeah.
And they still won. You can still win in chaos.
Well, I've said that.
Yeah, so
and
let's not. I'm
say
just
that
saying
a lot where you can still win, but
the players bought into that and they took the easy way out.
But it wasn't that the you can win without it if you also have the wherewithal of being able to hire people that are not going to just kiss up to you all the time. So when you had a GM that was kissing up to you, a president was kissing up to you,
that hurts.
Okay. Hurts. When you got that, and then that's what they do. They get other people, then players were being brought in that were liked by owner. So then it turned into this. And I want people to understand this. Most coaches and players that came here to get paid.
Oh,
the coaches knew they wouldn't be staying, but they knew they were going to get their whole bag. Mm-hmm. Like people say. What did CP say when he said? He was telling people, if people called him asking him,
get your bag,
come get your money. So a lot of people came
CP.
in to get paid.
Because CP was authentic. He came right in, told you straight up what was up, did his thing. CP, from my vantage point, you played the position, but I always thought the brother balled out. He may have robbed himself from greatness. I thought he was a Hall of Fame talent.
Yeah.
Now, whether he got to that was on him.
Yeah.
But I think God gave him that gene.
But when you have the people above those guys,
right,
that was not pushing them
not at all
to get there,
they allowed him to do whatever he wanted to do.
So Jack Kent Cook was in the newspaper a lot about not positive things.
Yeah.
But Joe Jackson Gibbs made sure the football focus was with his guys.
And no doubt.
And also Jack Kent Cook was strong enough in his own belief to where he did not meddle with the football. Long as you won and made him his cheddar,
he was up.
He didn't care who was his hood ornament.
No.
He didn't care what he was doing.
He didn't.
You know? But we won despite it. You can do it. But the ultimate thing is you have to have the right people on top. When it got to the point where people knew, well, if I go there, I'm gonna get fired anyway. Well, get the highest deal I can get. Fire me after 2 years, they gone. And that's what happened.
Over and over and over.
Because long as one person felt that he was running and I'm the baddest thing here, he felt that. Why? Because his minions right around him, they all made him feel that way.
Yeah, not one guy was willing to go to him and jeopardize losing their position to tell him the truth.
Huh.
So to me, you
had one cackling little idiot that was sitting there.
All passed the pipe. And nobody was willing to say, no, hold it, Slim. That's not right, and I'm not going to do that. They all bid in and passed the pipe. And it was just awful. And then the arrogance, I could take it if it was just a money grab. If it's a money grab, I ain't mad at you. But to be arrogant, and it's the most arrogant group of people in last place I've ever been around in my life. You couldn't tell them nothing, and they was in last place.
Yeah.
So
that's all I can.
And still got paid.
I still got to have a conversation with certain people. I haven't forgotten. But
that's why this new group, I applaud their efforts. They much better than I could ever have been, because I would have blown them all out the first day they signed the team over to me. Yeah, I would have been petty.
Well, it happens sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, when we get back, we're going to take a break here. When we get back, Bronny James was drafted by the Lakers at 55.
No way.
I want to know from you all, and Doc, I'm serious, man. Was this no big deal? Is it ridiculous? Because right now, we just saw two moves. The head coach never coached at any level other than the Little League.
Right.
And
Riley did say
he
that.
has a connection. He used to do a podcast with LeBron.
Right.
And now his son is coming to play. And I heard somebody tell me this the other day, say the only team that can drive Bronny and keep their jobs is the people with the Lakers. 800-636-1067. We're taking your calls. 1-800-636-1067. What's your thoughts on LeBron James' son being drafted by the Lakers? Was he supposed to be drafted? That's the question I'll ask.
after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Let's go. Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up. Let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Let's go. Let's go. Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up. Let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure.
And welcome back. This is Philly, 106.7 The Fan. JP's out. Doc is in. We're both here in the Navy Yard Studios holding it down. But Bronny James drafted by the Los Angeles Lakers at 55. I want to just take your calls and get your thoughts on it. And I want people to understand, I understand nepotism works. It goes on, okay? I understand that. But my thing is also, if things start going wrong, people start going after your child, which they are going to do just because he's your son, just play basketball, dude, because that's the same thing you would do if somebody else, if it happens with somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm 800-636-1067. I just want to say that point because if there's somebody out there who's better, they deserve a chance too. And when he goes to that team, it just lets you know, like, when things go wrong, I don't want to hear all these pointing fingers at everything else. He's making moves. And if you got that power, make it. But you also got to take the blame when things don't work out.
Yeah.
You understand? So I'm going to go to Jeff first because Jeff is really on this thing. And I want to go to him, then I'm going to go straight to the phone call.
It's his demographic.
So, Jeff, what are your thoughts?
Well, the people couldn't see, but when you first mentioned this, I stood up, I flexed my muscles, and I said, yeah, LeBron, do it. You worked to get there. You worked, you earned that power. Obviously, the people in the organization trust your way of thinking if they went and followed suit. Do it. Look, I know some people don't believe in nepotism. I believe in it. Go ahead, do your thing. You work to get there, but like you said, B, when stuff go wrong, you got to be willing to take the blame because the thing is, you could have went and drafted anybody else. LeBron could have went to bat for I'm just gonna say a name, even though he wouldn't have got there. Alex Sarr, he could have went to bat for him. Mm-hmm. Like, yo, bring me Alex. We want him. That's who I want on the team. And it wouldn't have been a problem. I think the only thing is because it's his son.
Yeah.
But
and people question whether or not he is a true NBA player.
Yeah. I don't see no problem with it. It's a gamble. Unfortunately, it's the gamble on a whole organization that's not his. But hey, if it do work out, what you gonna say?
If it do work out, it'd be cool. If
exactly.
If it don't,
it's gonna be a disaster
too. So you got to he got to be willing to lay it on the line on both sides.
Yep. And my last thing before I get off,
because my thing is this: if they drafted him, this is where the problem I have. You draft him. If he's not worth it, are you gonna cut him? See, that's what I'm saying.
Not gonna be cut.
If I would never want to be in that situation with having a guy on my team. I'm gonna get him because his daddy wanted him here, and I want to keep his daddy happy. But then he can't play. Now I can't cut him. That's where the problem comes.
It's the organization. Like I said, that wasn't just a LeBron thing. When the organization decided to follow suit.
I'm with you on that.
No, I'm just saying that. This is my thoughts. I'm not saying like you. I'm just saying it like in general. When they decided to follow through with it, they decided they was going to lay their job on the line too. So it's fine. And then last thing, to the people that's out there like LeBron just want a story. He just want this. He just want that. His son don't. Bro, we don't know what discussions they're having at their family table. They could have been like Bronny could have been like, Dad, I want to play with you too. Like just as much as you want to play with me, I want to play with you too. You're the greatest NBA player right now, Well, we don't know these people's conversations.
I'm just at this point, Jeff. He got drafted at 55. Okay. I think he was about to not get drafted at all. And LeBron like, look, y'all, come on now. I think he was on his way of not getting drafted at all. But he did not want that to happen. And that happens when you put your son in a spotlight. And if he can play, he can play. But if he can't, it's going to be rough. Yeah. That's all I can say.
Heart condition accentuated.
Yeah.
All of this. Without that, he's draftable. He would have been, I think he is capable of proving that he belongs there. I don't think it's similar to some of the nepotism situations we've had, like a Kentatupo right now in Milwaukee. That, to me, is a farce. I think this kid is just going to be as good as anybody else in his position on any other roster. Your team's not winning or losing because of him. But if you LeBron James, this is the kind of chips you have that you can cash in on because they want something from him now.
You better be ready.
You better be able to play
for the other side if it don't work out. Let's go to the phone lines and let's talk to our buddy Jonesy. What's up, Jonesy?
What's up, B. Mitch?
How you doing, man?
How y'all feeling this morning? First of all,
good, brother.
I'm out here rolling with Papa J. This has Bonneman Bailey written all over in disguise. I think if it don't work out well, I mean, man, everything is going to come flying off the rails, and it's going to be a real circus, man. So I just hope that LeBron can manage the team right, because that's the manager.
Mm-hmm.
That's a part owner and part-time player too. So I'm saying I don't see the playoffs. I don't see much of nothing going on there. So I'm just hoping that, they kind of like in so many ways can just manage the season getting through. Because I see those players, man, going off. I just don't really see nothing really good happening out there. Now, it could happen, and I'll be shocked, and it would surprise me. But as always, we got to see it. And as Coach used to say, yeah, he has the potential, but what does potential get you?
All right.
It is.
All right, Josie. Appreciate you, brother. Let's go to line 2. Commander Tequila, what are your thoughts? LeBron James' son is with him in the Laker land now.
All right. Well, I think about this. I worked with my kids before in construction for my kids. It's great and everything. In the professional level, they have to be at that professional level at work. I had one as a foreman, I had one as a carpenter, one as an operator with my kids. They knew what to do. But in college basketball, the same thing. But then when you go to the NBA, it's harder and faster and router. And we all know we're going to pick on the rookie. Now, is he ready for it? I'm a Laker fan. I'm 100% Laker fan. I'm from LA. Do I like this? No, I don't. Because Bronny needs more time playing in college, at least another year or two. He'll be a lot better. But I see like he's in the top 100, not 50s and second round pick, but let's see what happens. I wish him the luck.
All right, brother. Appreciate
Thanks,
you,
baby.
man. All right, let's go to Mike in DC. What's up, Mike? How you doing, brother?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Mike.
I'm a Bronny fan. I love the whole idea of him playing with his dad and everything. That's great. It's for the sport. It's great. However, when you got players like Baycott, who gets the Exhibit 10 contract, that played 5 years at UNC, who's done everything, good, done the right things, everything. And not saying Bronny hasn't, but you got a guy like Baycott gets an Exhibit 10 contract. He got to prove himself and goes undrafted. It's like, man, it doesn't really sit well, But I mean, for the sport, it's great. All the players, you want to play with. That's your dream, to play with your kid. But for the Lakers, I don't think that was a smart move. Bronny is definitely not a finished product. He definitely needs to, in my opinion, should have stayed in school at least another year, especially with him having that heart condition situation. Just test the market like he did for the pre-draft workout, and then go back to school. Finish playing with, the kids your age, dominate on the college level, and then build your stock up. Who knows what would have happened if he would have stayed a year or two in college? He could have been possibly a number 1 pick because the talent, the skill set is there. I just don't think he's NBA ready to be playing with grown men, and like you guys said, LeBron has to be ready to face the music if it doesn't work out.
Yeah. And there you go. And that's my whole thing. I appreciate your call because I he played in a lot of these circuits that a lot of these, like I know some dudes that play on these circuits.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of the coaches, and a lot of dudes had their way with them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And these guys aren't going to the pros right now. They try to go to college.
Pre-Hart. This is post-Hart?
No, this was pure. It was pre.
Oh, pre. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
and post ain't done much.
Right.
So it's just like you talking about the guy Armando Baycott. That dude could play in the NBA. But yes, I know people say, well, if you can get somebody and get them in, yeah. But not at the expense of not at the expense of somebody that can actually play. Because when you look at, he was at 55 and nobody had picked him up. He wasn't getting picked up.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
He wasn't getting picked up.
Nobody wants the drama.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the deal. And right now, that's extra drama in Lakerland.
Yeah.
And let's remember him and Anthony Davis together.
Yeah. Believe it or
Able
not,
to get it done.
this may sound weird, but they are built for it. This is just normal for them.
Built for what?
Drama. Yeah, that's really not that big a thing for them.
Yeah.
There's always something with them, and they're kind of used to it.
Yeah.
It's just normal.
But it's normal, but it's not normal for the Laker fan to see that much talent not winning.
That's true, but for them, it's kind of the way it is.
See,
they run it like I said, that's why I call them the Beverly Hillbillies. And until she needs to sell it. They need new ownership. They need to flip this whole thing because right now it's headed right. Unless he is really Superman, LeBron, and he can pull another MVP season out of that body. Because he's still dragging them across the finish line. You thought AD would be leading. He's not a leader.
But when AD's healthy, that team is great.
Yeah, but when
AD's not healthy, that team is not great.
Yeah.
And
that's like Paul
LeBron
George.
been missing a lot of games as of late, too, now.
Yeah, but he's still, for his age, no one's ever done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you got talent like that, you're supposed to perform.
Yeah, well, look at the Quintuple.
Let's go to Nate in D.C. What's up, Nate? How you doing, brother?
Oh, right. How's it going today?
Going well, bro.
What up?
Man, I just wanted to, just touch on one thing. Like, at the end of the day, we grew up having to watch sports from a logical perspective. We just being logical. We just talking numbers. So at the end of the day, LeBron James, of course, this is nepotism, like y'all said. But you bring in your son is averaging 4.9 points a game at USC. He's not even the top 5 best players on his roster. You had quite a few other picks, like Mike said earlier, that went undrafted. Even Boogie Ellis was a senior on USC's roster who averaged 16.5. He was more serviceable. So if you drafted to fill a need, or you drafted the best player available. Bronny James was neither. But to be honest, I'm a Wizards fan, lifelong, since we were the Bullets, and it helps us because at the end of the day, LeBron, he's past his championship years, I'm going to be honest. So it's just setting them back as an organization, which is why the Lakers fans are mad. So.
All right, brother. Appreciate the call.
Good call.
Man.
Good call.
Yeah, hey, you can be happy for him, but you played at the professional level. I played at the professional level. You don't want to put people involved with that stuff that ain't ready for it, unless you got the best mentality in the world. If they don't have Jeff's confidence, they shouldn't be trying.
Well, no, you're right. Jeff,
that
is,
dude
is
confidence
built
out the world.
Unbelievable.
He'll be laying on his back still saying, it ain't going to happen.
Right. No,
Hey.
no doubt about it.
Gotta speak yourself out of it sometimes.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
It's still not as blatant as the Quintuple situation.
Yeah,
and that's just the one we know. There's others in the front office. I was watching as the draft went on, and they went to, maybe it was Milwaukee, and they had a young man in the draft room with a suit on. He must have been 12. And I go, at least they put it up front.
They set him up.
And they grooming him.
Yeah,
and if I had 12-year-old and I own a team, I do the same thing. So it happens all over the place. At least, and when a Quintuple, when his body broke down, they went in the toilet, and they haven't been the same since. And his brother's on the bench, and he ought to be with the maintenance crew or the food service group or the security team. You can put your people in the organization. But don't be dumb as the people that were here last year. Don't put them with players. Don't have them coaching. That's the worst thing you can do. Yeah.
So you don't want them as a part of the product.
Well, yeah. I mean,
this is a part of the product at this point. Let's go to Tampa and check out Walt. Walt, what's happening, man?
My 2 favorite guys, -1 JP. Hey, Doc, what's up? Hey, I told you I was going to follow you, man.
That's right,
I'm
Walter.
down here
You're
in
a man of
Tampa
your
waiting
word.
for y'all to hey, I'm waiting for y'all to show up. All right? Because my wife from the Philippines, she going to cook y'all some lumpia and some pizza that's going to knock your
He
toenails
called
off.
Weekend
But
B.
anyway,
I told him you would be there. I said,
hey,
hook him up.
all right? Now, hey, I have to agree with Junior Walker. Hey, LeBron, I love the move. I really do, because we have seen in the NFL and other sports, whole lot of people get opportunities that don't deserve it. This guy has mastered his craft to a point where he can fulfill his dream and his son's dream. Hey, and be willing to risk his legacy behind it. man, he's a great dad as far as I'm concerned. And I would do the same thing. Now, it's up to Bronny to stay on the team, but to get him through the door, yes, I'd do it. I'd get my girl on the team if I could. If I had a daughter, I'd try to get on the team. Hey, we've seen it done over and over and over. And finally, we got somebody that has that power, and we want to bash him for it. Hey, get him through the door. He can't play the game for him, but at least he can provide the opportunity, and he's risking his legacy too. Hey, I love it, man.
All right, brother. Appreciate your call. And let's go to D.C. Check out Jay. Jay, what's your thoughts, man?
Hey, Jay.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking the call, man. Doc, it's a pleasure to talk to you, Hans. This is my first time on the phone with you.
My man, Jay. I'm honored.
But the last guy stole my thunder a little bit, and I agree with him 100%, man. You know, you do whatever for your kids, though. But I guess it depends how you look at it. Because I look at it like this. You know, from a dad standpoint, man, yeah, man, that's great, man. You know, get to play at the highest level with your kid, on not just in the same game, but on the same team. I mean, you know, that's epic right there. That's priceless in its own. So now if you're looking at it from the basketball standpoint, yeah, you know, not the best move. You know, a lot of the fans ain't going to like that because, you know, like I say, the nepotism and things like that. But like I say, he still got to play the game for himself. Yeah. So from that standpoint, from the best standpoint, nah, it's not the best move. I probably wouldn't have drafted him myself. You know, if I'm the Lakers, if I'm the Lakers brain trust. But LeBron got that pull. And like all players do, especially when they come negotiating, they use all leverage and all pull they have to get the terms that they want. Gotcha. And if LeBron able to do it, man, more power to do. Just hope it work out. But like I say, when it don't work out, you know, you got to take the results that will come with, you know, the decision you make.
All right, man.
That's all.
Appreciate your call.
Appreciate you.
Let's close out with Hartford, Connecticut. Go to Edward. What up, Edward?
Hey, what's going on, Rick? What's going on, B. Mitch?
What's up, baby?
Nothing much. Hey, look, I'm on both sides here. Here's what I'm going to say. Because I have a dad that he raised me. He was my father. I'm his son. He might have told me some things when I told him my career, where he was like, but it's your life, and you got to go live it. I can't hold your hand. So here's what I'm going to say about it. I'm a Wizards and a Lakers fan, okay, wholeheartedly, from birth to the day I die, and even when I die. The one thing I never liked is when a father gets in the middle of a son trying to succeed and play somewhere in a sport. If this reminds me too much of the Lonzo Ball deal, okay, it reminds me too much of RG3's father in the locker room. If LeBron James gets in the middle of things when his son needs to be a grown man and handle things by himself, and he starts to shield him from it, now you've gotten in the way of everything. Because you cannot shield a young man who has decided something that he wanted to do because he feels like he's a man and he's ready. So, it could, like I said, I never like to talk anybody down. If it works out, great. It's going to be a wonderful story. I'm here for the wonderful stories. Yep. But if it goes bad, like everybody said, LeBron James better be ready to answer for it, because I can guarantee you if something goes bad in the locker room or something, he's going to step in between his son, and that's not the thing to do. Let him handle that. Yep. He chose to come into the NBA. He's a man. Let him do it. And I want to say one more thing, Rick. You said the Lakers are made for it. I'm going to tell you, as a Lakers fan, like I said, they are made for it. And you know why? Like you said, all drama goes to Hollywood. Okay?
Yeah.
Hollywood. All drama goes to Hollywood. Movies are made there out of drama. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, man. Appreciate your call. I'm just close by saying this. Everyone say he's a father. I would do it from sometime when you're a father, you also have to know that he ain't ready for it and tell him that too. It's not just doing the positive thing. It's sometimes telling him, hey, son, you might not want to try this one just yet. Unless it's just, but when you want to push something that you want, he's being more selfish than he is giving his son that opportunity. That's just the way I view it. That's my thoughts. And everybody had a chance to say
that's tough living. That's tough
that.
parenting.
Sometimes you got to tell them what's different.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break here. We get back. We're going to talk a little bit about the NFL top offenses. And also, we got 10 worst rosters coming up as well. Wonder where the Commanders are on any one of them. He mentioned Finley 106.7 The Fan. Doc Walker rolling with me. We'll be back. Head over to ruud.com to find you a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. All right, now, this time of the year, we get all the lists.
It
Get
is
the top,
list,
to
yeah.
get the top 10 everything.
Yeah.
Okay, and in this moment, we're going to talk about the top 10 offenses in the NFL. And it's basically going off of last year. And I was wondering how they come up with it, because when I look at any top 10 anything of offense and you don't have Kansas City first, I have to wonder is something wrong. But they basically said they did this based off of offensive scoring.
Mm-hmm.
And if you had no returns on kickoff, no returns from interceptions and things like that, it's just basically the offensive scoring from last year.
It makes sense. Kansas City's defense was fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you start thinking offense, you first think about whoever Pat Mahomes played for.
Yeah, you do. But I think if you're not in the business, being in the business, because we crunch this more, I would think Niners first because of all the options they have. And really, Kansas City had one option, Pat, and the tight end. Other than that.
But they got Marquise Brown and
they nice.
Xavier Worthy now.
Yeah, they're nice, but I would put the first thing I would have thought of was Niners.
I'm going to go from the 10.
Ravens. Okay.
All right. I would not think this in a million years.
I join you on that, and it shows you how ignorant the Jets are.
The Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would not have thought that the Indianapolis Colts with Anthony Richardson would be on the top 10 by no stretch of the imagination.
It was rugged with him, man.
But they weren't winning. So I don't know how you go with that. So we go Indianapolis Colts number 10, and they say the strength for them is Anthony Richardson, his heroic upside, and under Shane Steichen, okay? Mm-hmm. And then their worrying weakness is Anthony Richardson actually thinking he's a superhero.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give you both of those things. Then they come at number 9. We have the Houston Texans. Signature strength, C.J. Stroud, certified wonder kid.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Agreed.
Worrying weakness, the ground game.
Mm-hmm.
Damian Pierce, when he was healthy, the dude is unbelievable, but got banged up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Number 8, who would you think it is?
Oh, it's got to be, if it's not the Bills, then I would think the Birds.
All right, it's the Bills.
Okay.
And their signature strength is Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But their worrying weakness is over-reliance on Josh Allen.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would ask this question. Do they over-rely on Josh, or does Josh automatically think he has to take everything on his shoulder?
He's John Wayne. That's all I'm saying. Yep.
So they need to get him to start allowing people to help him a little bit more.
Trust the running game.
There you go. Then they got Green Bay Packers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Green Bay showed a lot in the game against Dallas. They have youth that grows together. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They've been growing there for a long time. They had a quarterback that people started to give up on when he gets little chances. Now he's at the helm and he's playing unbelievable. Their worrying weakness is the youth that experiences growing pains together. So they got a lot of young guys on the team, so nobody really lead them. So they're going to have those little bumps in the road and things like that. But ultimately, I think if you got exceptional talent, you're going to be good. Number 6.
This is where it's interesting.
Take it to Miami land.
Interesting.
The signature strength is the dizzying speed that they have.
Mm-hmm.
But having all that speed, you need to make sure you can be able to utilize it all. Because one thing about dudes with speed, they won't ball.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't keep them all happy, then you're going to have problems.
Mm-hmm.
You wonder, can they really utilize every aspect of their speed?
Nope.
Because I know one dude, he just step on the field, he's faster than everybody, Tyreek. But when they get into tough games against tough people, they look slower than anybody else. But their worrying weakness, the dubious blocking, which means they don't do it very well. When you have that type of speed, you have to give your quarterback time. And you have a quarterback like Tua, you need to give him a little bit extra time. Because Tua is fragile now.
Yeah.
You got to worry about him being hit.
Yeah, it's an odd couple relationship to me that generates ultimate success. You were a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Who would have ever thought the posse and the Hogs could exist? It doesn't even seem like a formula that you would even derive.
It doesn't seem like they could, but,
even if you were on narcotics.
But that posse was as tough as anything.
But that's the key.
There.
You need to be flamboyant and wear them old wingtips. Like in the old days.
Art didn't say a word.
Yeah.
But
they block your behind
the hell
off.
out of you.
Yeah.
Gary would want to kill you.
And block the hell out of you.
And
if
Ricky
you need to.
didn't talk, he just ran past.
Block the hell. But they all had toughness.
Yeah.
They're all tough. And that's the thing I question about Miami. Miami's good if it's 80 degrees, no wind, everything's
playing
ideal.
The lower echelon of the league.
Yeah.
They can score almost 70.
Yeah.
They play the tough team, they can't score.
Bet against them. Yeah. You'll win. Yeah.
Cincinnati Bengals, number 5, their strength and weakness is all about one guy. Their strength is Joe Burrow's mind. Their weakness is Joe Burrow's body.
Bad man.
Yeah, he's a bad man, but he gets hurt a lot. He's one of those guys that kind of thinks like Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
He thinks he's a superhero.
He does.
And he doesn't need to be.
And he has been. See, both of them have flashed and been superheroes, and that's probably the worst thing that could have happened to them because they may go to the well too often.
Mm-hmm.
That's the beauty about the NFL. Even if you have it in you, they're going to test how often you can use it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And if you don't prepare yourself for it, like you've been on a football team, how many quarterbacks really lift like the rest of the players?
1 or 2.
Okay?
Yeah.
And if they're going to put their body in harm's way, you need to be doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So we know he's not doing that.
Oh, no.
Los Angeles Rams, number 4. Their signature strength is a combination.
Mm-hmm.
They have an elite coach and quarterback combo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to necessarily say Matthew Stafford is elite. I'm going to say that coach he has is elite, and he puts him in great situations.
I'm going to give Stafford his due because he survived Detroit. And you have to be something special to have survived it.
I'm just saying, man, they got one
These
up
are
there.
tough dudes,
They got a
man.
dude up there right now making it look good, too.
I know, but he survived it. He's a tough dude. Right. You put toughness with brains, and that's kind of like what you can get with the Rams if you're right, if he survives it.
Yeah.
If he's standing up straight, because Sean's a weird dude because he kind of like Gibbs. Gibbs' pedigree is an old lineman, but he's genius up top.
Yeah.
You don't consider a lineman tied into that high IQ thing. Yeah. That's what Joe beat you on. He really is a nerd, but he's a center. Most nerds are quarterbacks.
There you go.
And that's the thing where I think he threw a lot of people off.
The thing that they worry about with the weaknesses in the Rams is Cooper Kupp still elite? Because Puka Nacua came in. I think Cooper Kupp is still as good as he was before.
2 of them. They got
but
two
now
dogs.
They have 2. How do you keep both of them happy? Because they are basically the same players.
Yeah, and the other thing for me is that it's the first year you play without that man that nobody could block.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like when you grow up with a dude that can't nobody whoop. He was always on you. You had that anchor.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you talk about Gil a lot.
Yeah.
Gil reminds me of that dude, always gave you an advantage.
Yeah.
Now they got to go without him. That's the question mark I have about the Rams. Because everybody knew they like the Hells Angels. They got that dude over there. So no matter what you do, they're going to bring him out eventually when they need him.
Mm-hmm.
He's no longer there.
Yeah, he's gone now.
So what's going to happen?
Let's find out.
That's what's yeah.
Number 3 is Detroit Lions. Detroit Lions, and their strength is the offensive line. I think when you look at the Detroit Lions, it's one of the closest teams that reminds me of what Washington used to be back in the day.
That's exactly
their
it.
offensive line, their running game, and then they have their occasion play action where they're going to come get you down the field. I think they play very much like Washington did. And then their weakness is wide receivers not named Armand Ross St. Brown.
Everybody else.
St. Brown. Yeah. So everybody else is their weakness. And then we're gonna go. You were right on the last 2. They put the Kansas City Chiefs as number 2. Their strength is the best player in football, Pat Mahomes.
No doubt.
Their weakness is chemistry amongst the wide receivers. I think if they get something out of Brown and Xavier Worthy, that team is going to jump right to number 1.
It's just a matter of if those young boys stay healthy and buy into the fact that it's a once-in-a-lifetime deal. Can you imagine being on a team that's got a chance to three-peat?
Yeah. I would love it.
You see them rings they have? This one ring. Can you imagine what the three-peat ring would look like in Kansas City?
It's going to be special.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's
All right, let's close it out. Number one, San Francisco 49ers, their signature strength, Kyle Shanahan's scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Their worrying weakness, Kyle Shanahan's scheme when they're trailing. They are 0-38 when trailing by 8 points in the fourth quarter. They haven't won a game when trailing because he doesn't know how to adjust that or change it up a little bit. He sticks to the scheme.
Truth will set you free.
And you got to stop that.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
All right, that was the
landfill come up with this?
Man,
I'll tell you what.
Landfill didn't come up with it. He saw it. And we
I thought maybe
it.
it was his genius that he threw it together. Yeah, that's what
Now,
I
we're
thought.
going to put it out there. But, like I always talk about, you got to know what you're competing against. And I would hope that we're competing against those 10 there. Okay, not the next 10 we're going to name. After when I'm going to read this thing about Rube. When I get back, it says bleed for weed. Okay, I'm going to leave it at that. When we get back, I'll explain it to you. But hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Rude and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Rude just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Rude 18-series inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Rude keeps me comfortable when I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Rude.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Friday, and it's powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland made, amazingly smooth and loved throughout the MVP, DMV, with the MV, the DMV. All right, this story is, and I'm gonna tell you all, landfill finds a lot of stuff. And when this one came, when I saw this one on the show sheet, I was like, what the hell did he write? Did he mean something else? He got bleed for weed. And he had a little hashtag,
Yep,
So
it got me too.
I thought it was going to be something else. Well, as you look through this story, I had a question. So I started looking through it, and it hits me. I'm like, okay, this is what they're doing. So when you go to donate blood and stuff, they normally give you stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
And candy.
This is not candy they're giving now. And get this place again. Where is it at?
Rockford, Illinois.
Yeah, Rockford, Illinois. They are, for people to donate blood, they're giving them free weed.
Yeah, they're giving out an eighth.
But the question I would ask, most of the people that's going to come there to give blood to get the weed,
It's not
do
their
you
first
really
rodeo.
want their blood? I'm just asking. Because if you're probably going to give blood to get some weed, you're smoking a lot of it. Or you probably smoke too much of it.
What's their blood they're getting, not their lungs.
Yeah, it's blood.
But if it's in your lungs, it's in your blood. Is it not?
I'm sorry. Me personally, I think you are burnt out if you're going to give blood just to get some weed. If it's that bad that you got to go get some blood away to get,
but I'm
to
saying,
get it, you just need to stop.
So you think that only thing affected with only thing that the weed is in is your lungs? Nah.
I think it goes through your whole system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering what the hell.
But it's not like it's a toxic element. It's obviously
it's
from off the
beneficial to
earth.
some people.
But this is my question.
Did they find out something new where the weed is making the blood better or something?
I don't know, but usually I would never forget. Before I started, one of the questions was, "Do you smoke for a blood drive?"
Yeah.
And if you said you smoked weed or cigarettes, they didn't let you give blood.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
So how can you?
Now they want your blood, and they're gonna give you some weed to get it. Or it's just like remember when the Washington Redskins back in the day,
Mm-hmm.
they were giving away free tickets. Who showed up to get those free tickets? Criminals. And what did the people do? They were waiting there and they arrested them. Could this be a setup?
I was about to say, what if people's jobs are in cahoots?
Is this a setup or something?
It's not a bad idea. I didn't give that thought.
See, bro, I like thinking outside the box.
No,
if
that's
somebody
true.
tell me, come give me some blood, I'm gonna give you some weed. I know it's legal in a lot of places, but I know some places that still turn their nose up at it.
Yeah, but
I'm wondering who the hell may be behind this.
Yeah, but you're not going to it.
I'm not going to it.
I'm gonna call Big Tony and say, look, because Big Tony's going.
Hey, Shorty, I'm going up there and get that
I'm going
free
up
stuff.
there. Yeah, I'm going. Yeah.
They gonna look at him and say, we don't want his
They
blood.
don't want his blood. Yeah, they got him.
I never really had much desire to donate blood because I'm afraid of needles. But if they were giving out an eighth, I might show up.
I think it's going to be a huge.
I think it's gonna be
response.
something else, dog.
A huge response.
I'm sorry. I mean,
Jeff, don't you think it's something else to this?
Yeah, it just don't seem right. Like out of everything that you could give people to come donate blood, you tell them you're gonna give them weed.
Yeah,
it don't.
It's called creative marketing, man. Creative marketing outside the box.
But Doc, depending on what they give you, you didn't already spent the money that you could have just called your mans up and got it for just driving there, wasting time, getting your
But you
blood
also
drawn.
are giving back
Yeah,
to the community.
You all right about?
That's
but
right.
like he just said, when
But
he
is
went to
it
give blood, they asked, did he smoke? And they said, okay, well, they didn't want the blood. Now they don't care if you smoke. And I don't hear about, they giving the blood before they. No, they smoke. If they go in there to get some weed, they'll smoke some weed before they went there.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, that's it. I don't know.
That's a little
man.
weird, dog. It's weird. It's weird.
But even if you don't per
What's
se
the paperwork
smoke,
behind it?
the level of secondhand smoke that you come in contact with blood banks all over. There's no way you could just say, people, we only want you if you don't smoke. Most people just on secondhand smoke alone.
Yeah, but secondhand, I know
non-smokers.
secondhand smoke, but if you are a weed smoker,
Well, that's different. Yeah.
you intent on what you're doing,
Mhm.
and that stuff is all in your system,
In
dude.
certain areas you can walk around into
Oh,
that where it's legal, and you don't have to have had
listen, man,
a pipe, anything in your hand.
I was on my way to the golf course tournament yesterday.
Mhm.
I was smelling it. Hey, my windows up. People went. I'm like, how the hell is it getting inside my car?
Yeah, that's amazing.
I got on the golf course. It was probably a lot of people on the golf course because it was just all over the course. And then I left the golf course and I'm passing by and I'm looking over and these look like some people that I'm looking like some like older people could just be chilling, but they were puffing on something.
Yeah, I was gonna say we had a point where everyone is smoking now.
We're not at a point. We always been at that
beyond.
point. People have been doing
openly.
it.
I should say.
They used to lie, but I know where the people was back in the day, and I knew all the little older people and supposed to be the goody two shoes where they would go and get stuff at. Take us a break and we get back. We're gonna jump right into the 10 worst, the top 10 worst rosters in the NFL.
Interesting.
I asked a question earlier, where would the Commanders land? Didn't land on that first list. Let's hope they not land on this one too. We'll find out. We'll be right back. Mm-mm-mm-mm. All right, be Richard Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Get some weird topics. And we got a call about the bleed for weed, and they basically told me that there's been a shortage. 2024, there was a shortage of blood being donated again. So right now, they'll take any blood they can get. So I guess that's why they take
Weed or no weed. Mm-hmm.
Any kind of blood they can get. So I'd say this. If you need blood, you better ask where it came from.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you need weed, you better bleed.
Something like that. But we were talking about the best offenses. And, at this time of the year, it's a slow time in sports. But, well, that's not super slow. You got soccer, you got baseball. It's like a lot of stuff is gone. Basketball, football hasn't started yet. You got hockey, they're over with till they start their season up. And it slows down a little. So you get a lot of these lists coming out. And earlier we were talking about the Commanders, and I was saying who is your competition? You want your competition to be the better part of the league, not the bad part. And I think the aspirations are to get there like it used to be. I believe Adam Peters and Dan Quinn and all, they're building something in this present time that is going to be something you still can understand and see and feel 15, 20 years down the road. I would always tell people in the previous ownership, every time a coach came here, he completely changed up the mindset. In that case, you never have anything steady. So I looked at teams like the Ravens and the Steelers. And Steelers had 3 damn coaches in the history of their whole franchise. So that says a lot about how they're patient with their people. The Ravens basically seem the same. You're looking at what Andy Reid did in Philly. He did the same type of stuff. So you always have somebody coming along. We'll build for a 3-4 here, and in 2 years that coach was gone, and then another coach coming. He got to build for 4-3. He gone in 2 years, then another coach come. He gonna go back to the. So all you did was never get to where you were gonna go, and you never have long, sustained success. What they're trying to do now is get us into a better situation, but they inherited some stuff. And as I talk about this roster, the rosters in the league, this all came from what happened last year on a lot of football teams. So I'm going to get to it, go through the list, and then I'm going to get to the Commanders. I'm going to read a lot of what they said. The number 10 worst team in the league, which means they're sitting at 22 probably, 23, are the Los Angeles Raiders. Okay? The extremes of the Las Vegas Raiders will make them a fun team to watch in 2024. Whether it's Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew on the center. So they went away from quarterbacks and went and got some stuff that's, look, we're going to find out. I think they have a coach there who's not going to put up with the BS very long, though. Number 9, the New Orleans Saints. All right? Saints not a very good team. This is the one that kind of kills me, though. We talk so much about this team and how great the quarterback is. They got them as like the 8th worst team in the league, the Los Angeles Chargers. You got Justin Herbert there.
Yeah, I don't follow that.
I believe that roster will change quickly and drastically.
Yeah.
First of all, they've already changed. They got rid of most of their receivers. They are going to go to more of a run-first type of organization.
You can bet your life on that.
And then we'll see how long Justin Herbert and Harbaugh can get along. That dude's he's weird and he's tough.
Mm-hmm.
Then they got Tennessee Titans at 7. I'm going to skip over the team at 6. I'll come back to that team. Carolina Panthers, 5th. So that means the Carolina Panthers are 32, 1, 30, 29, 20. They're the 28th best team in the league. So they're the 5th worst. Number 4, the Arizona Cardinals. 3, Denver Broncos. 2, New York Giants. I hope they play like that this year too, because they seem to be they can be awful and they still beat us. And number 1 is the New England Patriots. That team I've skipped over it is your Commanders, your Washington Commanders. They're the 6th. They say they have the 6th worst roster in the league. Okay? And I'm going to read a little bit of this stuff because this is what you do. You find out what people think about you. You start looking inside yourself, and then you can go correct things. They say, regardless of how the case is presented, the 2023 Washington Commanders undeniably were bad, ranking 31st in team DVOA, 32nd in points and yards allowed, 28th in scoring. Their offense couldn't function, and their defense stopped no one. It's easy to see why they finished the season with 8 straight losses. A new coaching regime should help, and a large batch of rookies added depth across the roster lacking impact starters and reliable role players. An offensive identity carved around rookie Jaden Daniels will help augment what was a woeful run game and maximize the explosive receivers like Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson. And I told you yesterday, Jahan Dotson, one of the guys that intrigued the coaches this offseason. The Commanders' offensive line still has a few question marks at the tackle spots, but Daniels will reduce the astounding sack rates Sam Howell produced in 2023. You talked about that a little bit yesterday. Like, people want to blame the offensive line. A lot of it was his fault, too. The defense definitely lacks individual edge rushing talent and playmaking, but the foundation up the middle is improved. Veterans Dorrance Armstrong, Frankie Louvu, and Bobby Wagner bring consistency and respectability on a down-by-down basis, raising the floor from horrible to competent. The passing defense still has ways to go, and young cornerbacks Benjamin St. Juste, Emmanuel Forbes Jr., and Mike Samuelstill will ultimately determine whether the unit can produce enough turnovers to overcome its talent deficiency. All right. What did I read that was different that you don't agree with?
No, it's all solid.
How did they change it?
There were no reaches, just by solid execution.
Yeah.
It's not they don't have to run quarterback throwback specials. They just got to be sound. Even if they punt, we've got the best in the league. Let's cover it the right way.
Yeah.
And play old-fashioned, boring football to where we win the field position battles.
But like the only thing I don't like about a lot of these things, like when you're looking at this team and there's so much positivity around it, and so many good things are happening. This is all about what happened last year.
That's
and
no longer
if
exists.
you go by the 10 worst rosters, they're talking about what happened last. They basically have changed this damn roster
completely.
They've signed over 30-something, 40 people. So it's not the same roster that you had last year.
We got a makeover.
But you have to hear it. But I like reading these things because it can show you how quick you can get away from that.
Complete makeover.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the offensive line, left tackle that was there, gone. Center, gone. Left guard, gone. So that's 3 new people.
And you can't be worse.
A new quarterback.
It can't be worse.
Okay. You got new tight ends in here. So your offensive is different than it was last year right there. Flip it over to the defense side. You got 2 new people rushing. You got a middle linebacker now.
It can't be worse.
You can believe in. You have a new cornerback who's I can't wait to see him in a uniform playing.
And you can't be worse.
When you watch that kid, Samuelstill.
Oh, dog.
Listen, Nick Saban has seen a lot of football players. He said he was the best football player in the draft. Watch him play. The dude make play after play after play. I think he's going to make them better. But a secondary is only as good as your pass rush. A secondary is only as good as what you have up front. I still believe that we got to get more from the interior, which will open up stuff for the outside guys. And
just for
John and Deron has shown they're capable of doing it.
Yeah, just breaking code. One of those 2 has got to demand a double team.
That's what I'm saying. Hell, both of them should.
Well, at least one.
Yeah.
Because now,
if you don't get double team, like I've said, the way that you if you want to find anybody out there, we like to talk about who's so great. Watch them play. If they're not getting double teamed, they're not great.
Anybody scared of them?
That's what I'm saying. That's how you figure that out. You know, when you got defensive linemen and stuff that are coming, you find out how people view them. A lot of times we view our people differently than what other people view them.
Almost all the time.
Yeah. And I'm just saying, like, listen, when we were being offensive meeting rooms and we're game planning for people, Brian Urlacher, everybody, I said, man, Andy didn't like running the ball. But Andy he wanted to run straight at Urlacher. Because he knew if he run away from him, he chased everything down.
That's right.
You run at him, he could not take on the power.
Most
at that
great
position.
players, that's their nemesis.
Yeah. So it's just like I feel automatically I don't see Washington where they were last year.
But you're explaining things that are basic. Why couldn't the staff figure that out last year?
I don't think they were necessarily worried about much of trying to do a lot of stuff. They were trying to spread themselves too thin, trying to become more instead of just making your team better.
Yeah. I mean,
you know, I think that happened with that situation, and it was a lot at the top. So he was too busy doing everything but making the team better.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting this team to be instantly top 15. And that's not asking a lot.
And that's not taking a leap.
Yeah.
That's not going out of the realm. And they don't have to do a lot of trick plays to get there. Just by being sound and playing with energy and not turning it over and winning in the kicking game, being back elite on special teams, winning the field position battle, flipping fields, just getting off on third down, not giving up big plays, getting gashed, having blown assignments. Somebody's going to beat you one-on-one in this league. That's okay.
It happens.
But not having gaffes, people weren't running wide open. And it's just
that was horrible.
All the ridiculous things. The mismanagement. This is like being owning a corner store and leaving your door unlocked at night, or not leaving the porch light in the alley. They just did fundamentally
why somebody stole your stuff.
Dumb things over and over and over again. And really, I get nauseous just thinking about it.
I ask you this question, Doc. I know you've seen a lot of football. No, this is truthful. What is of all the things that needs to improve, what's the one improvement you think can make this team better quicker?
Just everybody buying into the fact that it cannot be done alone. You know, sometimes you get so hyped up on having all these super players, you forget that the best play is done when everybody just does their job.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need you to break a tackle or run through three guys. If I block properly and give you a chance, that's all I need. You need.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no one dude gonna get you.
Yeah.
That we know. But I can't let some guy go unblocked and get you on the backside. That's what I mean. Give you a chance. That's all we need to do. That's how we thought with Mike, with Nelmsy. We just give him a chance. We win. That's the kind of commitment you got to make as a teammate. I never feel these guys. There's always somebody free runner, somebody blows assignment, somebody does something that stacks the cards against us. And it's never all about winning. It's all about everything other than the final score. I ain't worried about the pregame, the promotion. I don't give a rat's. All I want to do is win the game. And I think this group is geared towards that. That's why I'm excited about it. Just seeing them come out with one goal, and that is to outscore the opponent.
I think the mindset with Witt and Quinn,
yes,
is basically we're going to hit everything moving.
Everything, yeah.
I think when you flip it to that other side, they want to be efficient, but if you give them a big play, they want to take it.
Yeah.
But I didn't see enough of like, I don't want to let you down. To where I saw a lot of freelancing. And when you freelance, you open up holes.
That's right.
If you have a mindset or your whole thing is, I'm not letting my dog down.
That's it.
Just a little bit of that right there, I think makes it seem a lot better.
Trey Johnson, one of my favorite guys watching, didn't get to play with him, just loved covering the game. Yeah, Trey Johnson.
Big Trey. Oh yeah.
Man, come on, man. Your personal Dean. I mean, Big Dean. There's so many personalities from the past that this current group would have overlooked because they not in the blue collar. All they interested in is headline people. And that's why they never won. Because they never really bought into team. They don't even understand team. They act more like these young people online, like social media. It's like, it's not a group event. It's a single solo act. And that's just not, I just don't get that. But thank God those days are over. And this right now is just exciting to look forward to. Does it guarantee they win? Nope. They turn the ball over. It ain't going to happen. But if they are smart with the football and do the right things, it's got a chance because we open up with Tampa, who I hope they don't overlook. I hope our fan base doesn't realize.
We shouldn't overlook them. They were in the playoffs last year,
That's my point. But, our people, if it ain't Philly or Dallas.
Nah, but you got to listen. You want to beat everybody.
You're right.
You can try to get up a little more for those games, but you want to beat everybody.
Yeah, it's
That's
important.
the mindset. Because let's be real. If you don't get to a certain level when you're playing other teams, you can't get all the way where you need to do when you're playing a team that you really hate.
Yeah.
So you got to play here. Like, this is the line. I got the little string. This is the line right here, the average line.
Right.
You got to play above average all the time. And when you get to the teams you hate, you want to be damn near bursting out the damn ceiling.
And look what you're doing. How would you feel over there? They got trucks, cranes. They're redoing, rebuilding. They are building on. In other words, it ain't lip service.
Oh, yeah. No.
You may not know where you're going to be, new stadium or that, but where you are now,
that what you're saying,
that to me is
makes
everything.
a world of difference. Let me hit you with this.
Okay.
Every time I saw ownership putting money into something, it made me feel like they cared about what we were doing.
Exactly.
I would say, and I don't know if any player would ever admit it, they had to feel like they were second class because nothing ever was put into that place before.
Nothing.
And when they talk to their friends or their friends came to visit, their friends have to say, man, y'all stuff is garbage.
The college people from the SEC had to come in and go.
You behind the times.
They didn't even realize
it had to be.
And
now you see the investment that they're putting in, you have to feel good. And I would be like, hey, he taking care of us, and we're going to take care of him.
They can't even go in the building now because they said, no, y'all got to go somewhere else because we redoing this. That turf field was there forever. I look over there. Remember when they had them office? They thought they were so proud of themselves when they rented suites in Tyson's, called it Red Zone or whatever they had. Nobody gives a rat's manure about what your corporate side does.
They want to know what the football team
exactly.
is doing. That's all that matters.
You nitwits, you got a backdated program. You got junior high weight room, but yet you worried about executive offices for your. That's what I knew. They were clueless. And then the Ravens down the road, state of the art.
Yeah.
Everything state of the art. Taj Mahal.
Yeah.
And, thank God our wait staff is elite because they gave Tonka toy equipment. No, really, the whole thing has been a clown show. And thank goodness we're out of that. And I love to see now that this new group, it's the construction workers everywhere trying to get it done to give you the best chance to be the best you can be. Awesome.
All right, we're going to take a break here and we get back. Some veteran players that are on this football team, and they love to talk about this young man, Jaden Daniels. I like to hear that because it shows some leadership and it shows that the young buck is trying to get the attention of the veteran players, the guys that have been around. Austin Eckler spoke about Jaden Daniels. We'll take a listen when we get back. All right, B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Me and Doc Walker rolling here. Well, one thing I've always, when I first got in the league and as I went through it, you want to look at the people that's been through it. You want to get their respect. You want to get their attention. And a lot of time when they start talking about you, it makes you feel good. When they invite you to go places with them, you're starting to arrive. Well, Austin Eckler was on the Rich Eisen show, and he had a chance to talk about Jaden Daniels. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
And you also know what it's like to see a heralded former Pac-12 quarterback get drafted very highly in the draft and walk into the National Football League with tons of expectations. And it does appear that Jaden Daniels' first start will not be under the same circumstances as when Justin Herbert with Anthony Lynn got his first start, let's hope. That said, my long windup of asking you how he looks to you so far.
Yeah, he's been looking really good, man. Just making throws. I mean, he's going through it, like learning the plays, right? Making some of the rookie mistakes you'd expect. But it's kind of part of the process of becoming a pro, no matter what position you play. But what you really want to see from your quarterback is what I've seen from my veteran quarterbacks that have done well. You're there extremely early. You're committed. You're talking to the guys about routes. You're talking to them about protections. You're talking to, you're a part of the leadership of the group, but that means having conversations. I remember I ran a route, and right after the route we were done, and he called me over. Hey, Eck, tell me about why'd you sit? How come you didn't break in on that? And it's like it seems really small, but those things add up to him becoming a complete player, understanding, the philosophies of his players, why they're doing what they're doing, and he can tell them, hey, well, I think you should be here. And so it's baby steps, but those baby steps add up to you becoming a great player. And then as far as him out there making throws, I mean, he's made some spectacular throws already. And so that's what we expected to see from him, what we saw from college. And then obviously he's very mobile too, which, as we know in this league, is where most of the big plays come from, is out on the run. How can you create when things aren't going right? And those are the teams that are, you see, those are quarterbacks that you see take their teams into those playoff runs.
All right, that's also Eckler talking about Jaden Daniels. And when you listen to him, he's not talking about like some outlandish type stuff. He's talking about the little things. And I think over the last few weeks, I keep saying about little things, because little things become big things. If you don't fix those little things, you probably won't be fixing everything else.
Guaranteed.
And the ultimate thing for me, when a quarterback is asking you questions as to why you did or why you didn't do, he is setting himself up for another situation. Like, if you sat down, I want to know why you sat down. So if he see a guy trailing you, a guy not trailing you, he now knows in essence what you're going to do. And I think the thing that most guys are talking about Jaden, they're bringing up all those little things where, if you look at the great ones, Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Pat Mahomes, like he is right now, the way Aaron Rodgers anticipates, although Aaron runs me crazy with all this other
That's
stuff.
off the field, yeah.
But
on the field,
the dude's remarkable.
Yeah.
But when you see those things, it's not that they got any different treatment than about any studying than anybody else. They just ask more questions.
Mm-hmm.
And the questions automatically is visualized by the quarterback. And then the next time you see a play, you know what the possibilities are based off of what you see.
Mm-hmm.
He just told you, I sat down because of this, or I kept moving because of that. When you look at it next time, you already know
what he's going to do.
I can't throw it here. I got to wait because he's going to keep going. And I think all of those little things begin to add up. Like when I walk around, I get asked questions from people, man, how they looking? And I say, what you want to know? Because I get questions about, they want to know the spectacular. I talk about the little things. I saw him doing a drill one day, and he missed one of the targets.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched him after he missed that target. And when somebody do something, you could tell that really rubbed him wrong, pissed him off. He was still thinking about what he had just done. So he go to the next side, bang, 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 bang. He hit everyone. When they went off to go do something else, he came back and did that same thing he had missed. That to me, to most people, that means nothing. To me, this dude gonna work till he get it right. You know what I mean? And no, he's not gonna get everything right the first time. But you know what? When your mindset is, I'm trying to get it right the first time, that means you're doing the homework necessary, or you're doing the things necessary to get it right. So all that does, it doesn't make you perfect. It makes you a better player, though.
You already outlined how he's just different. And you know how hard it is for people that aren't AM people. I don't take it for granted when this guy's there at 5:30 in the morning.
Not at all.
Because I've tried to do that a couple times in my life, and I pulled it off, realizing I prefer not to be an AM person. But if you got to do it, you got to do it.
Yeah.
But this dude is so easy for him to alter his lifestyle for the team. Whatever it takes for him to be that dude, he's so comfortable with it. He's done it so long, and he takes pride in it, setting the bar.
Yeah, but anything you're changing with, it normally takes you about 3 to 4 days to make it into a routine. And if you stick to it, diets,
everything,
new thing, like when I started doing the bike riding and the getting on the treadmill
day
thing,
one.
but what I started doing is I made sure I was getting up at a certain time. The first 2-3 days, I'm like, what the hell am I doing?
Dude, I remember resting. The first with the bike, the first one. That's the whole thing about creating an addiction, which people call a habit. I call it an addiction. And a healthy addiction is not easy at all. That's why so many people don't do it and can't do it. When I see a guy like that, especially for a young man, to do what he does, that's why when we did that fundraiser event for the Commanders, watching him with young people, a lot of people don't have a tolerance for young people. You know what I mean? You've seen it.
Yeah.
When you see a dude that's comfortable, they're not bugging him. He's comfortable.
Yeah.
Being a mentor or being with young kids, that's your and elderly people. You can just watch people. If is a dude doing that for the check, or is he so comfortable that he would pay them to go do it? So you can tell.
Yeah.
I like his parents did a hell of a job, and we all know you have seen what I've seen. You've seen it at a faster pace because you have seen the part of society that got involved with social media more so than my people did. And I look at it now, it's like I'm looking at these kids now with NIL. I've seen a sport completely transformed. It's nothing like it was when I came up. I mean, nothing like it. The parents, we went through the helicopter parent deal. That's over now. Now it's about parents monitoring money. They couldn't monitor most of their own income. Now they got this new frontier coming in where their babies are generating income. And now they have to be more responsible than ever. And if they're not, both of them going to end up being wrecked.
Oh, yeah.
And this is the thing that new people don't want to talk about. Before, whatever their habits were bad, it just got them. The kid could escape it. Now they both going down because they're going to ruin the baby.
Oh, yeah.
No, this is a catastrophe about to happen if we don't fix it.
But like, I think the one thing Ron would say a lot, and I'm with that. Like you talking about Jaden when he's with those kids, be where your feet are.
That's right.
If I focus on what's right in front of me, I get the best out of it.
Yeah.
So when that kid is on that football field, he's all about football. When he's waking up in the morning to go to work, he goes about getting better for football. So his life is football. Like they say, eat, sleep, drink. He's eat, sleeping, and drinking. And I think
anybody forcing him to do it.
But that's what you need, and that's it. So if I tell parents, you and I had a survey earlier about somebody say the parents say they couldn't get him up.
That's right.
If your kid don't want to get up and stuff like that, and is more what you want him to do, that's the problem. Right, we're gonna take a quick break here, but we have some breaking news here on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan. Breaking news is brought to you by BetQL. Huge news, Nationals fans. Grant Paulson and 106.7 The Fan is reporting that James Wood is set to make his major league debut on Monday at Nationals Park against the New York Mets. Again, James Wood set to make his major league debut on Monday at Nationals Park. That from Grant Paulson of 106.7 The Fan. Breaking news on the Fan is brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. I'm Toby Altizer with the breaking news that James Wood is set to make his debut on Monday.
got questions you want to ask, we're starting it off right now. 800-636-1067. Jeff, I don't know why I got to keep working this thing, man. Oh, yeah, Doc had you on both sets. you were on both cameras, Doc.
Hey, man, I live to Jeff, man. He's got his plate is full. I can't be mad at him.
Man, please.
Hard-working young
That dude
man.
lead more than anything in the world.
Nah. The camera was just on you, Doc, because like it pick up motion and it like saw this big meteor leave out of the station.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, dang, I didn't know something that big.
It pick up on motion. It saw immediate, but when I walked back in the station, it didn't follow me though.
It took him, because it was just astonished from trying to process all that information of Brian Forehead leaving out of the studio.
See, you always got to take a shot.
Oh man, a dude that's 30 years old and his hair start back here. I don't know what he's talking about.
No, my hair don't start back there because it's cut. It's bald.
No, it start back there.
I'll take my baldness. That's fine. That's fine.
Hey,
but I'm
too.
confidently bald at 30.
So are you excited about them bringing up Wood, Doc?
Yeah, you know what? I don't question a program that I trust. I'm still a little salty over the San Diego sweep. Padres punked them. And so I think you counter that by bringing up a young prospect. If he's healthy, I think he might have been up a little earlier, but he had an injury.
Mm-hmm.
If he's healthy, let's go bang. You still got a shot at this. It's about playoffs now.
38-42 at this point.
Yeah, so let's go for it. I like the team's aggressiveness. I love us on the base path. I like the fact that we're better than I'd hoped we'd be. And if that pitching holds up and the way the bullpen's been, decent, I'm not mad at him. I'm hurtful over being swept and being talked trash to and being punked by the Padres, but we just got to keep playing.
They were talking trash to him?
Oh, my God, yes. I mean, but that's kind of like their personality. And then Machado
sports,
hitting,
I'm mad that they're taking that out of sports.
Yeah, me too. I like it a little edgy.
I love it because like the thing that really annoys me is the people that don't play and hadn't played talking about how something needs to be done.
Yeah, well,
you never done it. How the hell you know?
Well,
but I think if I could say something to you on a football field, on a baseball field, on a basketball court, and it annoys and it affects you to where you can't do your job, that should be my advantage. If you're that weak, I should be able to tap into your weakness.
Should be.
And now you get everybody outside of sports. Oh man, that's not good sportsmanship. Yes, it is. If you that dumb to let me say something and you get mad and do something stupid and you get kicked out of the game, fined, penalty, whatever, that's on you. And if I have the ability to use words and get you to do that, that's just an advantage. That's why comedians can make people laugh and some people can't.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? That's why when you got some motivational speakers can speak and you get motivated to just change your life up. When another person do it, you look at him like he's crazy. So why take that advantage out of somebody? I should be able to talk trash. And the way you respond, beat me in the game.
Strike you out.
Or ignore me because people talk trash to me. People say stuff to me. And you know what? I laugh at them. I'm like, dude, you trying that with me? Dude, I invented that. Oh, yeah. One guy came to me, you tell Monica this. I say, I let her know. I let her know everything. You want me to send another message for you? They're like, I used to always find people girlfriend and say little stuff.
Right.
They come to me. I'm like, dude, come on. Let's go with this because you won't like it.
Right.
I promise you won't like it.
I'm leading you down a path you're not going to be comfortable traveling. Yeah.
You won't like it. So, hey, that's good news. James Wood's going to be coming up. We're going to get a lot of talk from Mark Zuckerman as we get that. But we're going to take a break here. When we get back, we're going to jump right into Ask B. Mitch anything. We got 3 callers online. We'll have some more. Bring them strong today, brother. Bring them strong. It's a Friday. Vodka Red Bull Friday, and I haven't had any yet. So get them before I get it. Because I get it, then I'm going to get some.
Yeah.
Yes. It's Friday. Yeah, I'm going to get me some.
Good.
Me and Landfill. He going to drink.
All right.
He going to drink Coke and red wine.
He's a Coke. He's
the weirdest combination in the world.
He's Mediterranean.
We'll be right back. It's called Second Swing, where he can get some used clubs at a good price. All right, let's move on to Jim. What's up, Jim? How you doing?
I'm doing great, and I just want to tell you how much I admire you over your course of your career. It was really, really exciting to watch you play.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
So my family has had season tickets for, believe it or not, 65 years. And when I was, my dad would, I know it's really exciting. And my dad would take me to a game once a year, always in the coldest weather because my mother and other family members didn't want to go. And I was 5 and I guess 71. And I know what my family used to prepare for the games, how we would wake up, how all the kids would have breakfast, and then different family members would meet up or friends, and we'd go and we'd tailgate. And then as I got older, with my being a dad, I know exactly what time I would wake up, prepare things, get in the car, brave the traffic. But one of the things that was always fascinating to me as we were going to the stadium is my son said, what happens with the players? And I didn't have any idea. And so I'd really like to get your counsel on what it was like game day. Also, I never understood on home games whether you guys stayed at a hotel, whether you stayed at your homes. But like, what was game day like? Did you wake up? Did you all have breakfast together? Take the bus to the stadium, then get your treatment? If you could just tell me what it would be like, I'd really appreciate it.
On game day, if you're at home, we stayed at a hotel, and then when I was there. Well, I started off staying at the Marriott by Dulles Airport, and then we would have breakfast, but you could go at different times, but you had a schedule of what time you needed to be at the stadium to make sure you get on the field at a certain time and things of that nature. Then we moved over to the Greenbelt Marriott for some years, and then when you're on the road, basically you have breakfast, and it starts early enough for like the early risers. You have like 3 or 4 different buses. And we get to the stadium, and then basically everyone try to get their ankles taped, get some treatment. Some guys go on the field before they get their ankles taped. And then when you have the schedule to let you know when your group is going out. So I would always go out with the kickers, the punters, and all the special teams guys. And then when the running backs came, I would run and meet them and do stuff with them. And then they would have the whole team eventually come out. I think most teams do this when the offensive line, defensive line come out. Everybody go together, and then you run back out and everybody go into their team positions and things like that. So if you spend the night, you have curfew. Some guys went straight to sleep. Some guys stayed up a little bit, but you were in your room because they had security on the floor at the elevator and at the doors, the stairways.
Yes.
They want to make sure nobody was coming in or going out. So, yeah, that's how it was.
Yeah, and it didn't vary too much.
No, it didn't.
I mean, it really didn't.
And it's
Security.
basically the same thing. So you get accustomed to it. You get used to doing the same thing over and over again. With the Philly, it was exactly the same. All right, let's go to Mama Stu. What's up, Mama Stu?
Mama Stu.
Fellas, how are you?
Yes, good.
What
How
a
you
treat. What a treat. 2 legends. Shout out to Jeff and Landfill. I got 2 questions for both of you guys. The first question is, have either of you considered, or have you, I don't know if you have, let me know, but have either of you considered like writing a book? Because I listen to you guys and like on the perspective of the game overall, your philosophies on leadership and like the keys to success to building like, a solid program.
I wrote a children's book. I haven't wrote anything on that, but I am in the process of getting started on another one. So,
yeah, I attempted and have been thinking it and are in the process of that. And it changes because you learn more, you get smarter as you go. And that's the whole key about it. You never stop learning.
Mhm.
And you haven't been in these environments that both of us have been in. It's like, that success thing is everywhere.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of getting with people that have done it and understand it, and then taking all those thoughts and putting them on paper. That process is not as easy as I think a lot of people think it is.
Yeah.
And
Right.
but no, it's fruitful. It should be done. I know I procrastinated personally and should have already done it.
I will personally love it, and I will be the first to buy it. My second question is, I used to listen to you guys on 980 when Inside the Locker Room. Have you guys ever thought about getting the band back together? I mean, I know you guys are busy, you got schedules and all kinds of stuff, and you're legends. But have you guys thought about, like, getting the band back together and doing, like, a podcast and just where you can freely speak and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you guys pretty much do anyway.
Yeah, that'd be a waste of time. Yeah, we already doing that. Yeah.
Doc does a
podcast.
Together. He does a podcast with Solly. Solly was the producer.
Yeah, Solly was the producer. Everybody's so busy. We into this, but I think the thing that we always seem to do is about the same thing all the time. It never changes, no matter who's in charge, who's running it, whatever. It just doesn't. It has cost both of us at certain times, because people, they don't want you, and I'm good with it. Matter of fact, I look at it as a sense of pride.
Yeah.
Because if they don't want me around, I don't want to be around them either, because they're losers. And so, I ain't worried. As long as we got some electricity here, I'm good.
You guys are great together. One last thing before I go, let y'all go, because I know y'all got other callers. B-Mitch, I got a proposal for you. I've been trying to get some of that cooking. So what if we do a trade-off? I will bring you guys some of my Old Bay garlic baked wings, and you give me a sample of a rib.
All right, when I cook some ribs, I'll make sure you get some ribs.
Okay.
Please let me in on that deal. I want both for that.
You know who's gonna make
sure?
I
drop for that? I need a drop for that.
You know who's gonna make sure I remember I said that? Jeff.
No question.
You know it. I'm always looking out for my Bulldog family.
Yes, indeed. Jeff, I'm proud of you, brother. I'm so proud of you. I've watched you grow since college, and I just want to tell you, you're doing a great job. I'm extremely proud of you.
Every time you do something, I'm going to start sending some stuff to him, Mama Stu. You got to get him right. This dude's crazy.
He is. I love you guys. You have a great show.
Take care of yourself. All right, 800-636-1067. Ask B-Mitch anything. Let's go to line 4. Check out my man, Juke. What's up, Juke?
Doc B-Mitch. What's going on, fellas? Happy Friday.
Good,
Happy Friday to you guys in the aquarium. Hey, if we doing food trade-off, hey, B-Mitch, how about I give you some of my lamb stew to get some of that gumbo?
I just like lamb chops. I don't really like the stew.
I got you.
So you gonna bring some lamb chops, or you just backed off of that? What's up?
Nah, I can hook you up with some lamb chops. I can do something for you.
All right.
Hey, but it's not more of a. It's more of a question. I meant to call in yesterday, but got tired with work. It's me and my wife's 7th year anniversary, and I just wanted to see if you guys can give her a shout out. Her name is Quanisha. We've been together for 7 years.
Quanisha, happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
And you put up with Juke for that long?
You need a medal.
Yep.
Make sure you get a medal, too.
All right, fellas. Appreciate it.
All right, man. Take care. All right. Ask B-Mitch anything, 1-800-636-1067. Let's go to College Park. Check out my man, Charlie. What's up, Charlie?
Beautiful day. I'm out here in my yard working hard. I got a question about that turkey, JB. B-Mitch, do you know if that man got his hose taken off that hose bib last week?
I don't know if the hose was taken off, but I know his grass got watered.
Well, that's a different thing. Now, I was going to come out to his house for free, come out to Potomac or wherever he lives in his palatial estate and show him, what's going on. I would bring like 4 wrenches to show him different kinds of wrenches. And what you said about you might be turning it the wrong way, I got $10 that says he was turning it the wrong way.
I believe he was. Totally.
I've been trying to get in touch with him, and he's always off or he's gone for the day. I'd still be willing to come out there and do it and educate him a little bit.
Well, he's out the country right now, so.
Well, he should be out the country if he can't get his hose off. See you later.
All right, bro.
All right,
Take care,
baby.
man. Yeah. All right, Vince, what's up, brother?
What's going on, B-Mitch? How you feeling,
I'm
man?
good, man. How you feeling?
I kind of got another scenario for you, all right?
All
right, here we go. So, it's 4th and 2. The ball's on 2-yard line, and you running a stretch play. You got a fullback that's leading. I'm gonna give you 2 elite fullbacks. I want to know who you would pick to put out there to get them 2 yards that you need. Either Mike Allstott or either I'm gonna go with Mike Sellers.
Give me Mike Sellers.
Give Mike Sellers?
Yeah, because see, Mike Allstott was more of a running back. He was running the ball. Mike Sellers was trying to kill somebody. He like leading the way. And the thing about it, I could just zip inside, and once Mike touch him, I don't have to worry about him no more. I'm going right on the outside, walking in the end zone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because I know us Skins fans. We love that stretch play. So
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to know who would you put in front of you.
Hey, I'll take Mike. Mike Sellers my guy, but like once you get there, make him initiate some contact, and then you gotta get that foot in the ground and get in the end zone.
My man, I appreciate you, man. Thanks, man.
All right, bro.
Love
Take care.
y'all.
All right, man. And what I would do a lot of times in college, hey, I don't care who was blocking. I just decided to hit the ground and go over. I just dive over everybody. Didn't care. And my dad say, "Man, are you crazy?" I say,
yeah.
"No, I'm getting in the end zone,
Yeah.
man." He say, "Don't land on your neck." I'm like, what's up in the air? I don't know where the hell I'm land, Dad.
That's right.
But I got in the end zone. Let's go to La Plata and check out Ricardo. What's up, Ricardo?
What's going on, B. Mitch?
I'm
I
chilling,
listen
bro.
to you guys every day.
Appreciate you, brother.
24/7. Hey, I'm a break down the thing with Bronny. I like the Bronny thing going on right now. I can see Bronny taking it all the way. LeBron is going to be the coach, and his son. Check this out. His son is going to be playing on the team in the next. I guess when he's coming out about next 2 years or 3 years. What you think about that?
Bronny is already on the team. What you talking
Talking about the other one.
I'm talking
the
about
one
his
supposed to be
about
alias,
Bryce?
Bryce.
Oh, you think you're gonna have Bryce and Bronny on the team together?
Yes.
I think Bryce is gonna be a first round pick, and they're not gonna have control over that, and he's gonna be going on another team.
You think so?
Yeah, he's an animal.
He can play.
Very animal.
Yeah. But LeBron gonna be the coach. What you think about that?
I don't
With
think
the
he's going.
Lakers later on.
LeBron got too much going on to be a coach of
I
a
agree.
basketball team.
I don't see that.
He liked the run thing, but I don't think he wanted. Coaching is totally different than being able to say, "Hey, I want y'all to draft my son."
Mm-mm.
Coaching is a full-time job. You are working 18, 19 hours a day.
Absolutely.
Nah, I don't think he's gonna do that.
Mm-mm.
All right, let's go to Bowie and check out Wayne. What's up, Wayne?
What's up, Wayne?
Take it to the house. Take it to the house. B. Mitch, how you doing, Doc?
What up?
I'm good,
Hey,
man.
I got a question for Doc because this is about B. Mitch. Hey, Doc,
Yo.
tell me a story about B. Mitch getting in Jumpy Gather's face and up in his pants. I heard that B. Mitch, I don't know if he was a rookie there, but he didn't back down from nobody.
Well, I was a
second year.
reporter, so as I have a little bit of efficacy I have to adhere to, so I can't substantiate anything or deny. I will say this: trust what you hear. Trust what you hear, and that's why I try to warn these people around here. Certain people, you just need to leave them alone. And I love both of them. Jumpy, I tell you what. Those two guys on the same team, you knew that team was hard to beat. You knew that team was hard to beat. But those teams, the way they practiced, Washington, seeing Mr. Harvey, I mean, there was rumblings going on because they practice at a game-like intensity. And that's why the games were easy for those guys. I saw that with my own eyes. It was a different era. These guys now could not have survived with the way they practice. Because the way we practice,
I know.
yeah, they couldn't have made it.
I grew up in Warrenton, Virginia, and Monty Coleman married a young lady from my hometown.
Yes, beautiful young lady.
They usually get together during holidays, and man, I hear B. Mitch talk about Monty Coleman all the time.
That's my guy.
Well, I enjoy talking to you guys. Take care and be
You
safe.
take care of yourself.
Take care, Wayne.
All right.
All right, we're gonna thank you, man. We're gonna take a break here. We have Mark Zuckerman coming up, and you heard the big man is going to be coming up and making his major league debut. So we're gonna take a break here and get all that talk from Mark Zuckerman when we get back. It's B. Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Mr. Finley Show is also brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find your contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Let's go right to the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to Maryland. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. All right, let's go straight to our guy, Mark Zuckerman. You can follow Mark on X at Mark Zuckerman. That's capital Zuckerman. And Mark, breaking news in Nats land. James Wood is going to be coming up. Good move.
Yeah, B. Mitch. I think we've all been waiting for this one for a while. He's dominated at AAA, and I think in a perfect world, we probably would have seen him. I think they wanted to call him up a few weeks ago, maybe at the start of the month, to be honest. But he hurt his hamstring in late May. They took their time with that, gave him about 4 weeks to recover. But I think the thought all along was get him back, make sure he's healthy at AAA. He's played 6 games for them. Everything seems to be fine. And so it's time. And this is going to be their biggest debut of a prospect in quite some time, probably since Juan Soto would be my guess. Certainly the biggest one they've had since they started the rebuild. This guy and Dylan Cruz are the top 2. They have 2 of the very top prospects in baseball. And Wood, of course, one of the centerpieces of the Juan Soto trade. So it makes perfect sense. They have an 8-game homestand coming up starting Monday. Get the news out a few days early, get people hyped up a little bit. It all really adds up in my mind. It makes a lot of sense.
I think it's going to not only be a big debut, it's going to be a big person debuting.
Well, yeah, and also
he was 6'8",
6'7", and even though you think 6'7", you think like Aaron Judge. This guy is an incredible athlete. He runs like the wind, steals bases. He can play center field. I think he's probably going to be in left to get started here. But he is a true athlete, really a physical specimen. When people see him, you're going to be amazed that a guy who has that kind of body plays baseball the way that he plays it.
Wow.
Also, it really is a perfume for that stinker they put forth out in San Diego. That's why I just thought it from a timing standpoint, it could have been better.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if that was necessarily the intention. I think they were thinking this all along, but yeah, you're right. It helps bring some good news. I mean, here's another nice little quirk of it is that on Monday, Mackenzie Gore is scheduled to start for them. So now that's 2 players from the Soto trade, plus DJ Abrams, who should be at shortstop. It really comes together nicely for them. And, it's time to find out. I think we've been waiting for a long time for sort of when's this next wave. We've seen that first wave of their prospects, the guys they got in the trades who were closer to big league ready. But we've been waiting for when's that next group. And this is the group that's really supposed to kind of take them up a notch into contention again. Whether that happens this year or not, we'll see. But Wood is really the first one from that group who joins the scene. And look, there's going to be a lot of attention and a lot of pressure on him. I think they wanted to make sure that he did everything he could in the minor league level so that it didn't feel forced. I don't think this is forced in any way. He has dominated. He's done everything they've asked him to do, and now he's ready to play in the big leagues.
So it is like he's passed all the tests and he's shown that he has an eye because, a lot of college guys come up. The Major League Baseball pitchers like to work with him or play with him a little bit. He can hit the curve, everything.
Yeah, that's his thing, guys, is that he's got a great eye at the plate. He draws walks. He does strike out a lot, like a lot of players do nowadays. But he has good plate discipline. He hits for power. He hits for average. On base percentage in the minor at AAA this year was like 460. So that hasn't been an issue at all. Wow. He does it all. And yeah, there's going to be an adjustment period, of course. And if he gets off to a rough first week, the big leagues, nobody should panic. The Orioles, earlier this year called up their number 1 prospect, Jackson Holiday, number 1 prospect in baseball. He went something like 1 for 22. They sent him back down. So, it does happen. I think we've seen the way Mike Rizzo operates. It's why he is a little more conservative with these things. He wants to call a guy up and make that be the last move he has to make. They don't like calling someone up and having to send them back down if they struggle. So I think by delaying this a little bit, was his way of saying, we just want to be 100% sure that he has mastered every level. He's still only 21. It's not like he's an old prospect at all. But I think there's going to be a lot of leeway with him. If he does struggle, I don't think they're going to be saying, well, we got to send him back down in a couple of weeks. They'll let him work his way out of it. He's here to stay, barring something really disastrous happening.
Mark, they went through a stretch. They won 8 of 11. And now they're sitting in one where they've lost 5 of 7. What has happened? What's the major change?
To me, it's the pitching, guys. And, some of that was having to play at Coors Field, which can throw a whole pitching staff out of whack for a week or more. And you hope that wasn't the case. But it did, to me, feel a little bit like there was a domino effect of that series when they went to San Diego. So all of a sudden, the pitching staff, which has led the way most of the season, showing some cracks, particularly the bullpen, the back end of the bullpen, which has been so good. All of a sudden, Finnegan and Harvey starting to give it up. But they haven't had a day off. They finally got one yesterday, traveling from San Diego to Tampa. Maybe that let them reset here a little bit. But we know that offensively, they're not built to score a lot of runs, even though they have had some decent games here offensively in scoring. And it's been more an issue of the pitching staff that's finally started to wilt a little bit. Now, I think we all knew the pitching staff wasn't going to keep up that kind of level forever. You hope they can get it back. And if not, you hope now they can start scoring some more runs. And by calling up one of the best offensive prospects around, that's going to give a jolt to a lineup that has sorely needed it.
Yeah, they've been so productive on the base path. I just love the fact of where they threaten you. They're not real good with the long ball, but they play good short ball. Do you see that changing anymore by adding a little more power to the lineup?
Well, it's nice to know that you can score 3 runs with one big swing of the bat, for sure. And that's what they're going to hope that he does for them. But like I said, he runs really well, too. He had 10 stolen bases at AAA. So I don't think that's going to change their identity. They want to be a running team. Now, they have not been as good at it lately. That's been another issue that has come up. They're running a lot, but they're getting picked off. They're getting thrown out a lot more than they would. And Davey Martinez has been adamant that he's not going to change their style. He wants them to be smarter about it. Teams have adapted, no question. I mean, I saw last weekend the Rockies throw a pitch out on an 0-2 pitch and get Jacob Young thrown out at second base. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw a pitch out in the big leagues. That just doesn't happen anymore. Clearly, they were anticipating they were going to run, and they caught him. So they've got to be smarter about what they're doing on the bases. But I still think this is what they want to be. An influx of power would be great. It gives you another way to score runs. But this is still a team that, for the most part, isn't going to hit home runs. And so you got to try to manufacture it other ways, and they want to do that. They just want to be smarter about it.
How much longer in this whole process you think is going to be? Years? Year and a half, 2 years?
So, I mean, I think in their mind, they would say that they've been targeting next year all along as one to contend. And that this was a year that they're going to kind of touch on the fringes of it. And it's still, I mean, look, the wild card race is so bizarre this year. Nobody has stepped up, and everyone's just kind of hovering at or below 500. That it's not out of the question. They get hot again here, they could be right in the middle of it. But I think deep down, they've looked at next year with Wood here, with Dylan Cruz ideally up. And I think really the biggest unknown of it all is, if they kind of stick near 500 this year and they think they're ready to take a bigger step next year, is ownership ready to start spending again on free agents? That's the big unknown. If they do, I think this is a team that believes it can contend next year. If they don't, it's a tougher path. You've got to go young. You've got to go cheap. And they may have to wait for a few more kids, whoever those might be, to come along. So I think that's the big issue that we're going to be looking at this winter, if things play out the way the rest of the season that we think it might.
Well, that's good news. I mean, most people are worried about who's going on the DL, and that's not something you have to fret with, and it's just action. I love the action, despite what happened down in San Diego. And even there were moments you were close. That's the comforting thing about it, and I can't help to look up 95 and see the brothers in orange and black and seeing how dominant they can be at times. And it wasn't too long ago that they were in our position. So I feel good about it.
Yeah, and I think it's a good model to look at, guys. The Nats could be what the Orioles were in 2022, which was a team that was starting to come together. They called a lot of their kids up. They hung around the race. They didn't make it. They faded at the end. And then in 2023, they took off and were one of the best teams in the league. Now, they did it with some of the best drafting and developing that baseball has seen in a long time. In the Nats case, it's both a combination of drafting and trades, and you'd like to think that they can also do it with free agency. We will see. But it's not a bad model to look at what the Orioles have done. And just in terms of their timeline of it, they kind of caught people by surprise 2 years ago. That's where the Nats are right now. And then the following year, they took off and are, legit top team in baseball last season and now again this season. And the Nats can hope that it all comes together the same way and that they're in that position in 2025 and 2026.
We give Rizzo a lot of credit. We give some of these prospects a lot of credit. How much credit does Martinez, Davey, deserve?
I think he deserves more than he sometimes gets. And I understand that this is a flawed team in some ways and that they do still make some fundamental mistakes like on the bases and things like that. What I'll say about Davey, and I think what's amazing to me is that this applied when he was managing a team full of veterans and big name guys. It's the same thing when they had teams of retreads that were just trying not to lose 100 games in recent years. And it still applies this year with a younger and hungrier team that wants to start winning. They always play hard. They don't always pull it off, but we laugh when he says, hey, the boys battled, I'm proud of them. But it's been a consistent theme all the way through. I've seen enough teams over the years here, guys, who, when things didn't go well, they let it spiral out of control. They didn't have the motivation or the leadership or the camaraderie, whatever you want to call it, to kind of keep things together and play hard no matter the situation. That has never been an issue under Davey Martinez, and I think that is a direct reflection of him and the mindset that he tries to create and the culture that he's tried to create here. And I give him a lot of credit because there are not a lot of managers who would get that out of so many different types of teams. Big name, high-priced star teams, young teams, losing teams. That part has been consistent ever since he got here.
Well, Mark, we appreciate you giving us some time, brother.
Good to hear
Thank
your
you very
voice,
much.
bro.
And let's hope James
Absolutely.
will come up and take him yard all day.
Hey.
Absolutely. Great to talk to you guys.
I
All right,
appreciate
brother.
you. Mark Zuckerman, Master Sports, joining us here on B. Mitchell Finley Show, 106.7 The Fan. We're going to take us a break here. When we get back, we're going to jump into the Heard It Here first. And I didn't pick yesterday, did I?
Yeah, we did just some picks, though.
You know what happens when you don't pick, B?
Yeah.
What happened?
L.
You lost.
Yeah.
And
L.
We'll tell you
I
the
think
rest of
the
how we went.
Birds, yeah, I
yesterday.
think we did have a few winners.
Yeah. So yeah,
I was 4-1.
Send
so I
us the
don't care.
break, bro. Send us the break. We don't want to hear your excuses.
No excuses, B.
Been good hanging out with you, Doc. Think I'll see you again next week, right?
I hope so. If Landfill, I work privately for Landfill, so if he gives me the thumbs up, then you can count on me. Yeah.
You want to let him off, Landfill?
Thumbs up. Yeah.
Thumbs up?
We need more Doc Walker on the air.
Well,
the people demand it.
All right.
I just try to be there for the people, man.
Landfill, what's your plans this weekend, brother?
I'm going to take a nap.
You gotta get your sleep, brother.
Yeah.
They don't realize that. It's important.
All he does is nap. Hell.
It's important.
I missed my nap yesterday, and I've been.
Why?
We had to do a podcast training, Doc.
Who
train? What?
Me and Jeff and Denton Day and Matt Valdez.
Jeff
You just mentioned 4 all-stars. What would you be training?
We we don't become all-stars without training.
Well, I'll give you that.
Just
I'll
like
give you that.
practice.
That's
just like
right.
football.
That's right. That's right.
You sure
That's
Jeff
right.
was here?
No, we were at home, but I couldn't get my nap in because I had to be awake.
Okay.
The training was at 4:00.
Mm-hmm.
So
Prime napping
Valdez,
time.
who was leading the training?
Somebody named Jeff.
Okay.
Jeff gave him a shout out for having a great name.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Lord.
Wow.
I didn't even realize. I was just chatting, and I didn't know there were 10 other people in the Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you just thought you were by yourself?
Yeah, because I got in literally pretty early. I was right there. So people were going to be late. There were a few late people.
So in other words, you beat people?
He was on time.
I was
You
actually
said you beat other
I was
people?
actually early. I was in the Zoom at like 3:30.
And it started at 4?
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
I was setting up for a gig, so I got to my gig early, set up, and just made sure I was there so I could just come back and sit down.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. I know you didn't game plan that.
Oh, I did. Because the gig came in the day before. So I did.
All right.
You'll be proud of me, bro.
Okay. Now, this time I am. You finally did something how you supposed to do it. What's your plans this weekend, Jeff, that you can say over air?
This weekend, tonight I'm going to support Lamont Roach Jr., Greg Outlaw, Jordan Roach, Scooter Davis. I'm going to support all of the local boxing. Yeah. Saturday, if anybody want to come party with me, I'll be DJing at 202 Lounge. That's right up by Capital One Arena. Nice lounge, nice drink prices. And the DJ, this bald, handsome fella named Jeff Too Funny, is going to be there.
Hey, turn off his mic.
And he going to rock the crowd.
He
That's
ball.
it, though.
One thing you said is true. He's ball.
Yeah, he is ball. I love
Doc,
that.
what you got going on this weekend, man?
Well, tonight, the young fellas, I get a chance to go to University of Maryland. I love young youth football programs that go on, a lot of great youth coaches in our area, and programs going on. It really is its 10th year. So I get a chance to go out and watch these kids be celebrated, some of a graduation of a sort, anything that, you have been in for 10 years. Coach Terrence Bird does a great job, and over the good folks at St. John's and Coach Loxley at University of Maryland that provide the facilities and have just been a great steward of DMV youth sports and football in particular, my favorite sport. So it'll be good to be over and see the kids, the parents, and try to get involved with that as you do. Promoting youth sports is the most fun I ever get a chance to do is being around people that aren't sitting around playing video games, but they out there working.
Yeah.
Trying to accomplish some skills.
They
get
getting
better.
they're working on their
Working
craft
on the
the
skill,
proper way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that. And try to do everything I can to support it.
I'm with you on that. I think I'm
when you teeing off.
I'm supposed to be playing a golf tournament. I got to figure out if I'm gonna go tonight or tomorrow.
I say the nights, so you get you some rest.
Where is it at?
In the United States of America.
Oh, yeah. I forgot you, B. We can't just be giving
Yes,
you.
exactly.
Yeah,
It don't matter where it's at.
My bad.
My information.
No,
It's
I was
just
just
private, man.
about to say.
He flies private, so it don't matter where it's
Do
at.
it turn up at night? Like, would you ever get like?
Yeah, it don't matter where it's at.
Now, when I'm playing golf early, I normally chill out because I gotta have my focus.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Makes
mean,
sense.
I only have about eight drinks.
8. Are you surprised? No word from France today. Paris.
I mean,
he's in Italy.
Oh, he's in Italy. Okay.
Just so you know that.
Is he asleep? Okay.
I know he did post up a bobblehead of Mike Tyson because that wasn't Mike Tyson on that bobblehead. That was Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson.
Tyson.
Okay. Let me pull that up. All right, man. Let's find out who won the week. Landfill.
Hey. Mm.
All right, how we go, Jeff?
Okay,
hold on. I'm gonna do this right now. Make sure you tune in to Grant and Danny after this show because they will be talking James Wood starting at 2 and probably going all the way. What do you got? 6:30? This show go to 6:30. It's a long damn time. But they're gonna give you a lot.
I actually think it might only be 6:20 tonight because
okay, 6:20. They're gonna give you a lot of James Wood, all the updates, and what's going to be happening as this young man is called up. Want to see that power? All right, Jeff, what we got?
Okay, so this week, we said you didn't make no bet, so we was like, you know what? Landfill won the week against the show, and we just had a one-off bet. We had a one-off bet because Doc was here, and we was like, we gonna have like a separate heard it here first between Doc, Landfill, and myself.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, Landfill bet did not hit. I tried to go for the parlay and win it, but half of my bet was wrong because the Yankees got belt put to bottom, and Jared, bleep you, bro. Bleep
hey,
you,
man,
Jared.
you the cooler. Every time you bet on somebody,
you know why I say that? Because they were hot for a minute, and I was betting on them, and they never got. But ever since Jared, man, Jared just had to bring that up, and now they really went on a cold streak. And my other half of the bet, it hit, which gave Doc the lead in the win for the day because the Orioles won.
Oh, it gave you. It gave me.
All that excuses you
gave
make
you the win.
when you don't get both of the sides on the parlay, you lose, fool.
I went with the black and orange to be exact.
Lucky you, man.
No, well,
well, we ain't gonna call it luck. You
call it whatever you want to call it. Just call me winner.
All right, winner.
Call it anything you want to say.
All right, winner.
Yeah, as long as you call me champion.
Yeah,
that's okay.
So in other words, you basically did all that to say that y'all both just sucked and Doc beat y'all.
Well,
did you happen to catch any of the Orioles?
Yes.
They brutalized.
I would say it was bad. It wasn't worth watching.
They brutalized.
Unless you're just a fan of the Orioles and wanted to see runs just flowing.
Yeah, that's how they are.
Well, that's normally what fans want to see, Jeff.
Yeah.
That's why I say unless you're a fan and want to see that.
You don't like the Orioles? I mean, you like the Ravens. You may as well like the rest of the teams up there.
I was mad because we just lost by 7 runs. You think I want to see a team that's in competition with us winning like that? It would be cool. The Yankees. You know I'm a Yankees fan, bro. Stop it. Stop it.
Wherever you swing it back, you say us.
When I say Commanders, when I say us, do you got a helmet on?
Yeah.
No.
I asked you that question too.
No, you know.
I don't talk about you in helmets no more. You get mad when I talk about you in helmets.
Okay. Do you ask, do I got shoulder pads and a jersey on?
Well,
no. I get mad when you insinuate that I was garbage.
We know you had shoulder pads.
Yeah, I was about to say, I get mad when you insinuate I'm garbage. I wasn't garbage.
I never insinuate you were garbage.
No, you said you wasn't good. No, that's good. All right, we gonna fight, bro.
I want to thank Ben Strauss for joining us earlier. Also, Mark Zuckerman and everybody that called into the show. If you even listened to the show today, I appreciate it. Thank you all. God bless you. Be safe this weekend, and hopefully we'll see you on Monday at 10 o'clock. Make sure you tune in to Grant and Danny to hear all of the information on James Wood.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in June 28th, 2024. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. We've got an excellent show planned for you today. At 3 o'clock, draft expert Fran Fraschilla, who knows more about basketball outside of this country than anybody else covering the draft, will talk Alex Sarr and the Wizards trio of draft picks with us. At 5 o'clock, Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk on exactly what the fallout's going to be of the NFL losing a case, the big Sunday ticket controversy that we've been talking about. And it is Friday, Danny, which means Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag at 6 o'clock. In 4 hours, we're taking you all the way up to 6:20 right here on The Fan. Danny Rouillet is looking good today.
Thank you, my friend. I'm feeling good, Billy Ray. Today is one of those cool days. Today's a nice one, right? You got some sport to talk about, as you discussed. We've got a couple interesting guests. Teams are making moves. But I would start here on the diamond, the local 25. Still over 25-man rosters, right?
26.
They're 26 now?
Yeah. The local 26.
I still haven't gotten used to that, by the way. Forgive me on that. It's been 25 my whole life. Now it's 26. There's going to be a more intriguing member of that 26, I believe, coming very soon.
James Wood.
Here we go.
Is coming to Washington, D.C. James Wood is being called up by the Washington Nationals. He will make his much anticipated, long-awaited Major League debut, Danny Rouillet, on Monday night at Nationals Park against the vaunted rivals, the New York Mets. One more weekend of waiting, and then it's James Wood time. I think the ballpark could be electric on Friday night.
Why not?
People have been waiting for months. There's now 72 hours for everybody to go get their tickets for a little celebration of baseball in the district, a nice benchmark of where this team is at in their rebuild. James Wood, well-deserved. He's not just getting pushed to the majors. In fact, you can, and I will, make the case he could have and should have been up a long time ago. People forget he was the best player on the team in spring training. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Big league spring training, James Wood was the best player on the club. They sent him to AAA. No problem. He's 21. Let's let him face left-handed pitching. Let's let him go take on some guys who have pitched in the big leagues before. Let's let him learn how to run the bases a little cleaner and do all those nuanced things, right? Those minor details that at the big league level, you get exposed if you haven't mastered. But pretty early in the season, as the best player at AAA, he had proven, I can thrive at the major league level. Now I'm going to fail some too because it's really, really hard. See Jackson Holliday,
sure,
Wyatt Langford, and all the other top prospects.
Failure game, man,
who have been called up and struggled this year. But I belong on that big league team, and he has been probably the best player at the 3A level all year. 346 average, 1036 OPS, double-digit homers, double-digit stolen bases. As a 21-year-old, he'd be headed to the Futures game for the second time in as many years in a couple weeks if he wasn't promoted, and he will be. The debut that you've been waiting for Monday at home for the Nats against the Mets, James Wood time.
Signs of advancement, signs of maturity, too. The walks and strikeouts are almost 1-to-1 in an era where that's unheard of. Now, again, that's at the AAA level. You're about to see, exploding sliders and all sorts of other buckets of filth at the show. And yeah, the guys are going to struggle. It's a failure game. Always has been and will continue to be so. He has been ready, as you said, for some time. I understand some of the delays. I get it. I know what they're trying to do. A couple extra weeks of James Wood, while fun for us, maybe long-term for the organization, may not be the smartest thing, the best business practice. The best way to build a championship contender in the next handful of seasons might be to be able to get something in trade, hopefully for a Rosario, for a Gallo, for a Senzel, for a Winker. I understand all that. I get it. From a baseball perspective, he's just turning in A+ homework. He's taking every pop quiz and he keeps passing it. Well, he hasn't faced left-handed pitching in twilight. He hasn't faced a submarine left-handed pitcher on the road in a 4:00 game where the sun is setting to the west and there's kind of a shadow that the ball goes in and out of. He's done everything he could possibly do at the levels below Major League Baseball. It's time. It's been time. I'm not here to kvetch about how much it's been the time. The time is coming. It's happening on Monday.
Yeah. So what I think would have happened, honestly, was he would have been called up at the end of May, right when he got hurt. That's my belief. So if you remember, he hurt the hamstring basically right when there's no true deadline, but the timing works out that you can avoid arbitration ramifications for calling a player up. If you go back and look at when like Matt Wieters got called up when he was an elite prospect for the Orioles, or Adley Rutschman. A lot of the top prospects in the game, and this year was no different, came up right around late May. And generally that's past the date. There's 2 dates everyone was kind of worried about. The first, you just went through some of this, is like when you become a free agent, burning a year, accruing a season. And so they wanted to wait long enough into the year to avoid that, I'd imagine. I think that's good business.
That's smart, especially for a team that's not going to win 100 games.
Totally. And I think if you're James Wood, you're probably annoyed by that. But they got business to tend to. Your agent, Scott Boras, and he's not going to do them any favors when it's time for free agency. They're not going to do you any favors right now as a result. The second date, which I had a little more of an issue with, is just money from ownership, which is to say he can potentially make more money in arbitration if you were to call him up in April or late April, May, whatever it is. And if you wait even longer, then you don't have to worry about that Super 2 status, and you might be able to save some money in arbitration hearings. And that's possibly a consideration and something that they cared about. When that clock expired, it was right around the final week of May. And I think that's probably when he was about to get called up on the next homestand. That's when he hurt his hamstring. He's out for the better part of a month. Now you bring him back and he can only play one out of every few games, which gets us to right now. And this is the next homestand. So had they not have called him up on this homestand, I would have lost my mind and really been angry. We would have started doing some kind of where in the world is James Wood thing on the show and started a James Wood yacht tracker situation. And it really would have been a lot to deal with, and I would have been insufferable, and people would have been really, really upset. But I think as it worked out, assuming their plan all along was late May, he got hurt, and now it's early July because of that, no harm, no foul. He's going to be in the big leagues for the rest of the season. I think we're going to see Dylan Cruz in the major leagues by the end of the year as well. So go get your shirts at 1067 The Fans merch shop right now. In fact, Danny, I believe, tweeted out the link.
Indeed.
You could go check it out at Funny Danny if you want to buy. We've got a couple different shirts that qualify. We've got shirts that say "We've got Wood," which is directly a reference to James Wood.
It's about baseball.
A baseball player.
Thank you.
We've got the Cruz Wood 24 shirts that are available for you at the merch shop as well, so you can go grab those. But it won't be long before James Wood is making his presence felt in the major leagues as he has in the minors all year long.
Still working his way back from an injury. Here's the 1-0. Breaking ball lifted in the air. Deep left center field. Acuna's racing back. He runs out of room at the left center field wall. This ball is gone. James Wood is healthy, and he is back in a big way for the Rochester Red Wings.
Here's what I love about James Wood and what I think people are going to fall for. Ideally, he's going to hit quickly. Not everyone who gets called up does. It's really, really hard. Massive power. He can homer at any given moment. He's made massive swing adjustments to help him with bat to ball. You're seeing that in the 346 average he's hitting for. And as you referenced, the cut down on strikeouts and the fact that he walks and strikes out at about the same rate, pretty awesome. But he also is exceptionally fast. He is a terrific defensive player. There are not that many guys on the planet, Danny, that are 6'7" who can run like him. But literally, I mean, we're talking about like half of the top percentile of human beings at his size in terms of athleticism. He has been clocked from home to first at some of the highest speeds as a base runner in the sport. At 6'7", normally the really fast guys look like Jacob Young or Juan Pierre or Trey Turner, those, really compact, twitchy. No. This is Aaron Judgian stuff. Like 6'7", long limbs, looks like he could play forward in the NBA. By the way, he was a great basketball player.
Yeah, maybe he could, honestly.
In D.C. at St. John's College High School before he transferred to Florida to play where he was drafted out of at IMG Academy. But the size, the way he glides and runs, the power, he's got all the tools.
The glide is the word. So if you, I don't know how to explain this in a great way, but if you just watched him without frame or context, watched him run, you'd go, hey, that's what big people look like when they run. Kind of these long strides. It doesn't look like he's moving that fast. He eats up ground. There's no other way to say it. It looks like when he's going after a fly ball, you're like, dude, go hard. Go get it. And then you realize he's just covered more ground than anybody else can. He glides. There's a smoothness and a grace to his movements that people sort of mistake as lack of effort. Nope, sorry, he's just incredibly skilled and he makes it look easy. It is not. You heard in that highlight. He's drilling balls out of the yard to left center field, going oppage right there. As a minor leaguer, as a guy that still probably has, 20, 30 pounds of muscle at some point to put on, you would think, as he gets older and in the weight room more. and still he's got light tower power as it is. This is a special prospect. Like there is a chance for things that you're going to shake your head at. Like once every other game, he has a chance to do something where you go, thank God I got a ticket. Thank God I was watching in that moment.
It may not happen right away.
Right.
Maybe it will. That would be awesome. If he comes
It'd
up,
be cool.
We've talked about this on the show because we do nerdy baseball stuff from time to time. But there was a story written by Ken Rosenthal this year in The Athletic that tackled the storyline of the gap growing between AAA and the major leagues. And the fact that promotions of the elite prospects, the blue chippers at 3A, to the major leagues have not garnered the same results this year as in many, many years in the past. And what is factually accurate is that the pitching, the quality of pitching, which is quantifiable with Stuff Plus, at the AAA level, is not on the level right now that it has been over the last few years. And there's a lot of reasons why that is. We don't need to get into all of them. But the point is, to a man almost, every single great player at the minor league level who's been called up to the majors has actually really struggled this season. Some of them, the best prospect in baseball, Jackson Holliday, with this group, have been so bad that they got sent back down. He went 2 for 34. I think what the Nats were doing to some extent was to make sure that when Wood got called up, they never had to send him back down. But it could happen,
sure,
that you got a long swing, complicated swing, that he goes 1 for his first 17, or God forbid and hope not, 2 for his first 26 or whatever. But I think they're going to be willing, especially in the second half of a season where they're at in this rebuild, to let him play. Because the other thing is he can help you in the outfield. If he goes 0 for 4 with a couple punch outs, he might make a great catch up against the wall. If he goes 0 for 4 with 2 Ks, he might make some exceptional play on the base paths, where after a walk where he went first to third, or he might steal a base. The way that they run at the big league level, this guy's going to be able to add to how they operate as a base stealing operation. I remember a scout, good buddy of mine, the guy's name is John. He worked for the Mariners forever. And he told me that when he was young in baseball, in that scouting department, like Ken Griffey Jr. was this player that was so unique because he said every single time he went to a game, he was going to do something awesome. And there are only a few players you could say that about.
Yep.
That's a true 5-tool talent. Like maybe he strikes out and doesn't do anything at the plate, but he gets to a ball nobody else does. And I'm not going to put James Wood on that level. That's not what I'm doing. What I am saying, though, is he has the ability to impact the game with every single tool. And because of that, I think it kind of elevates his floor as it pertains to being called up. Also, who are you replacing? Maybe Eddie Rosario.
This is what I was going to say.
He's hitting 180 and has helped you for about 2 weeks out of the entire season. Like you're not asking him to go hit 300 with power and help you win a World Series. This is a bad team that is actually playing okay.
Mm-hmm.
They are competitive for the wild card right now, but they don't really have playoff designs necessarily. If you accidentally mess around and James Wood plays his butt off and leads the team to some great second half,
great.
No harm, no foul. That's awesome. Let's go have a playoff series. Let's go be a wild card team. But if he's just out there going through some growing pains for a team losing a lot, that's also okay.
And that's kind of my point. That was the biggest baseball argument here that I was getting into with folks. Not all the time, but whenever it would get brought up, what if he struggles? Okay. It's not as if he's replacing someone that's killing it. It's not as if he's, you can't afford to hit to not hit a guy that's hitting 160 or 180 in Gallo and Rosario, respectively. It's not like you can't sit Nick Senzel down for a game or something and spot start someone at DH. I mean, no, there is no blocking him. This is not a, what was it? Ryan Howard, Jim Tomei situation in Philadelphia. That's not what this is. They have temporary short-term guys that they were going to try to spin for profit, which is a very reasonable thing to do when you're a second division ball club. But there's nothing blocking him. Let him go 1 for 30, right? The Orioles couldn't afford to do it with Holiday because they're trying to win a World Series. They're in one of the most competitive divisions in the sport, and the Yankees got off to a rip-roaring start. And Toronto's frisky, and Tampa's always really good, and Boston's been better than expected. So you don't have time to let a kid figure it out. The Nationals, you know what they got? Time. Let him go. Let him go. Let him fail. That's part of this. The other guys get paid to play too. They are literally trying to figure out ways to get you out, and millions of dollars and hours go into it. So yes, let him struggle. I cannot wait.
Non-opening day. Take that out of the equation. That's a perennial holiday, annual holiday. The last time there was a game as exciting as Monday, as far as like, I got to get a ticket and be there for that, for the Nationals. You got to go back to the postseason in 19, I would think.
Yes.
Maybe there was something in 20. Well, no, that was a pandemic.
So I would say
nobody was in the ballpark.
The first time you could go back in 21, but special circumstances. But I see your point.
I think that's opening day.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, frankly, I'm saying maybe it's been 5 years. That's what this is about.
For a pure baseball reason, without a doubt.
Because Lucas Giolito making his debut was not on this level. I mean, this is a top 5 prospect in the game. Depending on the publication, some are going to tell you, including a guest we had on yesterday, might be the number 1 prospect in the game. But it's just different because now it's the online era. Everyone, I've got an MLB app that allows me to watch Rochester at home every night. And I do. And I post videos and live tweeting box scores. And, most people are not nerdy enough to care, listening to Bustin' Loose Baseball, me and Toby breaking down James Woods at bats every week or whatever. But there are people that are, for sure. A lot of you are out there. But just generally, the way that the prospects are covered, the amount of attention, the exposure they get is a lot bigger than it has ever been before. And they have not had a prospect like him since, I would say, you got to go Strasburg, Harper, and now probably him.
So people are going to say, well, what about Soto? I don't think anyone knew exactly.
Nobody did.
Right. He wasn't the untouchable guy. It was Victor Robles was the untouchable guy.
Soto was known by the, obviously in the org, they liked him. But I'm not trying to do like a me bit. I do a prospect baseball show every Sunday morning. We barely talked about Juan Soto until the season in which you guys saw him. He was a great hitter, way under the radar. Nobody knew. It was a couple months before he debuted in the big leagues that everyone started talking about, look at this guy. What's his deal? What's he about? There was not a hype train with him. It just didn't exist. And it's also different to an extent, I think, fair or not. Soto, a Dominican Republic native who kind of burst onto the scene. James Wood went to St. John's College High School in Washington, D.C. His family lives here. His dad was a basketball legend and played at the University of Richmond. I see him at Nats Park every now and then, chilling behind home plate, right? Like in the whatever that club is. Not the Terra, but above that. Like I've seen him at Nats Park. This family they're locals.
Yeah.
And he is a DC area kid who was known as a basketball and baseball prospect at St. John's before he went to IMG Academy. And in baseball circles, he's been celebrated now the last few years as kind of the next big thing. It's exciting, man. I am fired up. I cannot wait for Monday night. Obviously, you hope for him that he has his big moment. Whether that's he pulls the ball down the line for a home run would be amazing, or maybe he makes a sliding catch, or just has his first big league
just has
hit.
a nice moment. I mean, either way, it's going to be electric. He'll get ovations, and it'll be fun. But you hope for that follow through one, even if it's he dumps a single in the left center field in front of a couple fielders. Like
totally.
Even if it's an infield hit or something where we call timeout. And the guys look at the one of the fielders and make that little wave of the hand because we want the baseball, get it authenticated for his first big league hit. Just everybody, it goes to the point we're talking about with Jaden Daniels for a while, and or some of the kids on the Capitals. You just want to see the thing. You just want to see the reason for excitement. You want to see the reason everyone's so optimistic. You want to see the follow through and the hype. Even if he goes first 25, if that one is something cool. If there's a special moment of some kind and you go, okay, it's all worth it. All we're doing is filling up the hope tank.
It's happening. Darris fired up again. It is time to celebrate the arrival of James Wood to the Washington Nationals. Monday at Nats Park. I'll be there. Right here, raising my hand. Darris, you going to be there on Monday?
I will be there.
Darris Dameron will be there, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Clary, what are you doing Monday night? At 6:45.
I am headed over to Nationals Park to see James Wood.
Now, this is not a New York Yankee, Spencer Jones.
You know it's not a Yankee game.
That's true.
Big 6'7" Spencer Jones is not getting called up for the Yankees.
That's fair.
This is not Jason Dominguez's return.
Do we let him come to Nats Park Monday night, Darris? What do we think? Do we allow him back in?
That's tough. I think we need to stew over
Let's
it
think about
throughout
it.
the show. Yeah, we'll think it over.
Tell you what. You are more than welcome to join your boys.
Thank you.
For the maiden voyage of your season at Nats Park.
Thank you, guys.
James Wood, Locked on Clary. Danny, what are you doing at 6:45 p.m. on Monday night?
So I have been trying to clear this with members of the family for purposes and pickups and taking the kids to and fro.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I will be at Nats Park on Monday.
No, you won't. Danny Rubio.
By God, that's Danny's music.
No, you won't. Danny Rubio.
By God, that's Danny's music.
Are you serious?
That's Danny Rubio's music.
This is big.
Yeah.
Can we get a write-up on that, Luigi Pietro?
Yeah.
Stop the presses. It's James Wood Day in Washington, D.C.
By
on Monday.
God.
So we're going to broadcast from the ballpark. I got to work this out. I want to talk to people and see if we can maybe get down on the field for BP live on the show. But we need to blow this out.
You see if we can hit BP? No?
Let's roll the poll a little bit. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Danny, can try to relive the glory days at the George Washington University. 36 career home runs for this guy.
Yeah, that's right.
James
None in the last 20-some years, though, I will say. But, I'm not really able to do that anymore.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Wait till you hear what Austin Eckler had to say about another prospect everyone's excited about in town, Jaden Daniels. That's next. It is a big day in DC sports. If you missed the news earlier today, James Wood is going to be joining the Nationals in the big leagues for a debut on Monday. I'm told, by the way, that he will play at AAA Rochester tonight and tomorrow, it sounds like. So I think he'll be in the lineup today and tomorrow. Now, what you do other than put him in bubble wrap to just get him to Monday, I'm not sure, because you got to get him through 18 innings.
Yeah.
God forbid something happens. But maybe you DH him once or twice. I don't know. Maybe you tell him, hey, let's not leg out any infield hits here. We don't need to bust it down the line. Let's just make sure we're healthy come Monday. But you would be able to speak to this better than I could, Danny, as a, like, stick aside, excellent collegiate hitter. I don't know when the timing falls, but I don't want him not playing from now till Monday.
Can't do that.
So he needs his at-bats.
Yes.
So get him in the lineup today. Get him in the lineup tomorrow. Like a Sunday day off, maybe it's your travel day to DC, and then he plays Monday night.
That's how I'd feel about it. So I would say, at a minimum, he needs to hit the normal course of at-bats that he would take. If you want to DH him once in there, that's totally fine. I think
to make sure, like, you're not running around the outfield and adding any risk.
Yeah, you can't have just risking timing, which is such a fleeting thing. And these guys are dealing with basically speeding bullets that move in 17 different directions. It's almost impossible to tell which way is going which. So yeah, he needs to see live pitching. Don't take too many breaks from that. Guys coming back from injury have to deal with it. That's why you do minor league rehab assignments for hitters. But I would say it's also valuable to be in the outfield maybe one of those couple of days. Again, seeing balls off the bat, spins, angles, those sorts of things that you just can't replicate in BP or shagging fly balls or having a coach, throw it over your head, get your footwork in. But yeah, have him in the game, then it'd be fine to get him off his feet. And I would say if you want to Cadillac a couple, if you hit a couple room service ground balls, you want a big league get down to first, by all means, because you're going to the big leagues.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You are listening to The Fan. Let's talk about another of the top prospects in this town that everybody's excited about. Jaden Daniels, taken number 2 overall out of LSU. Austin Eckler has been doing some interviews this week where he's talking about Daniels. This specific audio comes from NFL Network, where Eckler was asked about the quarterback, and to say that his reports about Daniels are glowing would be an understatement.
We got a stud in Jaden Daniels. He's an absolute stud out there slinging it. I've loved his leadership that he's shown early on. He's texting me about routes. He's calling me out in practice. Hey, Eck, this is what we need to do on this, or what did you see on this choice route? And so he's got all of the right stuff that I'd love to see from a quarterback that he's been bringing out in the first couple weeks that I've met him. And so I'm looking forward to his growth. And we have a lot of veterans, like you mentioned, that we brought in to help set the culture. And so it's been, as you mentioned, it's been a vibe. And so, yeah, I don't want you to look, it's a new year. I don't know what happened here last year. I do, but that's last year. This is a whole new year.
Austin Eckler on NFL Network.
A, he's awesome. B, I love that. I don't know what happened last year. I mean, I do. Everyone does. But yeah, but it's in the past. Shh. Yeah, I like that.
I think he catches himself because he's saying, I don't know what happened, as if to say, I don't know how what happened. And it came out like, I don't know what their record was or what it was like around here. And like, I know they were pretty bad. And they picked second in the draft.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about right now. So I also liked that answer from Eckler. Here's what I liked, though, more than that. Calling him a stud, praising and laying adoration at him for his leadership. The fact that Daniels is apparently texting him about different routes or concepts or ways to do things. And then in practice, questioning, why'd you choose to do it this way? Or do you like me to throw it here? When do you want the football on this play and release and screen, whatever it is? I said this earlier in the offseason. That is the content I want.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm craving. You guys can have your video of him slow motion that the team puts out where he's throwing against air with like some rock music underneath of it. Not to say that that's not cool too.
I want that too.
A couple of those can be good. But I want to hear he's a great leader. I want to hear a veteran player going, I've really been impressed because he's texting me late at night, clearly watching film or in the playbook. That's the stuff that moves the needle for me.
So this is beyond, there are different levels to understanding things, right? In other words, you can mechanically go through and go, I know what happens on a given play. The running back flares out to the right. The slot receiver runs, a 7-yard hitch. The outside receiver on that side runs a post, and the other guy's running a drag at this yardage depth. There's one thing to know that and memorize that, and you have to, right? Quarterbacks, that's a prerequisite for the job. You know where people are going to be generally. The next level, the greatness level, and again, I'm not saying he's great yet. He hasn't played a game. I fully understand that. But my point is the greatness level, that next level, that preternatural thinking is, okay, on your choice route here, Austin Eckler, you broke it this way because you saw what? Because I tell you what I saw. I saw the linebacker slightly drop in his stance, his left foot, and to hip to swivel a certain way. It's almost like he was anticipating you went to the right on your choice route. Couldn't you have come across his face? Why did you make that choice? So that next time I know, A, what you're thinking, B, what I can read and read differently. It's not just on this play, you run a 5-yard hitch and it's mechanical. There's that level of understanding that comes with the material. We all went through school, right? You remember you regurgitated something, you'd memorize a thing. Did you learn it? Maybe not. But that understanding of the material where you could then have a debate and a discussion, both with classmates, a professor, a teacher, whatever, that showed you mastered it. And that's the stuff that sticks with you. Those are the things that happen to guys who've been in the league for a while. Not just memorizing the playbook, which, by the way, is really, really hard. It's a total foreign language compared to what you've done before. But you have to understand why the certain word is the word, right? When you to truly be fluent in a language, it's not just, okay, I speak this word in English, I then go to that word in Spanish or French or whatever, and then I can recall it. You could know those sorts of things, memorization, but why you say a certain phrase, a certain idiomatic a bit of syntax, all these different things, that level of understanding for a guy at this stage is so exciting.
What I love about it being Eckler saying this stuff publicly is that he was in LA in 2020 when Justin Herbert was a rookie, who's now a top 10, maybe a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. And in that rookie year, remember, Herbert threw for 4,400 yards, 31 touchdowns, and 10 interceptions. Missed a game and still put up 4,030 and 10. Pretty astounding.
Yep.
He saw the early days and the early stages of Herbert. So presumably, he is able to juxtapose what he's getting from Daniels, what he's seeing from this rookie, and the one who is turned into a star. And he's still impressed. That I really, really like. That matters to me a little more.
He was also there for Rivers, too, by the way. Crossed over with Phil Rivers for a handful of seasons.
As a veteran.
Sure.
Sure.
So you get to see the both ends of it, so you know that it's not just okay. The rookie's asking a question or two. I'm sure it's the same. Whereas Phil Rivers, that offense was his, right?
I just meant that he has
I know
done
what you mean.
the early pick rookie thing before, where the guy was a superstar and he knew what it looked like in the early stages. But yeah, he's also worked with an excellent, long-time Pro Bowl type, frankly, Hall of Fame caliber quarterback. So he's kind of run the gamut. Here's where I'd like to go on the phones on this, and we should open them up for the first time today at 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. 800-636-1067. When you hear all of this adoration for Jaden Daniels and all the positivity that the team's putting out, does it make you more confident that they got the pick right or that he's about to ball out early in the season? Do you feel better about him as a prospect, or do you dismiss it because what else would they be saying? Like, I wonder if you break through some of the cynicism with Daniels, because with Carson Wentz, I was very dismissive. With all due respect to them, like, I've seen this guy in 2 different places. It can't be that great. I kind of know it's not going to be awesome. Might be okay, but it's not going to be terrible. It's not going to be outstanding, right? How do you feel about when you hear Eckler, when you hear Quinn, when you hear all of the praising of the quarterback? They are doing the same thing in New England. They're doing the same thing in Minnesota. They're doing the same thing in Atlanta about Penix. This is just what you do with a young QB. Or do you go, proof's kind of also in some of the videos that are coming out? I mean, Jeremy Fowler, who's tied into the building pretty closely, this past weekend was saying that all over the league, people are saying the Commanders got this pick right already, which I don't know how they would know that.
How do they know?
But that's what he was reporting. So let's see what you guys think about that. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
about his talent. What are other people around the league saying about the Commanders and Daniels?
A lot of them are basically saying exactly what Lewis is saying right now, because this is a time of year where I talk to teams just about big picture stuff. What do you think of this player, that player? And I've had multiple people this week bring up unprompted, like, I'm kind of scared to death of what Washington could be with Jaden Daniels because he's got the high-end running ability like some of these other quarterbacks we've seen come in, but he is more advanced as a passer. Like, it was brought up to me the comp with Lamar Jackson. Maybe not quite as good of a runner as Jackson was, but good enough, but a better passer at this stage of his career than Jackson was. So really the offensive line is the one thing that could be holding back Washington's offense because they have a lot of skill to go along with Daniels.
That was Jeremy Fowler, mentioned the reporting he was doing over the weekend on just how excited the Commanders are about Jaden Daniels. You heard what Austin Eckler had to say. He knows what it looks like. He was in L.A. when Justin Herbert came to stardom. 800-636-1067 is how you can join us on the MGM National Harbor listener lines on G&D. Do you find yourself buying in to a lot of what's being said, or do you think this is just the time of the offseason where obviously you're going to build up your young quarterback, and these are the types of things everybody's saying? I do want to point out Fran Fraschilla on the NBA draft at 3, Mike Florio on the NFL in a dispute over Sunday Ticket at 5, and Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag today at 6.
So this is the time of the offseason. If you're cynical, I get it. I have no ill will, no animosity toward you, because we were doing this for Sam Howell, and we did it for Wentz, and we did it for Ryan Fitzpatrick, and we were parsing up how great the couple of games he played for Miami that time were, or whatever. You've heard this all before to some degree, right? If you just put it in a binary, did this person receive outsized amounts of praise, sort of based on their accomplishments, or was the hype really worth it, and was it real? So for the most part, if you put it in kind of in that framing, yeah, we've heard this before. What I would challenge you all to do is this. Do your best. Try to remember, go back and look, whatever you want to do. There's a difference. There's a difference with the way folks are talking versus just saying what you have to say. I've heard saying what you have to say. So have you. And if you dismiss any of the praise, I get it, right? Like, just because there's someone saying nice things about the rookie quarterback, they're not going to come out and tell you that he stinks or that he's not ready or what a mistake they made, because no one knows yet. But also, I fully get the cynicism and the skepticism. I'm telling you, this is slightly different. It's ratcheted up. You could just simply say, he's going through it, he's working hard, I've been really impressed with him, he's doing everything he has to do to get ready to play, can't wait to see what happens. Right? Did I say anything bad about the guy? Did I run him under any kind of bus? Did I tell you that he's air melon throws? He doesn't really know what he's doing. He's kind of a flailing, lost kid. I didn't say any of that, but you didn't hear me go over the top. This stuff is ratcheted up. It's not just saying nice things to be nice. It's listen to what he's doing. This guy gets it. Here's the work ethic. Here's what's happening. Here's the level of understanding. This is another level of that. You can dismiss it if you want to. I'm not.
To me, the difference, I think, is the examples you give, because even when you call a guy a stud, like, that could just be players respecting one another. Oh, he's a dog. He's a stud.
Mm-hmm.
I love that guy. I love that he's on our side, whatever. Those are just nice things to say. Same thing when he's talking about he's a leader. That could just be a buzz phrase you're throwing around. Young quarterback shows up early or has a couple of meetings where you're impressed. You call him a leader. Fine. When he goes as far as, though, to say he's sending me texts, you're not making that up. That's a specific anecdote, right? That is a very telling thing that happened that you're providing for us. You're not lying about it. He's texting you about formations.
Yeah.
He's texting you. That's awesome. Not every young quarterback is going to be doing that. He's coming up to me at practice and we're going over route stuff. Now, maybe that's more common or something that happens a lot and you're overselling it or something, but I don't get that sense. He comes off to me as being really impressed by Daniels. And as a veteran player who's played with really good quarterbacks, I love that. That's a big deal.
Yeah. Again, it's, Terry McLaurin is over the top in praise, and, coaches, I think, are trying to be very judicious about handing it out too much too soon publicly, but you could tell there's a confidence, there's a pulse coming from the building, right? There's not as much buy your tickets now because this kid's sensational that maybe some folks might want to see or hear. I'm perfectly fine with how they've kind of approached it. I just want more Jaden Daniels content, by the way. I want to know what he ate for breakfast and what he's planning on doing for lunch later on today and what outfit he wore and who he's texting and why. I want to know all of it. But in terms of the praise and excitement from his teammates, This feels sincere to me. I guess that's if I had to summarize in one sentence, this feels genuine. This feels sincere to me. Whereas in previous years, you're just saying what you have to say. Because like you don't want to create a controversy. You don't want to be like, yeah, this dude Wentz is spraying the ball all over the place. He can't throw a check down. He's got the accuracy of someone that can't see the field, and it's gonna be a disaster. You're not gonna say that ever. No one's ever done that, nor should you. But there's a difference now. Again, I don't have a better way to say it than this feels real to me. And I know I'm wish casting to a degree because I like Daniels. I want Daniels to work out. I was the let's draft Jaden Daniels. I'm really excited about it. But I do think there's.
But how much different does this sound than if we went back and pulled all the audio on Haskins?
And that's what I was. I tried to draw that comparison. I do think it sounds different. And again, maybe that's just because I wanted Haskins too. I was all about it. They got through 50 touchdowns at Ohio State. Let's give him a chance. I want to see him play. There wasn't this level of buzz. There wasn't this level of excitement. There wasn't this level of sort of watching guys talk about him. Their eyes didn't light up. They're saying what they had to say for a rookie quarterback going through it, who's going to struggle at times and going through growing pains, and he's learning on the job. It wasn't like this. At least that's not how I remember it.
The thing I wonder is, when are they going to really, truly be able to know how good he is as a player? I mean, a lot of the stuff that they're learning and liking now are the intangibles, which, to be clear, is what I care the most about. Because I think from a playing standpoint, we saw it at LSU in the SEC against a lot of NFL players and NFL talent, and he had a year no one's ever had before. And because of the speed and the athleticism and the arm talent, like, he's going to be fine physically. And the intangible stuff is what matters most. But I think the intangible stuff is the stuff that they can actually critique and see and be impressed by right now. You're not playing football. You're not playing tackle. There aren't legit scrimmages happening or anything like that. So maybe the answers, and I kind of am in this camp, is the stuff that matters the most, they can already tell if he's got it or not. And there's some truth to that. But really, until it's the preseason and you're playing or one of these scrimmages ahead of those games, maybe you're playing against a team, you don't know what they're running. They're making adjustments. You haven't prepared for it, really. You're seeing it for the first time. Like, that's when I think you can actually learn more. And right now, it's just, does he work hard enough? Does he have natural leadership ability? Like, all the stuff that you wouldn't have drafted him number 2 if you weren't already banking on, but you're confirming it.
You can't throw for 303 touchdowns in week 1 yet. You can't. It's not possible. No DeLorean, no time machine. You can't do it. But you could check every tangible box, right? In terms of, even as you're ever talking about intangibles, you can show up earlier than everybody else. You can outwork everybody. You can have the right attitude. You can be tireless. You can be relentless. You can prepare. You can do everything in your control to be great. Those are the kind of the variables where you could turn an honest, hard day's work. Did you do everything humanly possible to be the best quarterback in the game? I don't know. You know that when your head hits the pillow. Those kinds of reports and those sorts of things should make folks confident and excited that it's not going to be because he was apathetic. He's not going to fail because he, had other interests. He's not going to fail because he wanted to make more commercials or whatever, right? It's going to be football reasons if and when it happens. Like, listen, you could do everything possible right in a classroom now, in the weight room now, on the 7-on-7 shorts and a t-shirt practice field now. But week 1, when Todd Bowles throws blitzes that you've never seen before at you, we're all going to learn a lot, right? And it doesn't mean if an early sample isn't great that it's not going to work out at any point either. But to me, this is more encouraging and more excited than I felt in some time, just by watching the reaction of his peers.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Wizards made 3 picks in the first round for the first time ever, going back a couple nights ago, including a selection in number 2 of their next potential star in Alex Sarr. We'll ask Fran Fraschilla about him. For many, many years, he anchored the NBA's draft coverage on ESPN. He's an expert on the draft and on prospects playing over in Europe. So let's talk to him next on G&D here on the Fan.
the Washington Wizards select Alex Sarr from Toulouse, France, overtime elite and Australia's Perth Wildcats of the NBL.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny. We are live on the Fan all over DC on 106.7 and in Richmond on AM 910 and FM 105.1. You can watch the show wherever you are on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page and take us with you for audio on the always free Odyssey app. And that app is available wherever you're at. Pause, rewind the show, listen in chapters. It's a good way to do it. Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com. When I think of draft coverage, I think of Fran Fraschilla, and I love Fran. I need him back on that ESPN set, breaking down prospects, especially the Euros, because nobody does it better. He is a college basketball analyst and international hoops junkie, and he joins us now on Grant and Danny. Fran, thank you for the time. How are you?
Not only am I doing well, but we're heading towards 10 million views on Stadium when I got a chance to work with Shams Charania. So that's been a thrill, and we had a great show out of Chicago, the United Center. So glad to be on with you guys and wax poetic on these three young Wizards first round picks.
Yeah, we're excited about it. You guys crushed it, by the way. I was looking feverishly for draft coverage that wasn't based solely on what people were wearing. And I ended up with you guys over on Stadium, and you crushed it. So tip of the cap on a quality job breaking the prospects down. But let's start right at the top at number 2 with Alex Sarr, the 19-year-old, 7'1" center. What can you tell us about what the Wiz are getting?
Well, in a draft that did not have a Victor Wembanyama or, obviously a Zion Williamson, there was a lot of intrigue and mystery, but it looked fairly solid, I guess, a week out that Sarr would be the guy. And Alex is, first of all, the DNA is great. Dad's a former pro player. Brother Olivier is in the NBA, and you're talking 7'1", 225, only 19 years old, 7'4" wingspan. To me, he kind of reminds me of Jaren Jackson Jr. of the Grizzlies, who's I would say a near all-star right now. Lots of mobility, be good in switch-heavy defenses, can move his feet. The biggest thing with Alex is, and a number of these young players, is physical maturity. He's got to get stronger through his chest. People are going to try to bully him, and they probably will early on, Grant. But when you look at this draft and the mystery at the top, it's a good starting point for them. They have to hope, and I say hope is the operative word here. They have to hope he fills out and grows into a 7'1" now, let's say a 7'2", 245-pound mobile center by the time he's 23.
What can he do well right now that'll help? I mean, listen, the Wizards aren't in the winning business right this minute, Fran. I mean, down the line, they're trying to build for something. But what can he do to help an NBA team right now on the court?
Well, I think, and a lot of this will be dependent on who plays point guard for the Wizards, but he's like a lot of big guys. He's a really good lob catcher, which is important because it's not as easy as you would think when people are bumping you. Runs the floor really well. Actually has some mobility with the ball handling in the open court. Not that that's going to be a highlight of his game, but I would say his mobility and energy on both ends of the court. Obviously, we know he's got a chance to be a good shooter, only shot 30%, but I would say the mobility on both ends with the size, he's going to be at some point ready to anchor that Wizards defense, but absolutely a work in progress. So you just hope he gets better week by week and month by month in his rookie year.
How good a defender do you think he's going to be right away? I like the comp of a former DPOY that you dropped, but then are we talking elite long term? I was really impressed. There was video circulating. I think I might have even seen it first on your guys' draft coverage of him locking down one of the players drafted in the lottery, up around the perimeter, on the ball. How many positions can he defend?
Well, in the NBA now, if you can defend all 5, it's a luxury. And there are some big guys in the league that can do that. I think Alex has the potential to be. Keep in mind that you don't have to be quicker than a 6'2" guard. You just have to be able to space enough that you can. He's not going to go by you easily, and if he tries to shoot over you, you can use that 7'4" wingspan. So I think what everybody loves about him is that mobility defensively. Obviously, He blocked 3 shots per 36 minutes. We know that's going to be a big part of his game because of his length, but just the ability to keep good NBA guards in front of him or at least challenge them on their drives is critical. And I think that's the big upside right here. When the offense gets better, especially the three-point shooting, then you're going to really have something. But early on in his career, he's going to be, I think, start out as a good defender with a chance to be great. I would say this. Back in 2013, I saw a kid at our Reebok Euro camp, basically the International Combine, who went 27th. And there are some similarities to Rudy Gobert here. I don't think Rudy was any bigger than Alex at the same age. And, of course, now he's a man in many ways, a veteran. And if Alex could grow into that kind of body, I think Wizard fans going forward would be very, very happy.
How about the offensive game? Like there is, I'm not comparing him to Kevin Durant, but like in terms of the limbs and the way he moves and stuff, there's something there that I'm just surprised there's not more talk about him potentially being really good offensively. Is that out of the question?
No, here's the 2 things he's going to, well, let's go 3. First of all, a big guy this size in a league where pick and roll is so dominant, you have to be able to screen and get out of the screen quickly, roll to the rim, and catch lobs. That's just a big part of a big man's offense. There's not a lot of posting up going on anymore, and I don't think Alex is going to be necessarily a good post-up player early unless it's against, severe mismatches. That's the first thing, the roll to the rim, catch the lob. The second thing is he is showing at this stage, and I would say even he's ahead of the game with many young big guys that come into the league. Let's take Brook Lopez, who probably didn't shoot a 3 until his 6th or 7th year in the league. This kid only shot 30%, 71% from the line, but he's definitely comfortable away from the basket shooting the 3 ball. So now that just has to improve. And then I think the other thing is he does have some dribble mobility that he can catch the ball out on the perimeter against bigger, slower bigs and make a move and go by them. These are all works in progress, and you just have to keep in mind he's not a finished product because he is 19, and it's that kind of draft that he's not Victor yet. He's not, a guy like a Kevin Durant who went number 2. I don't see that just yet, but I do see a lot of upside for him. And I'm really optimistic, too, that their player development in Washington with the new regime, Michael Winger and Will Dawkins and company will do a good job with him. That's for sure.
Fran Fraschilla with us here on Grant and Danny. Does he stick at the 5, or is he kind of like a 4.5 long term? Do you, Fran?
I think in the NBA he's a mobile 5-man. Danny, he could, another big thing 5 men have to do is handle the ball out at the top of the key. We call it 5-out or zoom offense. It's a big thing now, and his ability to dribble, handoff, or screen and roll. If you told me that they traded for Rudy Gobert tomorrow or a big guy like that and you had to play him at the 4, you could. But I think his advantage is his mobility as a 7'1", 225-pound center. So could he play in a double post offense at some point? Maybe. But I think the way the NBA is constructed right now, his best spot is at the 5.
Fran, let's go to some of the other selections here. Bub Carrington at 14, Wizards maneuver around the board, trade away a guy on a pretty affordable team contract that broke out last year to acquire the pick. And now you enter Bub Carrington, a guy that, was a freshman at Pittsburgh, some good, some mixed there at times. It seems like they brought him in for a late workout and maybe fell in love and made this move. What can you tell us about him? What is he now? And again, what's he going to be?
Well, I've recruited up and down the East Coast in my career. Right down I-95 from New York to D.C. And Baltimore kids come with a certain chip on their shoulder because they're not as hyped as the Washington and New York kids. And Bub is right in that wheelhouse. He was only a top 150 player. I saw him in November in Brooklyn in a tournament with Pitt. And of course, a lot of scouts were there then. And he really opened my eyes. He's got an NBA game. He is a big point guard. And eventually he will be a point guard. I don't know how they'll use him early, but he gets into the lane, which is a critical part of the NBA from the standpoint of guards that can make the game easier for their teammates. He's one of the youngest players in the draft. I believe he's the 4th youngest player. He's not going to be 19 until late July. He is murder in the mid-range. The Wizards analytics guys are not going to like that because he's a kid that is not just going to the rim or eventually learning how to shoot the three ball, which he did at 32% this year. And 79% from the line gives me hope that he'll be a good shooter, but really, really good in the high paint area. Really good in pick and roll. I love this kid. I think that he's got a little bit of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in him. Now that's high praise. I get it. So I don't want anybody coming back to me and say, you say he was going to be SGA, but he has that kind of game, that Tyrese Halliburton, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, big point guard game. And of course, I'll say it again, when you come from Baltimore, there's not a lot that's going to, that's going to strike fear into your heart.
Different game, obviously, Fran, but the comp I had for him, and you can tell me I'm an idiot, and I'll gladly accept it, but the way he moves around reminded me of Katino Mobley coming out of school, right? I know Mobley was a different player, but some of that kind of that, a little bit herky-jerky, a lot of that mid-range, just getting his shot off against quicker players or bigger players, et cetera.
Yeah.
Long-term offensively, do you see him being a knockdown shooter, or at least somebody that can be good enough there?
Oh yeah. No, you're not an idiot, Danny. I wouldn't have said that anyway. But no, I don't. I think he definitely can. Like, when you think, see, first of all, when you look at it, he shoots 79% from the line, 32% for an 18-year-old kid who has to take tough shots on a good team. They were good, but when you're the point guard on a team like Pitt, you're going to always take tough end of shot clock shots. So that percentage will definitely go up. It'll go up as he gets stronger. It'll go up as he's around better players. If he turns out to be, a great shooter, it's not going to surprise me. But he's definitely going to be adequate enough to be guarded on the perimeter. But what you love about him is just that he's got a toughness and moxie for his age. You go to the ACC as an 18-year-old, and you end up being all ACC as a freshman and probably ACC honors as well, and play 33 minutes a game. That tells you something. And what I like about him, too, is I think he'll keep getting better because it wasn't like he was a top 20 player. And if he was, this would still be a good pick. But the fact that he's come on late with a lot of room to improve and a lot of being a young guy, I think this is another really, really good pick for the Wizards. Again, as I look at the Wizards, we're talking 3-4 years now. I think you guys know that, especially when you move Denny out and some of the other guys that may be on the move. But this blueprint is the Oklahoma City blueprint right now. And I don't know if they'll tank next year, but I've already got the marketing scheme for Cooper Flag. Get it? Flag in DC.
Indeed.
So, this is a long-term situation for Mike Winger and the organization. And so far, they're 2 for 2.
Yeah, they've done very well in the early going, and hopefully they hit on these picks as well. Few draft analysts. We wanted to get on to break this thing down on the list with Fran Fraschilla, who's just fantastic. Do you have a thought on Keshawn George, by the way? He's the old man of the group. He's 20.
Yep.
So, this is an old guy that they drafted here, obviously. 6'8" with a 6'11" wingspan. What do you make of him?
I'll tell you, I got a chance to watch him practice last December down in Miami. I heard his name. I didn't really know anything about him. He came from, as I recall, he's Swiss-Canadian. Dad is a Canadian who played pro ball in Europe and settled in Switzerland. Of course, then he played in Cholet with the junior team, and then goes to Miami and has a pretty good year. Only plays 23 minutes a game. But I don't know what you call him, because I could almost call him a 6'8" point guard. Also, I would say he's more of a 6'8" playmaking wing. He's got an unusually mature game in part because he's been a pro. He's got a great IQ. He's a physical late bloomer. The kid's grown 3 inches and put on 40 pounds in the last 18 months. He's got to get stronger. He's got a beautiful, beautiful shooting stroke. And again, we're looking at a kid that when you look at him in 2 or 3 years, you'll get a feel and say, wow, this kid is a good player. Now, does it happen? I can't tell you because I don't know what his makeup is, but all indications are this kid has a chance to be a really good NBA player because he knows how to play. He's long and lanky, got a beautiful shooting stroke, and now he just has to, like the other two, physically mature.
You have a comp for him, for George, Fran?
Anthony Black, who came into the league last year with the Magic, who played a year at Arkansas. You know, maybe it's because they both have the big afro, but really, quite honestly, they both play the same. And Anthony was a high pick. And, you know, he's just a big, again, I guess I'd just call him a basketball player because he'll be able to play some point. You'll be able to play him off the ball because he shoots it so easily. You could play him at the 3 because he's 6'8", and right now he's 210, going to keep filling out. So, you know, I would say he's multi-positional and has a versatile game. And of course, when I say versatile and talk about his shooting, he shot 41% this year. So there is a lot to like about him. I loved all 3 of these picks, and I said it, you know, on the broadcast for Stadium that of the teams in this draft, I love what Minnesota did with Terrence Shannon and Rob Dillingham. I really like what the Wizards did because they got 3 really young pieces. I mean, Bilal's only probably, I'm not sure if he's turned 20 yet, but this is a nice nucleus as you put the pieces together going forward. I think it's pretty evident right now that the Wizards have a plan, and it will be painful for another year or 2, but I think there is some light at the end of the tunnel.
Fran, before we let you go, outside of the Wizards, one question kind of from abroad here.
Yes.
Bronny James goes 55 yesterday, almost doesn't get drafted. I'm wondering, would he have gotten drafted earlier if Rich Paul wasn't steering him to the Lakers? Or is it possibly wouldn't have gotten drafted at all if he wasn't Bronny James? Like, where are you on him as a prospect?
Well, I'm double-minded here. I'm going to be blunt. He is not an NBA player or prospect right now. He's a good kid. He obviously went through the heart issue last summer, so he never did probably get back to 100%, and just in terms of missing 5 months of basketball. So if his name wasn't James, he would not have gotten drafted. But that's okay. I'm not a huge I'm not a LeBron sycophant. I admire the 20 years he's put into the league. I admire that he's a great family man. It's the 55th pick. Yes, somebody didn't get a chance to get drafted. And by the way, 2 other players didn't get drafted because it was only a 58 player draft this year because 2 teams got penalized. Here's what's going to happen, guys. He's going to sign. He's going to play in the G League. There'll be a random Tuesday night in February. Might be the Wizards, might be the Pistons coming to town. And we're going to hear the Lakers have recalled Bronny James. He will be in uniform tonight. And then somewhere in the second quarter, he's going to get in the game. Dad'll be on the court with him. It'll be a Ken Griffey Jr. senior moment. It'll be cool. Maybe he'll play, a handful of games for the Lakers next year. And then he's got to go back to work in the G League. He's an athletic kid. He's an undersized too. And, those people that are complaining about it, I mean, look, a lot of people have done favors with the 55th, 57, 58 pick in the past, in my mind. And by the way, Giannis had 2 brothers that got NBA championship rings, and I'm not sure they were NBA talents.
Yeah, that's all part of the of the interesting stew that makes it up. Fran, great with us as always, and have a great weekend and enjoy the holiday as well, man. Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. Thanks, Grant.
You got it. Excellent with us. Fran Fraschilla on the NBA draft and on the Wizards. He's terrific. It was a shame he was not on the ESPN broadcast, but he did a great job with Stadium. As he mentioned, I did end up watching what they did.
Bullish on the 3 picks, by the way.
Yeah, I think he feels really good about what they did. Double play is next on Grant and Danny, 345. In the meantime, how big of a role will Austin Eckler play this season? You just heard his audio on Jaden Daniels. What about the backfield? Him, Brian Robinson. How's it going to work? Let's dive into that. It's Friday, which means our 345 double play is actually going to be a winning off the field segment. The daily staple has become a weekly staple. We will throw it back on Friday, winning off the field. But we got some time right now. We were talking earlier about Austin Eckler, Danny, who was added to help catch passes out of the backfield. When we had him on the show, he talked a lot about feeling like he still had plenty left in the tank as a ball carrier as well. At 29 years old, he kind of viewed last year's regression and struggle. And by the way, he's a career 4.5 yard per carry guy who'd never really been below that. And then last year, he averaged 3.5 a pop. It was a big drop off. But he was chasing his tail, coming back from injuries pretty much all season. And he thought that not really hitting a wall or his age was the problem. But I ask you, with him kind of in the news today because of his Daniels comments, how do you expect the backfield load to be divvied up? And what kind of roles do you think get carved out for Eckler as opposed to Robinson? Because I think most people are kind of thinking, well, Eckler will catch the ball and Robinson will run it. But it's obviously not that simple.
No, it can't be, because you become too predictable that way. It's like every time in years past, okay, Chris Thompson's on the field. It's either going to be a draw play or they'll flip it to him out of the backfield. Okay, J.D. McKissick's on the field. You telegraph it. You need some really down mixes. I'm hoping they're smart enough to realize that. So going back and looking at this, over the last 3 seasons, the average touches between the top 2 running backs have been right around 400. Last year was a little less because there wasn't that much running, but in years before that, they ran too much probably and weren't successful at it, averaging 3.7, 3.9 yards a carry for guys like Antonio Gibson and Brian Robinson, etc. So that's receptions and carries. You get to about 400 touches. So let's just use that 400 number as kind of, again, a nice median. You hope it's more than that, honestly, because it means your offense is on the field more, you're running successfully, you're moving the chains, etc. But bear with me. If there are 400 touches to go around, I'm hoping Austin Eckler ends up with more touches than Brian Robinson. I think it will happen that way. How they get there is going to be interesting. I don't think you want Austin Eckler to carry the ball 200 times, right? That wouldn't make much sense. That's not practical. I don't know that it's ever been practical for him. He's done it, obviously, several times in his career in San Diego and then LA, but I don't know that's how he's best utilized. You've got a hammer in Brian Robinson. Now, you've got to flare him out sometimes, and he can catch the ball just fine. Not as good as Eckler, one of the great pass-catching backs of all time. But if it's up to me, Eckler's around 225 when you add up rushes and receptions, and Brian Robinson's around 175.
Give it to me as a percentage. I think that's the better way. Like
55-45, give or take, somewhere in there. I don't know that they're going to do that, but I think they're going to probably have it closer to 50-50. But if old Randy Duyer's in charge, it's closer to 55-45.
I'm going to allow for some Chris Rodriguez space in my pie because, I got a little special place in my heart. So I'm going to give Chris Rodriguez 5% of the workload. So now I got 95% to divvy up. I actually bake in at 29 with the injury history, the occasional nagging issue or missed time for Eckler. I actually think it's going to be a lot closer to 50-50 than maybe I would prefer because I just like the style of Eckler better. But really, before I answer, the whole thing comes down to how much of last year was injuries and how much is it the beginning of him maybe not having it to the same extent. Also, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Brian Robinson's a star. I don't know that he is. But Brian Robinson's a decent player. And Brian Robinson last year averaged right around the similar production to a year ago, or to a year before, I should say, right around 4 yards per carry. But when he has certain runs that make you think, this guy could be really, really good. Where he's like light on his feet, he makes someone miss, hits the second level, runs away from a linebacker. I think it's going to be 55-40 in terms of percentage. Something, maybe like, right around there. And then the other 5% is Chris Rodriguez. That's how I see it.
So 55 for Robinson?
No, 55% for Eckler. Because we're combining receptions as the touches. These are not carries.
Correct.
If we're saying carries, then I think Robinson will get more carries, but not by a lot.
So for Eckler, last year, the rushing totals were anemic. They just were. They were bad. Is that injuries? That's something else. To me, I think it's
What's your opinion on that?
I think it's a something else. Because his reception totals, he averaged 8.5 yards a pop. That's as good as he's done over the last handful of seasons.
Well, and also the analytics, not the right word to use.
The analytics of football?
The analytics of football. The metrics on that are actually very favorable to him. in terms of making people miss, avoiding tackles. Like, he was actually as good last year as he's been in a lot of his prime years in that regard, which tells you there's still wiggle in the open field. He could still do some things.
Yeah, nobody ran it well for them last year. If Josh Kelly had come in, who was everybody's fantasy pickup when Eckler got hurt, had run for better than like 2 yards per carry, you'd go, wow, man, Eckler's really lost a step. I think it's a situational thing. I know he was banged up. He was hurt. He missed time. That's a fact. But there's still the things that I care about in Austin Eckler. I am so less concerned with him thumping between the tackles. Now, he has a nose for the end zone. He's been really good at plunging it over the goal line over the years. Maybe you can use him in that regard. But I don't really care about that as much. I care about the versatility. How do you catch passes out of the backfield? How are you beating linebackers, safeties, corners in space? How are you pass protecting? Are you picking up all the blitzes? He's as good as there's been over the last handful of years at that. That, to me, is what's interesting. It's not thumping between the tackles where they tried to make Antonio Gibson, this former receiver, into a thumper, and then they had to replace that thumper with an actual thumper. No, thank you. Not interested. Don't care. You got to do it sometimes. You have to run in between the tackles to keep people honest, just so you can get to what you want to do. It's like eating the salad before eating the ice cream.
I hope Eckler's got plenty left. He was such an exciting player. People forget how unbelievable he was, really, in years 21 and 22. He was the number one-ish pick in fantasy. I mean, he was a touchdown magnet. Danny, he led the NFL with 20 and 18 touchdowns 2 straight years.
Mm-hmm.
As a ball carrier, he hit some home runs. As a pass catcher, he was incredible. Seasons where, he was going out and catching 107 balls, almost 40 touchdowns over 2 years. I mean, that's Sean Alexander winning MVP stuff.
Yeah, LaDainian Tomlinson.
Craziness. I would hate to see, like, old school Redskin style, him come here, have one unproductive final season, and then he's out of ball next year. I think there's more there. I really do. He also works his tail off. By all accounts, this is one of the ultimate weightlift, gym rat, grinder types. So I have a little more confidence in him having a longer career. I thought when you said other, meaning, it wasn't injuries, you were saying you think maybe he's got no tread left on the tires. But really, you're talking as much. It could have been their O-line. It could have been their run scheme. It could have been the fact that Justin Herbert got hurt. And
all of it.
Their quarterback was Easton Stick or some nubber.
Nobody ran it. No one ran it worth a damn there. To me, running games are about scheme, execution, design, line play, then what the running back does. Like, every once in a while, you get a guy that's special, that's incredible, that's Hall of Fame worthy, that does things no one else does. The Derrick Henrys of the world, right? Stiff arming people into Timbuktu. You get a Walter Payton, a Barry Sanders, whoever you want to pick. For the most part, though, down in, down out, running games are about holes created, opportunities, scheme, design, and the offensive line performing well. So you could clearly see no one ran the ball well there. If, to me, you know what the best you can in terms of trying to create an equal sample. If somebody's running the ball in an offense, then they go out, then the next guy comes in and is picking up, 1.5, 2, 3, 4 more yards, then you go, well, wait a minute, maybe the problem is the running back. To me, the problem was their running game. It was broken. It stunk last year. So again, I don't have much stock there in terms of his acumen and his ability to run the football particularly well. Now, the thing I'll say is, because you have the presence of Brian Robinson, you've got a guy that you want to do the body blows and soften up the defense and thump downhill and establish physicality and do macho type push them around football. By all means, you can run that stuff. You can run your powers. You can run your duos, your ISO plays, and those sorts of things with him, because there's value in that. There's something to that. But to me,
especially out of shotgun,
100%.
When you're spreading everybody out the way Kingsbury does with the horizontal raid, as I'm going to call it, because it's not really the air raid,
the side raid,
the sideways raid. But as you get, it's not even 11 personnel. A lot of times you're just operating in spread with a receiver, position occupied by Robinson. Then you motion him into the backfield with your quarterback, and now he's getting that Chris Thompson carry around the edge, pullers. You can run power straight ahead, whatever it is you're doing, but. I think we know what he is, though. Like, if he's more effective this year, it'll be based on usage and design, kind of what we're talking about in terms of maybe getting a light box and then letting him kind of slam the football between the tackles or whatever. But we are almost 400 carries into his career. I think a good portion of them were hampered after he got shot in the leg. Never forget.
Never forget
this guy
that.
got shot and played a couple weeks later. Like, his first 200 carries that rookie year, I don't think it was until the last 50 or so carries maybe that he actually looked like himself from the preseason, because he looked way worse early weirdly, after he got shot in the leg.
Mm-hmm.
But when you creep up, I don't know what a coach would say on how many carries until you know what a guy is. Like I always quote Cal Ripken Sr. in baseball. He used to say it took 1,000 at bats for him to really have a feel for like what a hitter was going to be, strengths, weaknesses, where the holes were always going to be, all that. That's a lot of at bats.
Yep.
It's like 2+ seasons. What is that number for a ball carrier? I have no idea. But I got a feeling I'm pretty confident that I know what Brian Robinson is.
I know what he is, and there's value there. But we should all calm
he
down.
Can help you.
Yeah, nobody's. This isn't This isn't Riggins 2.0. This isn't the second coming. I got to root for the kid an awful lot. Seems like an awesome dude. He doesn't fumble. He's tough as nails. And again, you already went through it. He came back from something that no one should have to face. And I'm pulling for the guy. But at the same time, that doesn't necessarily turn you into a Pro Bowler. That doesn't mean that you have a once in a generation running back talent. To me, the guy with the skill set that's intriguing is Austin Eckler. To me, he is the case that I always sort of point to of the undrafted free agent who's great out of the backfield in terms of catching the football that everybody should be trying to find all the time. This is where I would find my running backs pool. Either my fast guy, explosive home run hitting type that can catch the ball to the backfield, or the Maurice Jones-Drew build stout guy that can catch the ball to the backfield. However you want to do it, the pass catcher out of the backfield, that's the weapon. That's the exciting thing. And probably about half the teams in the league have figured that out. One of the teams in the other half for so many years has been Washington.
The voice of Danny Rouillet. I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan at 4 o'clock. We will go blitzing on a busy news day in DC sports. We'll talk Nats. They're calling up James Wood to make his debut at home Monday at Nationals Park. He'll play in his first ever major league game. We'll also break down the Wizards in this Beltway Blitz as well. But first, we got a double play next, and it is Friday, so we'll win off the field. Call us up and tell us what little thing has put a smile on your face today. We're Grant and Danny. And then what happens?
Uh-huh.
It is time to figure out how you're winning off the field on Grant and Danny. By the way, the Blitz in 15 minutes. We're covering the Wiz at a big draft this week and the Nationals who are calling up James Wood. We will also cover the Capitals who made yet another big move yesterday, another trade that a potential legit goal scorer. Kind of went under the radar, I think, actually. So we'll talk about that coming up on the Beltway Blitz right here on Grant and Danny. Speaking of, though, the James Wood call-up, I will tell you how winning off the field works right now. These are little teeny tiny things that make your day. Other people may not care at all, but it's just something that puts a smile on your face. I've been waiting for this news since March. I have been waiting to hear that James Wood would make his major league debut since he was dominating in spring training. And then he got sent to AAA and he had a great April. And then he got told he was staying in AAA and he had a great May, player of the month, as a matter of fact, in the International League. Then he hurt his hamstring and he had to miss the majority of a month. So I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. And finally, today, we find out that James Wood will make his major league debut on Monday with the Nationals. And I don't leave for my vacation now. I was going to leave Monday, but that's not happening. I was supposed to be out Monday. I won't be. I will be in. I'll be at the ballpark with you. Our vacation will not. The question is, will we go to 2 James Wood games or just 1? So my wife and I are already kind of.
There's a discussion there.
We're debating that. She's a little annoyed already. Do I just say I can't go on vacation at all because it's a homestand and I got to see James Wood every game? We got to figure it all out. But I will be there for the James Wood debut on Monday. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Can I do a double? Is that allowed? Is that okay with everybody if I do a double winning off the field?
Your segment, your rules.
All right, let's try to do it here. So I came at the same time you guys did. We arrived a little bit earlier than normal for a lunch. We went to Walter's, and that was delightful. And our boss paid because it was like an official company meeting.
I was going to clarify.
Yeah.
This was not just a lunch, if I may. This was a work lunch.
This was a work lunch.
We had a very important meeting
We
about
met.
the football season.
Yeah.
And the Grant and Danny radio program and the future of the program. And at least as of right now, we have not been fired.
We can confirm that, which is nice. And we were talking about future things. We're like, whew, that's good. So
whenever your boss says, I want to meet you guys, meet me here at noon. We got to talk about the show. Your first day, like Darius and I, stick aside, he got a call once from a guy who he works with. And he's like, hey, do you have time to jump on a call? And it's a radio person. And the guy was kind enough to tell him, everything's good, don't worry. But Darius and I were joking about how in radio, you need to lead with that, right? You need to say,
do you have a second for a call?
Hey, do you have a second? I need you to jump on a call real quick. And by the way, it's not terrible.
Yeah. And then like the live soundtrack goes dun, dun, dun.
Exactly.
You know? So because I didn't pay for lunch, I am
winning off the field.
You see what I'm saying? Like, and it was good. Secondly, all right, I forgot this water bottle right here that I'm holding up for the folks on the YouTube channel. I forgot it downstairs in my car. So the show starts and I realized, oh crap, I forgot my water bottle in my car. No big deal. I went downstairs to get the water bottle. When I first arrived here to park in the garage downstairs, the little charge spot that we have down there was occupied. When I went to get my water, by God, it was open. So your pal was able to maneuver the car into the charge spot to pick up some charging on someone else's dime. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Therefore, you are Justin Herbert. Therefore, you are Austin Eckler before this year.
This year.
Therefore, you are Kenneth Murray. Therefore, you are, well, I think we all get the gist.
We get it, yeah.
Let's go to Rich in Olney. Hello, Richard. How are you?
I'm good. How you boys doing today?
Good morning.
Doing well.
So yesterday after work, I took the boys over to the neighborhood pool, probably a little after 5 o'clock, sit down to jumping in, having fun, realized I haven't even thawed any food for dinner yet. Well, wouldn't you know it, taco truck decides to pull up right next to the pool, and then 10 minutes later, the Good Humor truck right after it, full meal, that's right there for me. Therefore, I was
winning off the field.
Good Humor is like ice cream.
Yeah, that's the
bars,
ice cream guy. Yeah,
but bars, not ice cream.
Correct.
We talked about it a couple weeks ago. I'll just update people as often as I can. Still have not had soft serve ice cream from an ice cream truck. I've only seen soft serve ice cream trucks on 395 a couple times going to or fro DC. I have to imagine they go down by the mall or something because I always see a million trucks lining the mall on a hot day.
How do they get parking spots?
I think it's blocked off for them.
Is it designated for them?
Got to be. There's like 70 in a row.
You know what I'm talking
right
about? There's
there.
there's like 68 in a row, and it's like,
I think
oh my
there's
god,
just like a vending line.
yeah. It's like, how do I choose?
But I'm still waiting out in the wild to see real life soft serve ice cream.
What happens first? Soft serve ice cream truck. Easy for me to say that you see one in your neighborhood, or you get your pizzas.
I didn't tell you about the pizzas.
No, you didn't tell me. What's the update?
Oh, I have an update on the pizzas. Drum roll, please, Darius. You're actually not going to believe this.
Come on, don't pull my leg. Don't you hurt me again. Come on.
In the case of the missing pizzas against Grant Paulson, 2021, the pizzas have still not arrived.
Oh.
They have still not arrived.
Still not arrived.
But we did get an update that they are on the way.
Oh no!
Yes,
Who did you hear from? The guy that stole from you, or the guy that
the guy with the burner phone?
Okay.
That I haven't been able to contact.
Yeah.
There was a plane flew overhead, and behind it was a sign, and said, "Still want your pizzas." Almost that time.
Stephanie, will you marry me?
Exactly. I took that to mean your pizzas are
right.
on the
Your
way.
pizzas are on the way.
Jim is in Annapolis. What's up, Jim?
Y'all talking to me?
Yes, I am.
Are you Jim?
I can be, yeah. I alias.
I see.
Well, I'm winning off the field, obviously, because I got a call home on very long. If you counted my drive time, it would be 10 days a week. Anyway, got a call. Hey, you got a raise. Therefore, I am winning off the field. However, I'd also like to add that all of your listeners are winning off the field too, because you guys are still in the air.
Thank you, Jim.
Winning off the field.
There it
Sweet
is.
of you.
Look at
So
that.
I believe he was saying he drives a lot.
Yes, he's in
and
the car.
now has to drive less. Sounds like.
I think he's just going to get more money to do the driving.
Okay, so he's still going to do the driving, but there will be more money exchanging hands.
Yeah.
Good for Jim.
Which is great. That's very on field.
Yeah.
So we
Winning
were
on the field.
Thank you, Bruce.
Why did he need an alias for that?
So I don't really know why. He just kind of told me, and I came up with that name, and he was like, "Sure." And then
he said, "I can be,"
obviously-
which I thought was funny.
He did not know what name you came up with.
No,
can
I
tell
mean,
you
I
that.
told him, and he agreed to it. But
He agreed to
All right,
Jim.
He forgot. Well, Jim, you said something very nice about us on your way out. So
We
as
love
far
it.
as I'm concerned, you crushed it.
You're good.
Let's go to Brian in Herndon. Hello,
Hey,
Brian.
Grant, Daniel, happy Friday, guys.
Hey, Bob.
And to you.
Danny, you're going to vibe with me on this one a lot, I'm feeling, buddy. Boys, I've been an assistant baseball coach with them. We've been in all-star baseball, 10U under, for the last 3 weeks, practicing every day other than game day from 6 to 8:30 every night.
My God.
End up taking the L last night in the district semifinal game, which sucked.
Yeah.
Woke up this morning, went to work, got a text from my wife. Abe just booked an Airbnb. We're going to Ocean City for the weekend. Boom! Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
That's how you get over it.
We're gonna hit the beach.
That's how you get over it.
What if you didn't go to the beach though?
Don't
See,
you
no-
listen to my friend Grant?
No, you don't know what I'm gonna say.
What?
Ocean City sounds like a lovely time. Go do some bars. Go eat some shrimp, steamed shrimp. Get that smell on your fingers, right? You want to go eat maybe a crab or two? That's fine too. Eat like an orange crush. Do a bunch of cold, icy alcohol beverages. Do whatever you want to do.
Mhm.
I'm saying just avoid the sand and the water.
Here's what you do. You carry all your stuff. It's going to be a pain in the butt when you carry all the
Oh,
stuff.
that'll be fun.
You got to haul it to the beach. All right. You set the kids up because they need something to do. Well, you got one that's 10. They'll probably be self-sufficient. Maybe they got an iPad. Maybe they got a book. Maybe they got toys. Maybe they got a ball to play with, whatever. When that umbrella's all set up and that chair set up, I want you to let out the longest, most relaxing in human history. When you sit that butt down on that beach, it's going to feel like $1 trillion. It's the best. Enjoy it.
Congrats on a little vacay. Little spur of the moment trip. Those feel good.
Little women yama.
That is how we win on the field or off the field, I guess I should say.
Mhm.
Beltway Blitz is next on the teams you care the most about. We got Mike Florio at 5 on the NFL in a fight over the Sunday ticket deal. And Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag at 6 o'clock this evening on G&D. We've got another episode of Overrated, Underrated to come your way at 4:25. Some sports and non-sports categories. Darius will grill Danny and I on. We'll pick the most under and overrated in each category. Make sure you're listening. 4:25 on G&D. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori & Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction. They will help you draft your will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Please be sure to tell them we sent you. That way you'll get yourself a discount. kmlawyers.com. My parents worked with them. We're very, very happy with the process. You will enjoy yourselves doing some important, not always fun work, but they make it pretty seamless. Good guys, big fans of the show, huge DC sports fans. I know they're fired up about the promotion of James Wood. He will be in the big leagues on Monday to make his debut with the Nats. Speaking of which, let's kick off the Blitz. And they need some reinforcements after getting swept by the Padres. They're now in Tampa Bay. Jags will circle back to James Wood in a second, but I want to talk about this Rays series. I view this as a pendulum swinger here. You know, maybe not necessarily buy or sell because they probably have their mind pretty well made up. But in terms of figuring out if they bounce back, can they hang around 500, or might this thing slide a little bit? This feels like a big 3 games coming up in Florida.
Yeah, I think that's a good take, Grant. I mean, you can kind of compare it maybe to the Mets series in early June when Nats really kind of fell on their face in that 3-game series, and then Atlanta's coming to town. You said, boy, they could really get buried here, and they bounced back and had a great series and took 3 of 4 against Atlanta, and that kind of surged them back to within shouting distance of 500. So you got to look at this as the same kind of series. Important to bounce back, and I don't feel, it kind of felt like the Mets series was a low point. I don't feel that way coming out of the San Diego series. I mean, they were right there. The first game of the series, Hunter, who's been so good, couldn't close out in extra innings. Game 2 was kind of back and forth. Game 3, they weren't really in. Some garbage time runs late. So I feel like overall they're in better shape than they were coming out of that Mets series, and they answered that call very well on that occasion.
Jags, we've seen a number of top prospects come up and, not hit the ground running, which that's a hard game. It's a failure sport, certainly. But what do we expect and what should happen? How should we calibrate our expectations? Long-term, we know James Wood is going to be special, or at least we feel that way. What should we expect kind of for him out of the gate? And, obviously we're going to be patient, but what's kind of a reasonable expectation for him his first couple of weeks in the show?
Well, I mean, when he gets there, whenever that may be, I mean, I think you look at him as a guy that's probably going to start, hitting down in the order. I look at when Bryce Harper got called up, I believe he hit 7th in his big league debut. So I don't think that, whenever he arrives, that they're going to have him hitting 3rd in the lineup. So I think they'll allow him to get his feet wet and, see what he can do against major league pitching. So to me, I love the talent. I enjoyed watching him in spring training and excited to watch him play when that happens.
That was the thing, Jags, I was saying earlier, and you got a great look at him in spring training. The size and the speed are so unique. I'm not slapping Aaron Judge on him who's going to hit 60 home runs again, but there just aren't guys 6'7" who can run like him. Right. They don't make that model very much.
Yeah, well, I mean, whenever anyone asks about James Wood with other teams, like, what about this kid? I mean, that's the thing that jumps out is just the physical size and the physique. It's unusual. It's kind of like a O'Neal Cruz or an L.A. De La Cruz as far as shortstops. Now, Wood's an outfielder, but he has that just unique build to baseball, and that does present challenges. I mean, guys like that, you think about Aaron Judge, a high strikeout hitter early in his career and still strikes out a ton because bigger guys have a larger strike zone to cover. So, pitchers try to exploit those holes in your swing because you've got so much more square footage to cover in your strike zone. But the athletic ability is there. And, obviously I think they're convinced the makeup is there, that he's got the ability to handle success, to handle adversity. And that's the key for when you advance to any level, from AA to AAA, and the pitching's better. And certainly the biggest jump coming up at some point from AAA to the big leagues, you've got the best pitchers in the world trying to exploit your weaknesses. So when you go through those inevitable slumps, how do you get yourself out of it and not get down on yourself and make those proper adjustments?
Speaking of slumps, Mackenzie Gore, 3 of his last 5 starts. Jags have not been what we're kind of used to seeing from him. giving up some crooked numbers. Go back to that Met series that you referenced, 6 earned runs in only 4 innings. Then against Arizona, they really made him work an awful lot. And then against San Diego, with the weird beginning of the game, I kind of give him a bit of a pass on that with some of those delays with the tomfoolery and the ballyhoo. But what's going on with him when it's not exactly right, when he's maybe a little bit off?
Great word there, tomfoolery. I'll have to use that in the broadcast tonight.
Deserve.
I don't. It's been a weird season for McKenzie in this respect. I was looking at it the other day before the start against San Diego. He's in the top 10 in the league in strikeouts, yet he has the highest batting average in the league on balls in play. So usually you don't see a guy with well over a strikeout per inning allowing well over 1 hit per inning. So it seems like when the ball's put in play, it's been a bit of the bad luck on the on the ball in play, whether it's bloopers falling or bleeders falling. Now he was hit a little hard there against San Diego, but that Arizona start, they had 10 hits. It seemed like 8 of them were dinkers and duck snorts, which I know is your other favorite term,
Thank you, sir.
for tomfoolery. So I think there's some correction to be had there. But to me, always the key with him is trying to avoid the foul ball and pitch efficiency. And for him, when those innings are up to 18, 20 pitches, even facing 3 or 4 batters, that's to me what ultimately is the next step for him to take, is to have those quick innings so that the 100 to 105 pitches he throws covers 7 innings instead of 5. So I think overall the body of work has been very good. I think there's probably some correction here on balls in play that's going to happen over the second half. I expect that ERA to continue to be in the 3s if that happens.
Jags, Mitchell Parker tonight. Jake Irvin throws again in this series. He's been their best starting pitcher this season.
Yeah.
A thought on those two guys who have really come a long way in the last year.
Yeah, I mean, that's really a huge win for the organization to have those 2 pitchers take this step forward. And, it's helped for this team to be in contention. So Parker, I think, comes into this start tonight, you want to do what he does. He attacks the strike zone. The couple of times he struggled is when he does get wild, but they've really harped on him attacking the strike zone. His walk rate way down from what it was in the minor leagues. And Jake Irvin, the same thing. He had kind of a high walk rate last year in his first go around in the big leagues. He is attacking the strike zone. I think that's a credit to Jim Hickey's approach in spring training. The addition of Sean Doolittle as the pitching strategist. They're getting these guys early in counts to pound the strike zone. If you're 1-0 and 2-0, the batting average for the opponent's going to go skyrocketing. So they're getting ahead 0-1, 1-2, and that allows them to have success. I think both pitchers have taken that message and really built on it and have pitched very well.
Jags, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great call tonight.
And I will keep the tomfoolery to a minimum on the radio tonight. That's my goal.
No more ballyhoo. Thank you, my friend.
All right.
Hit that wizard sounder, Dares. Our pal Glenn Consor to talk about those Wiz. Glenn, let's start at the top of the draft. Alex Sarr is the pick. What'd you think? What's he going to be?
Well, I love the pick. I think he's got the highest upside of any player in the draft with his skill set and defensive presence and size. Obviously, he's only 19 years old. Got to put on some lbs and some muscle, which Kevin Garnett did and Giannis had to do with that type of body frame. But he's multi-skilled. He's got this really special defensive presence. Plus the fact that he could play offense with great mobility and quickness and explosiveness, I think it gives him a rare upside.
Speaking of upside, the 4th youngest player in this draft class, Bub Carrington, comes to Washington with the 14th pick, the 18-year-old. What do you like about his game?
He plays with an edge. He's got a really good feel for the game for someone that young. I think that's one of the reasons they like them. They like his size. He's 6'4", and he can get into the paint. He's got a nice mid-range game, but I think they like his toughness and packed in with the fact that he plays so hard. He's got some tremendous upside, this young man.
What'd you make of Keyshawn George out of Miami? A really nice shooter, smooth, doesn't look like he's in a hurry on the court. Grew up a little bit in terms of stature and physicality. Glenn was like 6'2" or 6'3" a couple of years ago, played some point guard. I like that kind of understanding he has in the game. That's an intriguing pick to me.
Yeah, he was recruited to Miami when he got there. He was 6'5". He's now 6'8". So another young player. He's only 20 years old. He's a big kid who could shoot the ball. He could put it on the floor. I think we're living now in the era of player development. There's not a lot of whole expectations with for immediate results. And it's not just with the Wizards. We're seeing it all around the NBA because that's the way the draft has gone. It's all about player development. So it's going to take time for these kids. Look at a guy like Kobe White for Chicago. When he first came in the league, he struggled for a couple of years. Now he's averaging 20 points a game, making the adjustments.
To your point, and I just wanted to double click on something. I am all the way bought in. It's just people got to be patient. I think it's going to take a long time. And I think fans get that. They were there for it last year, but they kind of doubled down on the plan with the draft that they just put together, the deal leading up to it. Just curious to get your thought on kind of the fan base and their readiness for what lies ahead, because I'm all in. I think this is the one way for them to potentially really be great down the road. It's just going to take maybe longer than people even know.
Yeah, it's going to take time. And I think that's what these young players need. The fans are going to have to understand it. And I think they do. They came out. The draft party was a lot of fun. There was a ton of people there. And I think they understand that. And that's why they even came out to attend an event like that, because the Wizards picked up 3 very young players. They know it's going to take time. They know it's going to take time for Bilal to develop as well. And look how far Bilal has come in a short period of time. And quite frankly, the whole draft it seemed like it was a bunch of Bilal Koulibalis, guys that have tremendous athletic ability, tremendous upside. A guy like Bilal is going to put on weight. His ball handling and getting into a shot's going to be a lot smoother this year. He's already put on weight. He's still growing. And that's really what the draft is right now.
Glenn, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
All right, guys.
See you, buddy. Good. There's Glenn Consor, covers the Wiz for Monumental, and of course on their radio network throughout the season as well. Let's squeeze in some puck, please. Brian McClellan was on our show yesterday. He was terrific. If you missed our interview with him about the big Pierre-Luc Dubois trade and anything else they've been doing this offseason, when we're done, you should go back and podcast that convo. He was excellent. I always say he's very candid, and he is. He answers every question. But at the end of the interview, I said, hey, you got anything else brewing you want to tell us about? Anything you guys are working on right now? And he kind of no-sold us and was like, well, it's a long off season. We'll see. Then about an hour later, the Caps made a pretty big trade, actually. Second-round pick goes to Calgary for Andrew Mangiapane, the left wing, who had 35 goals a couple years ago. We bring in noted hockey mark Chris Russell, a Slasherini, with Luke Dubois coming over as a center. And now Mangiapane, who's got some firepower. This is a guy who's averaged about 20 goals the last 3 years.
Yep.
Those are 2 top 6 players, no?
Good on 5-on-5s, too. I mean, Mitch Love, our pal Bernie in Rockville pointed this out. Mitch Love had him at AHL and, back in the Calgary system, so he knows him, as a player. You're right about, some of the numbers. Again, good on 5-on-5. That was an area, that this team was good at times last year and sometimes struggled at it. So, I think absolutely top 6. Remember, we still don't know exactly what is going on with TJ Oshie, right? I don't think we've gotten any real update on that I have heard of.
We have not. Let me just say really quickly, to be clear, we have no idea. But for people that aren't tracking it as close as you are, the thought is because he has this reoccurring chronic back issue, there is a chance that he could be done playing, which would be awful because he's one of the great Caps ever, and one of the most beloved players in team history. But what he is on record as saying is he is trying to find a fix that will allow him to play again. And if he does not find a fix, he will not play, basically. Right. And the latest update was from McClellan yesterday, I think, in his media avail, that Oshie has not found the fix, but they have not made a decision. It's going to be closer. Right. It just doesn't sound good. It sounds to me like he's not going to be playing.
Exactly. And even though TJ plays more on the right side, whatever, they can figure all this out. The bottom line is, I think this was a sneaky addition. Now, think about it. When they traded Lars Eller, I think it was, to Colorado, they picked up this 2025 second-round pick. 2020. Guys, this is 2024. They weren't even going to use this pick, obviously, this year because it was a 2025 second rounder. So they're getting Mangiapane this year who could help them this year for a pick that, yes, okay, could help them 5 years from now or 4 years from now. They're getting help that they need now because of these questions, and we should have probably seen something like this coming.
Here's my question to you guys.
Okay.
What do you think happens at center? So you've got Dylan Strome, who might be your 1C. You're at the top with Ovi. If not, it'll be Pierre-Luc Dubois. And I think they'll try Luc Dubois up there.
Yeah,
but
I
then
agree.
Strome would be your second line center, maybe with like Mangiapane, right?
And McClellan said essentially this to you guys yesterday.
Okay, but McMichael, LaPierre, Dowd.
Yeah.
3 more centers for 2 more spots.
Yeah.
McMichael and LaPierre are a little bit redundant to me anyway.
I agree.
Like, I would shop McMichael. I know that sounds crazy to Caps fans just because I'm so high on LaPierre, who just won the equivalent of the Conn Smythe at Hershey. But one of those guys maybe ends up playing a third line wing with the other.
Well, that's what I was just wondering, right? I mean, can you do that? I think you can, right? I think McMichael is versatile enough where you can play him, on a wing. LaPierre, I'm sure too, but
you would think maybe like LaPierre centers the third line and maybe McMichael's on the wing.
I would think. And remember, as great as Nick Dowd is, he's had some times where he's been banged up, right? I mean, you play a hard-edge physical style, you're going to get banged up. It's a long season, right? So I wouldn't be in the business of trading McMichael or certainly LaPierre. I would basically do that is kind of how I'm looking at it because, again, this team has been short on centers for a long time. And obviously they were counting, hoping, whatever, for Nick Backstrom to come back. And everybody thought he looked great last year during training camp. And then basically as soon as the season started, it was like, and he's never coming back. And obviously we mentioned the Oshie situation, but on top of that, they of course traded Kuznetsov. So to me, you're always short on centers, or this franchise seemingly has always been short on centers. Have a surplus. It's okay. Figure it out.
Yeah, to me, it's like starting pitching almost, right? Like sometimes it takes care of itself, whether, if a guy's a scratch here or there, or if there's an injury that's short term or whatever, you can protect somebody. And also with enough special teams and enough situational things, you could have something like you're talking about, right? Where McMichael bumps down to a third line winger or something to that effect. Here's what I want to know from you guys. I always get a little skeptical. Not skeptical is not the right word. A little nervous. Now, the Caps have a good track record of, we'll fix it, right? They're like the St. Louis Cardinals of the early 2000s with former star starting pitchers where they take a guy that nobody else wants, turn him into a Cy Young guy. 35 goals from Mangiapane in 21-22. Doesn't approach that total combined over his previous 2 seasons. Why?
I mean, it's a great question. I can only kind of look and say, look, when you take Matt Tkachuk out of Calgary, and even though they got who was it from Florida? That was a nice return. It's not the same player as Tkachuk, right? And you took away Johnny Hockey out of Calgary. Maybe over the last couple of years, Mangiapane's kind of looking around and saying, I don't have a whole lot to work with here,
Not much
right?
help here.
I mean, so and then defenses can obviously that would be my guess. Without being a Calgary Flames expert, I'm sure somebody
You're
would
not on the
disagree with
Flames
that.
beat?
No,
But
no.
I guess my point is,
but
they
that
went
makes sense,
from-
right?
The year that he had that year,
Yeah.
they scored almost 300 goals. They were 6th in the NHL.
Right, but that was with Johnny Hockey.
Understood.
And,
but this is my point. They went to 260 and 250 the next 2 years, like 19th and 22nd.
Yeah.
So they lose a lot of talent.
Yeah.
The team doesn't score as many goals. Your production's going to dissipate, right?
Yeah.
It's not like baseball where you're just going to keep hitting
Right.
home runs even if the lineup around
Right.
you isn't doing a whole lot. But I'm just excited because they're halting the rebuild. You can make the case maybe that going and getting like a Mangiapane screws over one of the young guys for minutes or something, maybe. But the ones that really have a chance, Marashnishenko, LaPierre, McMichael, they will still be able to play their way into minutes.
Absolutely.
Those are the highest ceiling players. And in the meantime, they're bringing in veterans that can score, that can create. And Ovi's going to go get his record, and they're going to be able to try to win a lot of games along the way and get back into the playoffs.
If long-term you gave me a third line, I mean, we just obviously leave the top 2 lines and the top 6 alone. If long-term you gave me a third line of Marashnichenko, LaPierre, and McMichael, right? If you just said that, like, I know that's not your traditional third line, but you don't have to be traditional. You can use your fourth line for defensive matchups. That gives you a top 9 with some juice.
Mike Florio's on the show at 5. Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag at 6. We
Oh, I
came
love
up with
that.
that.
I heard
We
you
invented
guys
it.
created that, right?
Nobody's ever done a
Yeah.
mailbag with
I
fun
love when
music.
Darius sings just consistently over
The
and over and over.
consistency is
I mean, how he
amazing.
hits those notes. I mean, I hear it all the time. He's just like, just now he was in the bullpen or in the studio going, me.
Yeah, he really gets his voice going all day. He's got to start at 4:30.
Yes.
Got a lot of exercises for his vocally that he does. Next, overrated, underrated. Darius will give us a category. We've got to pick something overrated, something underrated on G&D on the Fan. Mike Florio in a half hour. G&D's Tony's Mailbag in 90 minutes. Taking you up to 6:20 and pregame ahead of Nats baseball. We're G&D on the Fan. James Wood is going to be debuting with the Washington Nationals on Monday night at Nats Park, a 6:45 game against the New York Mets, as first reported today by 106.7 The Fan. Let's bring in producer Darius Dameron to play overrated and underrated on G&D. He's going to give us categories, Danny. You and I have to pick the most overrated, the most underrated item in said category.
Very well.
Let's start with a little football, shall we? Who is your overrated and underrated NFL team entering the 2024 season?
Underrated, if it's even possible, for a team that went 9-8 last year. We had a guest that is on the coaching staff of that group in here yesterday. The Indianapolis Colts. They were 9-8 last year. They were a pretty good football team in a very weak division. This is a team that had a winner-take-all game in Houston that they lost, of course, but they were frisky. They were competitive. They are a team that nobody is talking about in the AFC. They're my underrated squad.
Underrated? The Cincinnati Bengals. When Joe Burrow plays, they make the AFC Championship game pretty much. That's kind of been their deal. They went 9-8. They were a last-place team. They're kind of forgotten in the AFC North. You don't hear a lot of people talking about them. Cleveland was excellent last year, 11-6. Their best quarterback is not going to be their primary starter, not from a season ago anyway. So Deshaun Watson's back. He's got to play a lot better. The Steelers still have QB issues, I think. The Baltimore Ravens have a really difficult schedule, lost a lot of personnel and coaching staff members. I think the Bengals win the North, and I don't know that that has really been the dialogue this offseason as people are still worried about Joe Burrow. So I'm going to say underrated the Cincinnati Bengals.
Overrated. Are we sure about the Green Bay Packers? Are we sure that the team that got destroyed by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that lost to the Giants, whose wins at the end of the season to get themselves to the postseason, a cousinless Vikings team, the Carolina Panthers, and the Bears 17-9? Are we sure that team is good? I saw what they did to Dallas too. But we're remembering that, and that was awesome. Are we sure the Green Bay Packers are for real? Are we sure they didn't just get passed by the Bears? Are we sure they're close to the Lions? I'm not. Overrated.
I'm on this train, and it sounds like I am out on them. I still think they can make the playoffs, but the Ravens are probably going to be a 10-win team this year. They were a 13-win team last year. I don't know that Lamar wins a second straight MVP and a third in whatever it is, 5 years or something for him. They have a brutal quarterback schedule that they have to play against. They lose key starters and a lot of members of the staff, as I mentioned. I think it's a transition year where they have enough talent and coaching that they'll still make it look okay, 9-10 wins or whatever. But I do think they take a step back this year, and it doesn't seem like people are really acknowledging that. So I'll say they are a bit overrated.
We here at the Grant and Danny radio program are big soda guys. That'd be fair to say, correct?
We like cola.
I think that's fair to say.
All right. What's your overrated and underrated soda?
Overrated soda? I'm between two minds.
Okay.
You're going to hate both answers, Danny, but you tell me which one is rated higher. Dr. Pepper or Sprite?
For you personally? This is on the grand
Which
scale?
one is more beloved? Dr. Pepper or Sprite?
I think Sprite is more beloved.
Sprite is overrated for me. I don't like either of those drinks, and they both get talked about a lot. Not really a Sprite guy. I can have Sprite. I prefer it narrowly, probably, to Dr. Pepper. Neither is my choice. Like, I'll say this. If I go get a fountain drink and they hand me my drink at a place and it's accidentally Dr. Pepper, I'm not just going to drink it. It'll sit there and I'll order something else. Same with Sprite. Overrated.
Overrated. Speaking of things you're going to hate this. Everybody calm down. You guys, Coke Zero. They have Coke Zero in the fountain. Oh my God, we should go to the place that has Coke Zero. It tastes just like regular Coca-Cola. It doesn't. It tastes like Coke Zero. It's fine. Everybody calm down. Let's ratchet it down 247,000 notches. The Coke Zero. Oh my God. Underrated soda, Sunkist. It's so delicious. You ever had a Sunkist and been like, no thanks, that wasn't for me? Of course you haven't. It goes with everything. It's refreshing. It's got a little sugar. It's got some pick-me-up. It's got a hint of orangeness in it. The Sunkist is dramatically underrated.
Underrated. Coke Zero. People don't properly appreciate Coke Zero. Occasionally, someone will say, let's go to the place with the Coke Zero. That person's smart. But very rarely, you'll hear this sometimes in life, you'll have someone badger you about liking Coke Zero. You'll have someone tell you that you overtalk about Coke Zero, and they undervalue what is a delicious beverage. That is the closest thing you can get to Coca-Cola Classic without all the sugar. Underrated, underappreciated, and absolutely delicious. Coke Zero. Let's go to the place with the Coke Zero.
My God, they have
So
it.
good.
They have it. It comes in the fountain.
Let's flip back to sports. Let's do our overrated and underrated DC sports rival, and the Celtics better be involved.
I don't have a rival here. Underrated DC sports rival. Recency effect? The San Diego
How about
Padres. Jerks and Profar getting into it with the lads. They come to town in July. And you guys, I'm talking to you, Nats fans, you better sack up and figure this out. All right? Let's pack the joint. It's going to be Mackenzie Gore, CJ Abrams, and James Wood, who they traded in the Soto deal, all playing against San Diego after they took your lunch and gave you a swirly in San Diego. I'm still getting tweets, still having responses to all my interactions. You guys are soft, blah, blah, blah. Wear that. I kind of like that I've got a team that I'm a little annoyed by right now.
Yep.
So it's very early. This is recency effect. They're mad that Mike Rizzo just constantly bends them over in trades. How about it, boys and girls? The Padres.
Longstanding stance of old Rainy Duya here on 106.7 The Fan. This fan base, the one I grew up in, my Washington, D.C. brethren, and sisterin, if that's even a word that I just kind of made up here on the spot. We don't do a good enough job of hating the New York Football Giants. We need to get back to hating the Giants. They're hateable. They're insufferable. Their fans stink just as much as the other fans stink. They're so annoying. They're so very proud of their stupid plain blue T-shirt jerseys. They're always insisting that they're fine. They stink most of the time, and then every once in a while they have a weird flare-up where Eli Manning's like, you guys run the right route, and he throws picks, and somehow the occasional touchdown out of the tuchus or off somebody's helmet because they're wearing stickum and nobody really alleged anything and no one really dug into the impropriety of what happened to Tyree and why he stinks everywhere else. I hate them. Let's get back to hating the Giants. That's our underrated rival.
I like that answer from you. It's how bad they are, I think.
Yep.
That they're not a threat.
They always beat us, don't they?
Do.
Don't they always
do
beat
seem
us?
to always beat the good guys. Underrated rival.
We need an overrated rival now.
Excuse me.
You underrated
yes.
Philly. I mean, San Diego.
That's correct. Overrated rivalry. The Cowboys. Sorry about it.
That's tough.
Yeah, 20 years ago, Cole. That was a great rivalry. I was a kid. I hated the Cowboys. There's really no such thing as the players on either side caring. The coaches really don't care. Now, maybe this year, I actually haven't thought about this, but we're actually going to get a little more juice because Dan Quinn was their coordinator. So that relationship, this actually is going to feed the beast, give you a little something to chew on for a year or two. Plus, they brought in like 932 Cowboys, basically like the Ron Rivera thing, but instead of the Panthers, it's the Cowboys. So you got Joe Witt and Tyler Biadasz and 3 different defensive ends, the whole deal. So it helped a little bit, but this rivalry is just not what we want it to be, in my opinion. The best rivalry in DC sports is the Penguins and the Capitals. You guys are still acting like it's the Cowboys and the Washington new names. A little overrated. Still fine on the grand scheme of things. It still shows up it gets a podium, but Caps Penguins destroys it.
This one is really hard to find an overrated rival because I have so much hate in my heart for so many teams. I really struggle with this one. Here's what I came up with. The New York Mets. Bit of an overrated rival at this point.
Oh, I hate the Mets.
I hate the Mets too. But it's not like it was. It's not like when the 7-nation train army came down and chanted Harvey's better and like Mike DeRucci and Joey Boombots from Exit 15W short points off the turnpike would invade our stadium and be super, super irritating. It's not what it once was to me. Maybe because the Mets can't get right. Maybe because the Nats have been going through it. But it's not the same. Again, I hate their guts. I'm tired of them already. The fact they're playing well lately is so annoying. They're 500. The Nets can't get to 500, but they did. But it's a little bit overrated. But again, they're still a rival.
This is how we play overrated, underrated. There's a few more categories to go still on Grant and Danny. Mike Florio joins us in 20 minutes at 5 o'clock. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Mike Florio joins the show at 5. 5:25, we got to play audio of Brandon Aiyuk on The Pivot, which is a popular podcast, videocast hosted by former NFL players. Aiyuk is sitting there, and at different points during the interview, like points over to the side where Jaden Daniels is just hanging out in the peanut gallery. And he's like, I'd like to play with that guy. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Sorry?
And then they even ask him, who are you going to be playing for next season? And he guesses that it's going to be San Francisco. But he offers that if it's not, it might be Washington. And if it's not Washington, then it might be Pittsburgh. Like things that players you just don't see this. It's very strange. He seems like he's a lot to deal with, but he's also really good at catching passes.
There it is. Yeah.
So we'll get into that next hour on Grant and Danny. It is time to continue overrated, underrated. And to do that, the moderator extraordinaire, Garrett Stammer.
Well, thank you. Let's do our next one here. Overrated, underrated potato chip flavor.
Overrated. Cool Ranch Doritos. Doritos are wonderful. Nacho cheese Doritos, the spicy kind, everything else. I envision Cool Ranch Doritos. Like I have a dental mouth guard that I wear at night to prevent me from grinding my teeth. If you put a little bit of ranch seasoning on that, that's what Cool Ranch Doritos taste like. They stink. I've never gotten it. I've never understood it. My sister and I, at one point, didn't speak for almost a month over a Cool Ranch Dorito fight. They are the most overrated chip in human history. The Cool Ranch Dorito, overrated.
I've got two. It's a tie. I would have loved to have been able to choose just one to really satisfy the rules, but I couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I recounted the votes. I went through every single one. They were literally tied at 2 the vote. The plain Lay's potato chip, which I eat a lot of, and I like just fine, but they're not the OG. Once you go kettle cooked, you never go back. You need that crunchy exterior. You need something with a little more base. The barbecue chip, overrated. The barbecue chip, just not for me. I will comfortably never eat a barbecue chip again. I've only eaten barbecue chips a couple of times ever anyway, because I actively avoid them. Like if you were to give me a plate and there was a sandwich and barbecue chips on there, I would probably hand it back to you with the sandwich gone. You could still eat all the barbecue chips. Overrated barbecue chips.
That was my second choice, by the way.
Look at you.
Underrated. Pringles. Pringles. When's the last time you popped when you popped a can of those Pringles and you were like, smelled that smell when it comes right out of there, had one chip off the top and went, I'm good. You can't.
I think it's harder to have one Byron than one normal.
The Pringle is incredible. We don't spend enough time talking about it. The Pringle, underrated.
Sour cream and onion potato chips. I like a sour cream and onion chip. My buddy I grew up with in King George County on Ward Road in Peppermill Estates was my neighborhood. His name was Ben Gallier.
Okay.
I'd go to his house. His mom's the nicest lady in the world, Julie Meade Gallier. His parents had this like pantry. We called it the magical closet. It was just every snack you'd ever want. But after every day at school, we'd go to his house. We'd shoot basketball outside for about an hour. And she'd call us in, and I'd make a bowl of sour cream and onion chips. Because we never had them at my house.
It was exotic, yeah.
Always had sour cream and onion chips. Underrated sour cream and onion.
Let's flip back to sports. We're going to do our overrated, underrated former Washington quarterback.
This is fun. We'll go underrated first. Kirk Cousins. You guys just don't know. You guys just don't know. Some of you figured it out. Some of you haven't. One day you will. But you were wrong. Really, really good. Some of the best numbers in team history. 3 years consecutively. Did not miss a start. 2017, 2018, 2019. Well, I guess it would have been 2015, 2016, and 2017 for Kirk Cousins. Led the league in completion percentage one of those years. Routinely up around closer to 30 touchdowns than 20. Really, really good. And just gets so much guff, so much nonsense and ballyhoo from people. And he shouldn't. All he was just a really good starter here. That's it. Really good starter. Nothing wrong with being a really good starter. Underrated.
Underrated. Trent Green. He was pretty damn good
one.
when he was here. And, things happen. I understand it. I know different regimes, different blah, blah, blahs. And he would go on to really good success down the line. It took a while for him to finally realize it in Kansas City. But this is a different time. Obviously, they're in the late 90s. Threw for 23 touchdowns. I think 11 picks. Completion percentage wasn't where you normally see it today. But that was a good player on the rise. Underrated, Trent Green.
Notable has to be mentioned. I would have said him if not Kirka. Brad Johnson
Brad
for
Johnson.
the 1999 season. Made a Pro Bowl, number 2 offense in the NFL. He threw for 4,005 yards that year. Norville Eugene's offense took flight. Both Michael Westbrook and Albert Connell went for 1,000 through the air, thanks to Brad Johnson. Stephen Davis was the freight train running for 1456, but he had such a good year. So underrated Brad Johnson. Overrated former Washington quarterback.
This one's hard. I like this guy a lot. Really, really nice dude. Probably got a raw deal. Jason Campbell. There was never much happening. There was never much prolific. There was never much other than a really long windup and a really long release and some pretty mediocre stats. Great dude. Again, had 19 different offensive coordinators in 3 years, but a little bit overrated.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about you? Mark Brunell. Mark Brunell was the quarterback here the last time Washington won a playoff game. And because of that, I think we have some fond memories of Mark Brunell. But what you don't know is that in that playoff game that they won with Mark Brunell at quarterback, the numbers are so bad. It was like,
it's comical.
I think it's like 7 of 17 for like 102 yards or something stupid like that. Mark Brunell was aggressively okay for a pretty bad offense that was run first in 2005. And then he was okay the following year as well. Nothing wrong with Mark Brunell, but I think if we were to put together like here's the top 25 quarterbacks, he'd be higher on that list probably than he should because they won and we had some good memories. And Clinton Portis, who was in studio sitting in that chair
right there
yesterday, carried him and the boys a whole bunch.
In honor of the potato chip.
Yep.
Let's list our overrated and underrated dips. I guess it doesn't have to just be potato chip dips.
Oh, I got
it could
one.
just be dips in general.
Yeah. Underrated dip. Buffalo chicken dip. Is it underrated?
It's hard.
People don't eat it enough. So I'm going to say yes.
So there, if that's the definite, because it's a lot of prep. It's not
Yes.
an easy dip to just
I
come
feel
by.
like
Yeah.
it should be on every menu
Yeah.
as an appetizer.
It's great.
It should be ordered every time you see it. It should be ubiquitous in society. I'm going to someone's house. What are you bringing? Oh, I'll pick up some buffalo chicken dip. It should just be sold in tubs. You know what I'm saying? Like
Sure.
buffalo chicken dip, every time you have it, you go, this is the best. This is why we're here, man. Knock on wood if you're with me, man. Buffalo chicken dip underrated.
Underrated guacamole. People do incorrect things where they don't
Sorry,
eat
I just
guacamole
threw
all the
up
time.
over here.
Right. This is probably in your top 7 most wrong things in a trillion wrong things about you and food. You should have to sit out for the rest of the show.
How salty were you today? When
Furious.
both me and Darius at a restaurant ordered something and we both asked for them to hold the guac.
Uncultured goons, both of you.
Danny about walked out of the restaurant.
I literally, it was a business meeting. Let's never forget that it was actual business had to be taken care of there. I would have said, I refuse to eat with you people. Guacamole is so wonderful. It is an incredible, joyous treat. I could eat it every single day, just scooping it with potato chip after potato chip. It combines all the wonderful things and flavors. Underrated guacamole.
Overrated?
Overrated. You can't really get me to talk bad about a dip. I love the idea of putting dip together. If I had to pick one dip that's overrated, this one's going to sting a little bit. Sour cream and onion dip.
Whoa!
It's a little bit too much.
That is the quintessential dip.
For people that have never had dip before. It's fine.
It's an OG dip.
It's okay. It comes in a can. Okay, I guess it's fine. I need that somebody who knows what they're doing in the kitchen really worked at this thing. You see what I'm saying? I need somebody that this is what the chef made. This is the crab dip. This is the spinach artichoke dip. This is the guacamole with the fresh ingredients, the preparation. Instead of I opened the top of this can that I got from Safeway. It's fine, but it also shows you didn't put much effort in.
It's not the only way to do it, but I certainly get what you're doing there. Overrated dip, salsa. Salsa's disgusting. No one should eat it.
Disgusting.
You're all doing it wrong. Don't eat salsa. It's spicy. It can burn your mouth.
Oh, that's the worst, isn't it?
It can burn your tongue. It doesn't taste good. It's very red in color. Salsa. I don't really have anything else to say other than that it doesn't taste good. Salsa. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, overrated and underrated on the Grant and Danny radio program. Mike Florio joins the show next. The NFL loses a fight over Sunday ticket through the years. Are they done scratching and clawing? Are they going to take it laying down, or do they swing back? We'll talk to Florio about that next. The exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny is the law firm Kandori and Murad. They're going to guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and please be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We're taking you up to 620 tonight on the Fan. Another installment of Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag coming up at 6. But right now on the BetQL guest hotline, bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit betql.com. Our friend Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. Mike, we wanted to have you back on for an update on everything going on with the National Football League and its fight as far as Sunday ticket goes. About a month ago, ahead of some of the hearings, we talked about what could happen, and there's been a lot of news on this week. So where are we at?
Well, where we're at is the class action plaintiffs, more than 2.4 million residential customers and bars throughout the country, are holding a verdict in the amount of $4.696 billion, which under the federal antitrust laws will get tripled to $14.088 billion. That is pending post-trial motions. The NFL feels confident that it's going to be able to convince the presiding judge to throw the whole thing out. They go to court on July 31 for that. If that happens, because of the magnitude of the verdict, either side, whoever loses, is going to take this thing to the highest possible court. It may end up at the U.S. Supreme Court. I figure it will. There's too much money involved now for anyone to just not exhaust everything that's available. So once the judge in Southern California is done with it, that's when the case would go to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit automatically. Whoever loses there would then have the right to try to get into the U.S. Supreme Court. First, you got to get 4 justices to take it. Then you got to get 5 to agree with you. But this thing with $14 billion, this thing is going to be around until everyone has had every possible chance to try to get it to go their way.
Mike, could you break down for the uninitiated and folks who may not have followed it as closely, what issues are at play here? What are the plaintiffs alleging, and then what's the NFL countering with?
This is about the pricing of Sunday ticket. And specifically, the allegation was, and the jury agreed with it, that the NFL has required the Sunday ticket provider, it was DirecTV from 1994 through 2022, to charge an exorbitant rate so that customers will be more inclined to say, you know what, even though I'm a 49ers fan who lives in the D.C. area and I'd like to watch them every single week, I can't pay for this package. I got to buy the whole thing. It's $400. I'll just watch whatever games are on my local CBS and Fox affiliates on Sunday afternoons. And the argument was the NFL was trying to protect the CBS and Fox relationships, and they were in cahoots with CBS, Fox, and DirecTV to make that happen. It's an antitrust violation because the NFL fundamentally is 32 distinct businesses. That's why the argument was made, and that's why it's worked so far. The NFL's position is, we didn't have any arrangement. We didn't have any deal. We're trying to provide choices. We're trying to provide premium products. The NFL has some legal arguments that they're going to be pushing very aggressively. They've had an antitrust exemption dating back to 1961 that allows them to sell games to the network, CBS, Fox, NBC, ABC, et cetera, as a group. And one of their big arguments will be, as we get deeper into the court system, that right to sell the broadcast rights to the networks as a group also allows them to play whatever games they were allegedly playing with Sunday Ticket. So that's it in a nutshell. It comes down to the fact that you got to spend a lot to get Sunday Ticket. You have to buy the whole package. You can't do single team option. You can't do single week option. You can't do single game option. And the argument is that's an antitrust violation that the NFL's had in place for 30 years to protect their partners that have the Sunday afternoon packages.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. A lot of people just did quick math. How much money was being won? How many people were involved? And basically they're going, oh, Grant, you had Sunday Ticket from June of 2011 through February of 2023. You're going to get $2,000. There's no way I'm getting that much money, right? No way.
Well, no, it all depends on how the judge carves up the pie. Let's assume there's ultimately, and the number would be for the residential class action, I think the number is 13.8 million. There will be a percentage of that goes to the lawyers. And a lot of people like to complain about that. Well, without a law firm that is willing to take on Goliath here, to tilt at windmills like Don Quixote, which is basically what you're doing with something like this, that's been around for 9 years. You spend a lot of money, you spend a lot of time with no guarantee you're going to get anything. There's surely a contingency fee agreement in place that'll have upwards of 40% going to the lawyers. It's over $5 billion. The judge has to approve that. But even after that, I was doing some math earlier, and it gets complicated because it's going to be tied surely to how many years you had it from 2011 through 2022. But it could be $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 per person by the time it's all said and done. I mean, there is a crap load of money that is going to change hands, and there will be opportunities for the individual fans to make a claim and get their money. Now, that's what I gathered from the Sunday ticket litigation website. At some point, you'll have to affirmatively make a claim, and I'm going to be determined to make sure everybody knows when and where deadlines are and how to go about showing that you had DirecTV's Sunday ticket package. But I can't imagine that those records aren't out there somewhere, that they'll be able to identify every individual and figure out who gets what money. But that's probably 3 years down the road, given the upcoming appeals. It's already been around, as I mentioned, 9 years. I think it's at least 3 more years before the Supreme Court finishes with this thing.
So, Mike, I'm a DC guy. I'm a Washington fan. I lived in New York years ago. I couldn't get DirecTV. Quite literally, it wasn't available to me, whether it was a Time Warner cable restriction or my apartment building restriction or whatever. So I had to go, above and beyond and find some bar and kind of turn it into a then Redskins bar and, just figure it out that way. And I spent way more than $400 a year eating ribs just so I could watch my team. The reason I bring that up is not just to selfishly tell you about my life, but how might this practically change the way things are covered or delivered potentially if this holds through all the different courts? How might this change the delivery mechanism for fans, the NFL, and games?
Here's what's fascinating about this. 3 years ago, right around now, it was June 21 of 2021, there was a Supreme Court decision in a case against the NCAA, one of the many antitrust cases challenging the way the NCAA does business. And within 10 days after that case came out, the NCAA decided we'd better surrender on this whole NIL thing. And they did, because they knew it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get more expensive. And we're clearly in the wrong in telling these college athletes collectively, as independent colleges from coast to coast, they come together under the NCAA and say, you can't go out and make money off your name, image, and likeness. They knew they were wrong. I mention that because now the NFL, in a different posture, this isn't the Supreme Court has spoken. This is the low-level district court with the $14 billion verdict. They have to ask themselves, do we feel lucky that we're going to win this thing and we won't change our ways going forward? Because that class action expires at the 2022 season. So there's already one more year of the model that got the NFL in trouble. And if they don't change the way they're doing things this year, next year, the next year, there's going to be another class action trying to come in and take advantage of the same legal theories that apply it here. So they've got to decide, are we going to keep doing what we do, or are we going to tell YouTube TV, charge whatever you want, make a single game package available? Or are they just going to blow the Sunday ticket thing up like they considered in 2017? There was an internal memo that was used in closing arguments where the NFL had considered getting rid of Sunday ticket and selling the out-of-market games to the specialty cable channels like FS1 and ESPN2. It would be like Saturday watching college football where there's a game on every channel. That's what they thought about doing. That still could be what they do.
So along those same lines, similarly, is there a chance the price changes this year for, I have YouTube TV, it's 400 whatever it is dollars for the season. If part of the issue in the past was how much they were charging, does that change, or it's not that quick?
It could. That could be what the NFL decides to do. And it's a combination of, and this is why I've been frustrated that more people in the media aren't covering this, because the message to the consumer is they've been screwing you for 30 years. Even if they are legally permitted to do it, they've been jacking up the price of Sunday ticket to push you toward games you'd rather not watch, but hey, it's football and it's on TV. What else am I going to do? Maybe I'll get some highlights of the game that I'd rather watch during breaks in the action in the game that I'm forced to watch. And I think it exposes what the NFL has done to fans. And they made a big deal during the trial about how this is all about choice. It's not about choice. It's about charging so much for the choice that people are going to choose not to buy it and watch whatever the NFL gives them on over-the-air TV. So, that's the bottom line. that there is a way that this becomes a lot cheaper and easier for all the fans out there. Even if the NFL ultimately wins, maybe they'll be shamed into finally changing the way they've done business for 30 years with premium packages and out-of-market games.
So, Mike, to that, this may be a little bit in the weeds here, but play this out. Would it be possible to not make it exclusive to a certain provider, one provider over the other? Right. In other words, like not necessarily, you wouldn't want necessarily that it costs $260 on Comcast, but $290 on YouTube TV or whatever. But if this was more widely available, I know that the NFL might worry that it would cannibalize, Fox or CBS or ESPN or the different places where the games are. But that would seem to me to be something that might help everybody. Or is that just never going to happen?
There's got to be a way to do this that allows the NFL to still make a ton of money, but also creates true options for fans. And when you think about the way the NFL does its windows now, and the windows are very important, it's that 1 o'clock Eastern window that has the collection of games that aren't deemed to be compelling enough to get into late afternoon or prime time. Every once in a while, you get a game that ends up at 1 o'clock Eastern on Sunday. You're like, boy, that game, it feels like it should be a prime time game. But if they would change the model and just, whether it's, this idea of selling the rights to FS1, ESPN2, and other specialty cable channels, so all the 1 o'clock games would be on if you have a cable provider or a digital package that has the live TV with all the traditional channels, or it's just cheaper to buy whichever game you want. You're going to have games available, guaranteed on your local CBS and Fox affiliates, but then you pay a reasonable fee because you want to watch Saints Packers at 1 o'clock that day for whatever reason. There's a chance that all happens. And I think the one thing the NFL needs to do, because it's wired to fight, it needs to take a step back and say, you know what? We didn't get here by accident. There's something going on with how we do this out of market thing that's problematic. Maybe there's a better way to do it that still allows us to make a ton of money and that treats our consumers better than we've been treating them for the past 30 years.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Mike, kind of strange how candid Brandon Aiyuk is being in public about wanting to play in Washington. I don't know if you've seen the latest today, but there's a couple videos circulating. Now, I think these were recorded. This interview with the Pivot was recorded maybe before his latest meeting with the Niners to hash things out. But he literally says, he thinks he's going to play for the Niners, but if not, Washington or Pittsburgh, which is weird. You don't really see players talking like that. He references wanting to play with Jaden Daniels. I don't think there's any tampering when just players that are buddies are hanging out, but the whole thing is kind of abnormal and strange. What do you make of how open he's being about where he'd like to go?
Yeah, players can tamper with other players as long as it's not happening at the behest of or with the knowledge of management. And I'm sure that happens all the time. I think he's frustrated because his choices are play for the 49ers and make $14.1 million or don't play at all. Well, he's clearly going to play, and that was the upshot of the meeting he had with the 49ers this week. He understands the way this works. First-round pick, 5-year contract. They have the 5th-year option. The question is, what will they do after this year? Are they going to tag him and trade him? Are they going to tag him and squat on him like the Bengals are doing with T. Higgins? When is he finally going to hit the open market? And then I think when he hits the open market, the question becomes, how much is somebody really going to pay him? He's not one of the top 3 or 4 receivers in the NFL. He's top 10. He was second-team All-Pro last year. What team is going to break the bank when you could otherwise go draft a guy like Malik Neighbors, the Giants receiver, 6th overall pick? He gets $29 million, not a year, all 4 years combined. So it's almost like the running back position to a certain extent. And I think Aiyuk is the guy who's caught in the middle there. That's part of the problem. Because I think if there was a team out there that was ready to pay him what he wanted, they would have traded for him before the draft. The Steelers were interested in him. I think they just couldn't get to a point where they could satisfy his demands and the 49ers' demands in trade. So I think at the end of the day, he's going to huff and puff, but he's not going to blow his own house down because his best play is to go back to San Francisco for 1 year and put himself in position to be a free agent next year or franchise tagged and traded.
Mike Florio stays busy. A year or so ago, I got your book, Father of Mine, that came out. You've got a sequel coming out now on September 3rd. Tell us about it.
You said you got it. Now, the question is, did you read it? And it's funny because a friend of mine at NBC last year said, hey, I got your book. It's really great. And I could tell he was just being nice.
He's
so
just
I
being
said,
nice.
what's it about? I said, what's it about? And he looked at me and said, don't do that to me. So anyway, I'll give you a pass on that. Father of Mine is a mob novel set in 1973 that goes through a bunch of different crazy events, and it ends with a surprise. Son of Mine is the sequel that picks up exactly where the first book ends. And you don't need to read both. You can read one and say, that's it, I'm satisfied. If you have curiosity about what happens after the final ending in Father of Mine, Son of Mine takes the story further, and it bounces back and forth between Arizona and West Virginia in 1973 and 1975. And I actually think it's better than the first. Whenever you make something, you're kind of like, yeah, I don't know about this. And I was that way with the first one. With this one, I'm like, damn, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. I'm working on it right now, actually. It's like, this thing's pretty good.
Where did the itch come from, Mike? I mean, you got so much going on with football and everything to actually do the novel
really cool.
thing.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Here's what happened. This happened during the pandemic, and I did the math at one point. I've been doing this 23 years now. I have written well over 20 million words. And the problem is everything I write today, by tomorrow, no matter how good it is, by tomorrow, nobody cares. I got to do it again. And then by the next day, what I wrote tomorrow, nobody cares about. And right around this time of year, 4 years ago, when nothing was going on and nobody was going anywhere, I had an idea that became Father of Mine. And I just sat down and started writing. And because I've written 20 million words about football, I can write pretty fast. And now, whether it's good or not isn't for me to decide, but I can write pretty fast.
Right.
I never have writer's block. So I've got 8 manuscripts. I've got 2 that I've put out there. I've got one about the NFL and gambling and the mob. It's kind of a cautionary tale for how the current environment for the NFL could go sideways. It's currently being shopped, and we're going to make a decision about, do we want to publish it and put it in bookstores? Do we want to sell it online? I love having full control over everything. I just got a mock-up of the cover for Son of Mine from my nephew, who's a very skilled graphics designer. When you sell a book to a publisher, you don't get that freedom. So we're figuring all that out. That one's coming at some point, I hope next year. I hope it happens. And I'm sorry, I know you set me up to pitch Son of Mine, but this other one about the mob and football and gambling, I feel like I've nailed what's going to happen at some point, and now the race is on to get the book out there before it actually happens.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that is neat.
So, well, very, very cool. Where can people get it? Everywhere right now?
Amazon.
Cool.
More money for Jeff Bezos.
Yeah,
he got outbid to buy the Commanders, so we got to help him out.
You've been struggling a little bit, right?
That's nice of you, because he wanted the Commanders and he just couldn't afford
That
them.
Amazon.com charity.
If only you would have written the book sooner, maybe he could have bought the team. Mike, thank you.
If people just would have bought a few more copies, he would have bought the Commanders instead of Josh Harris.
It's their fault. Mike, thank you very much. We appreciate you.
All right. See you guys.
Be good. There's Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. Why'd you even try, Clary? Ryan tried to grab him before.
Oh, you tried to quick draw that?
You
No
know
way.
better than that.
No way.
Listen, at this point in my life, I just want to talk to Mike Florio
It's
after the
just a
interview.
challenge?
It's just a challenge at this point. Like I tried to time it up and it did not work.
Wait, do you guys hear the audio that I just referenced to him? Aiyuk talking about maybe playing in Washington.
This is something.
Pretty crazy. That's next on The Fan.
Yeah, players can tamper with other players as long as it's not happening at the behest of or with the knowledge of management. And I'm sure that happens all the time. I think he's frustrated because his choices are play for the 49ers and make $14.1 million or don't play at all. Well, he's clearly going to play, and that was the upshot of the meeting he had with the 49ers this week. He understands the way this works. First-round pick, 5-year contract. They have the 5th-year option. The question is, what will they do after this year? Are they going to tag him and trade him? Are they going to tag him and squat on him like the Bengals are doing with T. Higgins? When is he finally going to hit the open market? And then I think when he hits the open market, the question becomes, how much is somebody really going to pay him? He's not one of the top 3 or 4 receivers in the NFL. He's top 10. He was second-team All-Pro last year. What team is going to break the bank when you could otherwise go draft a guy like Malik Neighbors, the Giants receiver, 6th overall pick? He gets $29 million, not a year, all 4 years combined. So it's almost like the running back position to a certain extent. And I think Aiyuk is the guy who's caught in the middle there. That's part of the problem. Because I think if there was a team out there that was ready to pay him what he wanted, they would have traded for him before the draft. The Steelers were interested in him. I think they just couldn't get to a point where they could satisfy his demands and the 49ers' demands in trade. So I think at the end of the day, he's going to huff and puff, but he's not going to blow his own house down because his best play is to go back to San Francisco for 1 year and put him in position to be a free agent next year or franchise tagged and traded.
That was Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk on Grant and Danny just a few minutes ago right here with us on The Fan. Speaking of Brandon Aiyuk, so he did an interview with the guys from The Pivot. This is a Ryan Clark-led show. Former players sit down and chat with current players. And he talked quite a bit about his future in San Francisco, the possibility of Washington. And there's some pretty stunning audio at different points we'll play for you here. So let's just go through it all and then react. First, this is Aiyuk when asked what uniform he's going to wear this football season. This was pretty crazy.
Probably a Niner uniform. I mean, if not a Niners uniform, probably a Washington Commander uniform. If not a Washington Commander uniform, probably a Steelers uniform.
I don't remember.
Has that ever happened?
A player saying that. I think I'll play for this team, but if not this team, and if not that team, this team. You're naming teams you don't play for to say that you might play for them, while odds are you're playing for the team you're currently on.
The team's got you under team control, just based on the CBA and your rookie deal. That's very odd to me. And again, we need to make sure we clarify this. This is before, I guess, they had their come to Jesus meeting, talking about the Niners and Aiyuk. This is when this was recorded?
Yes, but they dropped it today, so they're not doing him any favors.
Right, yeah.
But today this came out, best I can tell. Supposedly it was recorded a few days ago. I'm sure it was before the interview, or the interview was before his meeting with San Francisco. I don't doubt that. And maybe they're in a better place now. Who knows? But this is what he was saying. He said, I think I'll play for San Francisco, if not the Washington Commanders, if not the Pittsburgh Steelers. So what does he know? That those are the two teams that have called the Niners? We know that the Commanders reached out. We hadn't heard about the Steelers, but maybe he's telling us that. He was also asked about the video that went viral where he called Jaden Daniels, remember? And he was on FaceTime or Instagram Live or whatever it was.
Yep.
And he was telling him they don't want me. And Jaden Daniels was kind of laughing. The joke was, come with me, play with me, whatever. Here's what he had to say about that video.
Well, first of all, that's my dog right there. That's my dog. We good friend. We talk on the phone every day. So just like we talked earlier, we're starting to get our own footage. We're getting our own footage, recording everything. Just enjoying the process. Just have my lady record his stuff, record everything that's going on so that I can look back on it, because it's exciting times. It's stressful, but it's exciting. And I want to have these memories. And that was just a moment that she caught that got off the phone with the Niners. They told me what they told me. I'll pass the information on to him.
He said they told you what they told you. There's no way the Niners said, Brandon Aiyuk, first-round pick, all-pro wide receiver, we don't want you back. What was it exactly that they told you that prompted that conversation with JD?
They told me that they didn't think that we were on the same page and that they didn't believe that we were going to. And that was about it at that time. But it's part of it. It's part of the contract negotiations, trying to sway stuff in either direction. So whether that's 100% true or not, I guess that's still to find out.
That was a great question by Ryan Clark.
Yes, it was.
It's an excellent question by him, and worded perfectly, too, to get a good answer. But the answer at the beginning was strange to me. He said, we're getting our own footage, him and Jaden Daniels. I don't know what that means exactly. I wish I had a best friend that I called on the phone every day. Maybe that's a me problem.
Yeah.
I love their relationship. Like they're
really good buds.
Their brotherhood is like super tight. They're twins. Remember?
Yeah. Fingers
With,
crossed twins.
Fingers crossed.
Mhm.
I want a twin. How do I get one of those?
Seems like a lot of work.
But they're
You gotta talk
buddies.
every day?
They're going to the store together. They're calling on the phone. Their girlfriends are recording them talking to each other. Like, I want one of those.
I got some great friends from growing up, like best pals.
Me and my pal Joey
we
met
text.
up in Woodbridge, between where both of us live. He's from Fredericksburg area now, to go see Bad Boys 4 at like I don't know, like 10 at night a couple weekends ago, and stood in the parking lot talking to like 12:20. But then we'll exchange like a text every few
Yeah, I
days.
was like, how many times you guys talk on the phone since then?
On the phone, 0.
0 times.
We've texted, but I want a friendly pal, a twin I could just call all the time. That's like some Clary Dillon stuff right there. That's next level.
You go through some stuff together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. Making salmon together.
Break bread over clary casserole. Special occasion, you get the salmon.
If you're really lucky.
If you're really into somebody.
Get our own footage. Play the beginning of that answer again, if you would, please.
Well, first of all, that's my dog right there. That's my dog. We good friends. We talk on the phone every day. So just like we talked earlier, we're starting to get our own footage. We're getting our own footage, recording everything. Just enjoying the process. Just have my lady record the stuff, record everything that's going on so that I can look back on it, because it's exciting times. It's stressful,
there you go.
but it's exciting. And
That's to me like that's very new school or something. Just always have a camera rolling. My lady's just recording me making phone calls, sitting on my couch. That's like the generation where you just watch people play video games, or Twitch streamers are just like answering questions. I don't know, but like the idea that you're getting your own footage, unless you're doing if you're doing your own documentary, if that's what he's saying, I'm documenting my off season. I'm doing some remember when Cousins had the deal like Brady did with FanDuel or Facebook or something, and they did some like series on him. Okay, but he's basically saying like my girlfriend records everything for me so I can remember it. All right.
When you say, and I don't know if there's extra meaning behind it, but it's hard. We're trying to parse up these quotes. When you say, I'm getting my own footage, meaning so you can't lie about me. That's how that sounds to me. So when I go, I'm going to have my own stuff, so that when you come out with a statement that says one thing that contradicts my view or what I know happened, I can produce video.
But the footage isn't of the meeting with the Niners.
Well, you and I both know that.
It doesn't do anything.
That's why I'm scratching my head. Yeah, but that's what that sounds like to me. Where it's like, if this is not a great example, so bear with me. And again, I like whatever I'm supposed to like, and I hate the thing that you hate, and we think the same way. This is to everybody listening right now.
What if somebody listening doesn't like what you think?
It's not possible.
Oh.
I think exactly what you guys think, so I want no one to be upset. But you remember the Dave Portnoy with the reporter thing that happened? Long and short, he records the interview, or not the interview. He records the interaction, because he said, this is the agenda. This is what I'm accusing you of. Which who you believe, I don't care. But his point was, you're not going to be able to say something different happened than this conversation. That's what I hear when I hear we're getting our own footage. AKA, like, if they come out and say, no, we love Brandon, we think he's the best, we tried to decide of it, he didn't want to. He's going to have his own documentation that says something different. But that doesn't seem like what's going on right now. You know what I mean?
When I hear him saying we're getting our own footage, I think he goes on Instagram Live a lot, and like his girlfriend rolls on funny things he's doing. And he likes streaming himself play video games. Like maybe not specifically that, but it's just like I don't know, how old is he? 25 maybe?
Yeah, he's around that age. Yeah.
He's a
25 this
little
year.
older than like the rookies that I expect to be, like Jaden Daniels, that kid JD. He loves to be like just streaming and Instagramming and Instagram living. And I just think I'm an old man and I need to figure out a way to not think that is annoying.
You know what?
It's what kids do now.
I kind of realized that when I was one time hanging out with Toby at a game. Our guy Toby Altizer.
You won't throw Toby under the
I'm
bus.
going to throw him under the bus.
What did Tobias Fuke do?
But no, this is it's kind of relates. So he takes a picture at every game that he's at, and he says that he never misses an opportunity to take a picture to basically log that, hey, I was at this game on June 28th, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Right, that's awesome. I've been to so many games that I've probably taken a picture. At I can count on one hand how many times I've taken a picture of myself at a game. That's the difference. I think this younger generation documents everything. I think that's just part of what they do.
I think there is something to be said for that.
Okay.
I think it's a good point.
All right.
And he's the youngest, the actual youngest in charge of the radio station.
Mm-hmm.
He is the youngest, and he's in charge, so that
So
makes him
for
the
sure.
actual, to be clear,
Clarification.
youngest in charge. But to me, that's very different. Like, if Toby was live streaming himself on Instagram, doing everything, that would relate better. You know what I mean? Like, I got to go live. I haven't been live today yet. Like, I don't. By the time I clicked on it, he was off. But like last night at like 1:56 in the morning, my air conditioning wasn't working in my house. I was like trying to fix it. I'm banging on things and doing different things.
You probably got it done. You fixed it
I
by
actually
yourself.
did.
You
I
really?
don't know how or why. I went full like the Russian astronaut in Armageddon. It was just hitting things, and by the morning it was cool again. So I don't know how it worked out.
Good job, dude.
But anyway, like I just got I'm like laying down in my bed sweating, and it was like that kid JD's live, and I'm like, oh, here we go.
Here we go.
And I like clicked on it, and it was like over. So maybe he didn't really go live or whatever. But my point is, if you're just sitting there and you're like, I got to go live and see what's up. And then what people do is they'll just sit there and they're looking at their phone and they're like, oh, what's up, D? Oh, Darius is in here. What's up, man? Oh, Ryan, how you doing, bud? Like that's like the line.
Yeah, that's the
you know?
video.
It's like,
That's what people do.
okay, there's just a bunch of like hearts popping up, and they're like, Danny's in here. Danny's crazy. And then, but they just do that, that.
Yeah,
to the
everyone
format.
tries to do a train of thought, and then like a new person comes in. It's like, oh look, Mark's here.
And then all of a sudden they'll like be joined by a buddy. They're just like, Frank's up here. Let me see. Frank. But it's just like that for like
minutes.
No, actually. How about absolutely not? We could not do that. But it's what
the youngsters are doing.
Young people do. It's what they do.
It's what they do.
In fact, I did my own Instagram live recently. I don't do them frequently, but I do them as a sports.
You pick your spots.
Yeah, I do them as a sports commentator to comment on sports things. So when the Nats and the Padres were mixing it up, I jumped on IG Live. And do you remember former Nationals pitcher Colin Ballister?
Of course I remember Battlestar.
That was my guy. So Bally like did one of these. I don't even know how it works, but he's like, pick me. I just get this notification like he wants to join you. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. So I'm just breaking down like the Padres and the Nats. And then I hit the button and there's Bally coming in. And next thing you know, Jordan Zimmerman starts commenting on everything we're doing. Jordan Zimmerman's talking about his no-hitter on my Instagram Live and like tweeting about how he's going out to San Diego to see Steven Strasburg. And I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever. Like I did not have this in the office pool while sitting on my couch at 11 p.m. So maybe that's why kids do it, because maybe you just are sitting there. And next thing you know, Jordan Zimmerman.
Yeah, you throw some chum in the water and Jordan Zimmerman starts talking about his no-no.
Is just breaking down his no-no from his house. I don't know. Maybe Jaden Daniels is onto something. But there's more Brandon Aiyuk audio to play for you. He really seems to think he might be coming to Washington and really wants to play with Jaden Daniels. We've got the proof in audio form next on Grant and Danny. Top of the hour at 6 o'clock. It'll be Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. You can tweet us suggestions at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny on the X machine. You can call us coming up next segment as well at 800-636-1067. You'll be able to ask us anything. It's our own little AMA as a show where sports or non-sports, we will answer whatever you've got for us on the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. It's how we wind down every single week. Brandon Aiyuk talking to the fellas over at the Pivot. We've not made our way through all of this audio yet. How about him when he referenced Jaden Daniels as a guy you'd like to play with? Now, I don't know if this audio plays in the same way. The video actually shows Jaden Daniels, which is funny because Aiyuk is sitting on a couch like being interviewed by these guys, and he motions over to the side, and the camera like pans over. And you see his buddy Jaden Daniels just sitting
on the interview, like, "Hi guys,"
essentially like waiting for him to be done so they can go kick it and eat at a restaurant or something, just hanging out while his buddy's being interviewed. The number 2 overall pick and the Heisman Trophy winner. But this was from the Pivot.
That's why I'm like, when you talk about social media and it's a quarterback right there. I'm thinking about what I could do with him. I'm thinking about if the Niners don't want me to come back to play with them, I'm thinking about what I could do. I know what I could do.
He is so openly saying, I want to play for Jaden Daniels. There was the other answer that we played for you.
Yep.
Play this one real quick where he talked about, they asked him point blank, who are you going to be playing for this season? And he name checks the Commanders right after the current team that he's on.
Probably a Niner uniform. I mean, if not a Niners uniform, probably a Washington Commander uniform. If not a Washington Commander uniform, probably a Steelers uniform.
This is weird, but I don't want to bury the lead that a really good player who's available wants to come here. That is not lost on me.
Yeah, that is unusual too. You're right. I haven't thought of that. I mean, I can't get past how crazy this all is to me. And everyone just sort of seems to be like, oh, that's a comment that Brandon Aiyuk made. Like, has anyone done this? Can you remember anyone doing something like this?
Well, you're sleeping on the movement in the NFL. It's not on the level of the NBA. I don't think it ever will be. But it is happening at a pretty clear pace. It's not a glacial pace in terms of player empowerment, players feeling like they can say and go out and kind of dictate terms, social media, be their own media. You're on Brian Clark texts you. I don't know, you share an agent or you don't. You share a trainer or you don't. But all these guys are buddies. You just pop on a player show. You say what you want to say. You get your word out there. Like, there's just a lot of that now where the team is not able to control it the same way. You're not running these things by a PR director. Hey, I'm about to do an interview. And the PR guy goes, no, you're not. Absolutely not. We're not having you speak today. We're not having you talk to the media. You're just talking to a buddy. You're saying what you feel. So, yeah, there's going to be more and more of this. I don't think it's been to this extent where a guy is saying the name of the team or what quarterback he wants to play for. This is pretty extreme.
So I guess let me offer the distinction. If T. Higgins was doing this in his like franchise tag year, right? Like maybe that's not the best example because he's being tagged, right? This year for the Bengals?
He's already been tagged.
He's already been tagged.
Signed his tag.
Meaning like, I don't want to be tagged. I'd like to be a free agent. I understand that. Aiyuk has a full year left before anything could happen anyway, in theory. I mean, unless he's trying to agitate to be traded now and avoid this path. So I could see it. It would be less crazy to me if we're at this point that he'd already been tagged going, yeah, I'd like to be here. I'd like a long-term deal, but if not, I could go this place, this place, this place. It'd be stunning to see that, but less so than this.
This is the last season on Aiyuk's deal.
Yeah.
You're saying because T. Higgins has a year left now because of the tag,
right?
Also, but you're saying at least he was a free agent,
yes,
that was held hostage.
Yeah.
Whereas Aiyuk is just in the final year of his 5-year deal.
Right. Like, so this to me is a 10 out of 10. Like, I'm looking around like Vincent Vega at Mia's house. I'm going, where's this coming from? What's going on? I would get it for Higgins. I go, I get it. That's nuts. That's a lot. I haven't seen this before. Yeah. That's like a 7 out of 10 of like, what? But this to me is a 10.
I'm not disagreeing with all the stuff you're saying.
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate though, and this one's pretty selfish and personal in DC to us. It feels really good to be wanted.
Yes.
It has been a long time since you had the cool quarterback that someone wanted to play with. Nobody was demanding to come here so that they could play with Carson Wentz or Ryan Fitzpatrick or Taylor Heineke or Sam Howell for that matter. So you got a guy that a second-team All-Pro wide receiver is going, I want to play with him. I love this guy.
You're
This
right.
is my best buddy. That's a cool feeling. And for whatever reason, and I don't really know why, maybe it's as simple as that he likes Jaden Daniels, but he also knows Adam Peters. He's got a relationship with him. He seems to be interested in the Commanders. Now, I said this with Alex Sarr. The fact that Alex Sarr wanted to be a Wizard should not be lost on people. When's the last time that someone kind of tried to force their way to Washington? He refused to work out for the Hawks. So
It's been a minute, hasn't it?
He worked out for one team. It was the Wizards.
It's been a lot more Mike Bibby, I will never play there, buy me out immediately, than it is I try to force my way to Washington. You're
That's
right.
not nothing.
No, it's something. I mean, we've had no luck in love. Now, all of a sudden, we got this great guy that wants to come over and cook for me. You know what I mean? Like, and he's making salmon. He's like sleeping over. Like, everything's exciting all of a sudden. Like, we're wanted.
What kind of salmon?
I don't know, like exactly
Like
how
a
you
cedar
like.
plank?
Yeah, no, but it's like a dish on the stovetop. Like it's a frying pan thing with some mixed veggies. It's really nice.
Are you worried that if he has to cook another meal for you, that it would be salmon again, or do you think he would have another meal?
There'd be a variety of meals. Like you clearly see the devotion coming my way.
What do you think the next meal would be?
A casserole of some sort.
Casserole?
Yeah.
He just throw a bunch of stuff into a pan and put it in the oven?
Yeah, it's not an oven. It's just it's alliteration. It's just on the stovetop.
Got you.
Mm-hmm.
Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag is next. Let's open up the phones. 800-636-1067 if you want to join us. It's our little Ask Us Anything, the G&D's Tony's Mailbag. Sports, non-sports, doesn't matter. You can get us on the record. You can make us talk about something we haven't all week long. Next on The Fan. A final furlong of what has been an entertaining week of shows on Grant and Danny. If you missed Clinton Portis and Cato June in studio with us for over an hour yesterday, make sure you grab the podcast, thefandc.com. You can watch those interviews, I'm sure, cut up on the 1067 The Fan YouTube page as well. We also had GM Brian McClellan on the show yesterday. Fran Fraschilla breaking down the NBA draft today was very good. Mike Florio was excellent. A lot of content for you at grantanddanny.com/audio when we are done in about 20 minutes. We'll step aside for Nats pregame with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. Speaking of the Nats, you've heard it all day long in the updates. We talked about it right at the start of our show. James Wood is getting called to the major leagues. He'll make his debut for the Nationals on Monday at home. He's going to play in Rochester, from what I'm told, tonight and tomorrow, and then he'll be off on Sunday as he travels to D.C. So kind of an abnormal way to do it, but it'll be an opportunity, it seems like, for the team to generate some excitement, some electricity. I think it's the right way to do it, to try to get people to come out and put some butts in seats, to do it at home, to give people a little time. You see the Orioles as an example. When they called up Jackson Holiday, people found out the day of, I think it was, and there were 17,000 people there for the game. Now, that's not nothing. That is fine, I suppose, for an early season game before school let out or whatever. But you'd like to double that. You'd like to be in the mid-30s. You'd like to be close to a sellout. So they're going to have the whole weekend for people to find out that he's coming up and make a move. And I think that this is bigger than just right now. This is a huge moment for the organization. It's a huge moment for the future of the team. This is the most anticipated debut post Strauss and Harper for this org. So I don't have any problem with them kind of prioritizing that over the normal way of doing things.
Yeah, and the normal way of doing things, there's a reason that's the normal way of doing things, because, if there's somebody comes up, there's a corresponding move. Someone either has to, get sent down, get released, get traded. I mean, those are the things that happen over the course of events. And you understand why that's normal. I think you said it very well, and I think you're right about this. This is abnormal. This is something that should have happened 2 months ago, maybe right out of spring training, to be honest with you, just in terms of ability, but whatever. This is something that fans are excited about, and giving them a chance to buy those Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday tickets. I think that's a huge deal. And I think it's a slightly unfortunate, but to me, it's a trade-off that I would make.
It is time for the Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. This is a weekly segment we do every single Friday at 6 o'clock before we say goodbye for the weekend. It is our version of an Ask Us Anything. You can ask us behind-the-scenes radio insider questions about the show. You can ask us sports questions about the teams or players you love. We could go non-sports with you. We try to be as candid and as much an open book as possible. It's the G&D's T's Mailbag.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
There you go, Darius.
Good job, Darius. Every time.
You knew he could pull it off.
Every time.
All right, so I've got some coming in at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter. You can call us with your questions. We'll get to the phones in just a moment at 800-636-1067. Blessed in DMV says, best physical hobby activity, biking, hiking, pickleball, skateboarding, etc. I don't know if he's asking what's our favorite or what the best one is. Danny, you do a lot of those things. What do you like?
I've done all of those things. Pickleball. It's beyond fun. It's easy for folks to pick it up and just start playing with some friends. It's, easy to get pretty decent. It's also something where you have played for years and will see someone that's amazing and you can't believe how good they are and how much nuance goes into stuff. It can be as simple as you want, as complicated as you want. It can be competitive. It can be light. It can be fun. It is everything under the sun for people. So I've done all those things. They're all great. They all have merits, and I actually still do most of them. But I'm telling you, pickleball is the way.
I guess if I was in decent enough shape that I could go out and really have a good time doing something overly active, I like pickup basketball. Like when I'm in decent shape is kind of fun. I mean, to let you behind the curtain at this juncture, don't have a lot of these. I'll be honest with you. Probably revealing. Playing with my kids, I would say, is like my big activity.
Yeah.
We run around the house, we wrestle, we do all kinds of stuff. But yeah, your boy is, taping podcasts or getting ready for the show or watching the Nats. That's pretty much what I'm doing. So are any of those physical activities?
You're physically doing it. Yeah.
I am doing those things.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Here's a question from Boston DG. Says, if you go to a cookout and they have awful hamburger and hot dog buns, can you say something to the host?
Man. Oh, God, that's a hard one.
This is an easy question. Absolutely not. Eat what you're provided with.
Well, yeah, of course you're going to do that.
Don't be rude and go home.
Now, am I at my family's cookout? Like, in other words, like, is this my brother, my sister, or my?
That's true.
If it's my mother-in-law, I am not saying a word. I'm saying thank you so much.
I'm not saying anything to the in-laws. I'm probably not saying anything to my parents. Maybe my dad. I'd be like, why'd you guys buy these? But I think my mom would take it personally and be offended and bothered. I would 100%. If I'm at my brother's house, I'd be like, bro, these buns are nubs.
Like I would destroy my sister if she had nubs if she had nubs hot dog buns. Yeah,
I think my sister would also be bothered and offended. So she'd be like, "Oh, you can bring them next time."
Yeah,
you know,
mine would too, but she's still catching shrapnel.
Yeah, she's catching a little heat.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Josh, first time, long time, says, just curious, which is your favorite flavor of Gatorade? I'll hang up and listen.
Interesting. So I wasn't sure if we do that, even though it's not on the phone, but he did hang up and listen first time, long time. So I think that counts. They don't make it anymore. Citrus Cooler. The Citrus Cooler Gatorade was the most refreshing beverage the human race has ever invented. It's singularly perfect. It's a combination of lime, a combination of orange. They went in a hotel room, it was kind of seedy, kind of cheap, and they were there by paying by the hour. And what came out was Citrus Cooler. I miss it every day.
What's the yellow Gatorade? Is that lime? Lemon
Lime Gatorade, yeah.
That would be the one that I've purchased more than any other. I also really like white. There's like a white.
It's like Arctic Blast.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's good. I have not had Gatorade, I don't think, in years. Not like purposefully, but it's been a long time. I probably 4 or 5 years since I've had Gatorade. Maybe if I'm sick and my wife goes and buys me some or something. For some reason, my wife only buys blue Gatorade. Like the ones that I like or don't like really are irrelevant. She just
gets the blue.
Like when you say, "Can you grab me a Gatorade?" It just means I'm going to go get a blue Gatorade.
Get the blue one.
Darius, warm up those pipes.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Kent is in Falls Church, has a sports question for us, DC related too. What's up, Kent?
Happy Friday, gentlemen. Great show as always.
Thank you, Bonnie.
All this talk about Aiyuk, I'm just curious how Terry McLaurin feels about this. I mean, the guy's been busting his tail for the team for how many years, and everyone's talking about this. I mean, granted, they got the rookie contract to work with. They could pay him both, but I think you'd have to pay them both and pay them both big.
Yeah, so Terry's been paid. Aiyuk will get considerably more. McLaurin's at $22-ish million a year. I think this number that Ayuk's trying to get is closer to $30 million. My guess is publicly he'll say all the right things, do all the right things because he's Terry and he's awesome. I also think behind the scenes, there's probably going to be a little bit of him that's excited to add a big weapon and a piece that could take some attention away and maybe help him see a little bit less of the number one corner in the top coverages. But whenever you're the alpha for years and you're the number one guy, and now you become pretty clearly the number two guy, there's just no way that. I mean, have you ever worked anywhere? Do you have an ego at all? Most people have a little bit of, self reverence, right?
Sure.
I mean, he's clearly going to be slightly annoyed that they're going and upgrading from him. I would think there's no doubt. It's why I would at least engage him in whatever they're doing. Not to say, what do you think we should do? What should we offer? But if you're actually calling San Francisco and talking, I want Terry McLaurin to know about it and let him know how we feel about him. But this is really about the bigger picture with the club.
Yeah, to me, if you're flirting with Aiyuk, you would say to Terry McLaurin, it's not like we're benching you. It's not like we're making you the backup Z to Brandon Aiyuk. We're trying to make your life easier. We want you to have a good offense for the first time in your life.
But it does mean fewer targets, fewer catches.
See, I don't know about that. I think if your offense is good, you could get up with those targets. He'll be north of 100 with or without Aiyuk.
Maybe the catches would be the same. I think the targets would definitely go down. There's plenty of games where the offense, the passing game goes through him. And if you're Brandon Aiyuk's there, then he's going to lead the team in targets. I mean, there's just no way, I don't think, to go from like the alpha to would it be a beta? I don't know. What's the
Omega?
The second one down the list.
I don't know.
Darius.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Andrew's in Warrenton. Hello, Andrew.
Hello. I have a bit of a devil's bargain question for you.
Go.
I like a devil's bargain.
You are given the ability to improve any physical trait, but at the expense of giving up one body part. For example, I would give up my left hand to be able to jump higher. What would you choose?
Ooh, I love this.
So I improve an attribute for myself. Like,
So-
I can fix things, or
Here-
I can.
Can I ask him if mine qualifies?
Okay.
The first thing I thought of, I would give up both pinky toes, either side of my foot, both, to be a gym obsessed, like, workout warrior guy who just stares at himself in the mirror with earbuds in.
I mean, you would just be able to be that physical specimen, and I think you would probably have to give up more than just the pinky toes. But
Okay,
yes, that
I'll
would work.
I'll do 8 toes minus thumbs.
Oh, that's equivalent.
Okay, that's fine.
So you can walk
If
still.
you're accepting that trade, I think you need. You would need.
You need at
your
least
thumb toes.
You need a stabilizer on your. Otherwise, you can't. You
or would
won't
I
be
be
able
better off giving up all toes on both sides, and then I just walk on like.
And you're like that guy
club
Rick
foot.
Dempsey that used to own the kick record.
Yeah,
with
I
the
don't
flat
know why.
toes.
Actually, take all 10 toes. 10 toes. I am like ripped, shredded gym guy, abs, V taper. Like muscles have muscles.
Mhm.
I've got those little things that connect my shoulders
Oh,
to
yeah,
my
the
neck.
little delt
It
action.
looks
yeah.
like I'm in the like WWE,
Mhm.
like feed me more Ryback style. Yeah, I'll do toes for that. You can have my toes.
All body hair, all of it. Hair, beard, hair on top of my head, eyebrows, any hair is. I'll get rid of that for a metabolism,
Okay.
a working metabolism.
You don't know what we did today. It was a we project. We took care of the back today.
Did you?
We did.
You did it by yourself?
No, that was a we. I said. There's a couple of us that
Like
did
like
that.
the beginning of Malcolm in the Middle, the opening of the show.
I don't know about that one, but the back is smoother than the baby's
Good
bottom.
for
right
you.
now. You want to check that out?
Yeah, show me. Can you show me?
I mean, I don't know if I can show you a lot of it, but I can pull it.
So
down.
Grant's turning around. Oh, I see the top. Yeah. Is it all like that?
All the way down.
How long does that take?
All the way down the belt line.
Thank you. Where
Changes
does
a little bit underneath it there.
I was going to say, where does that stop? What's the border look like? Now, the other question I have is, where does that hair go? You put a towel down?
So that's the problem. When I get home tonight, we're sweeping the bathroom floor. It's not great right now.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
It's not great. I mean, it's like mostly on like a rug that could be thrown into the washer, but
Still,
nobody should be as hairy
No.
as I am. Nobody should.
Nope.
It's not good for anybody.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Joe's in Philly. Hello, Joe.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. First time, long time.
First time. Long
Thank you. My question is for Grant. How did you get your segments on Letterman as a kid?
Ooh, good question.
That's a good one.
Very, very long story, but I'll make it pretty short here. I'll give you the cliff notes, and if we ever meet in person, I can give you the longer version. The abridged version is: I was very young. I was picking football games on the radio. I started doing these little stories in the King George Journal where I would write a couple paragraph columns on sports. Channel 9 out of Washington did a story about it, WUSA TV 9. Their sports department brought me up to the TV station after that to do football picks on Fridays during the NFL season. So as a 10-year-old, I would sit there on the desk at Channel 9 and do football picks. Channel 9 is a CBS affiliate. Somebody with the Letterman show kind of scours all the local programming and things to see what's what. They reach out to us for some type of like, hey, can you send us like other versions of what he does? My dad put some things together, sent it to them. And then they called one day and said, can you be here tomorrow to tape at 5 o'clock?
And you thought it was a prank call at first, I'm sure. Like,
Yeah, at the Ed
hi, this is
Sullivan
the
Theater.
David Letterman show. Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Ended up going on 6 times over probably 6 years, going up there 7 times, getting bumped once. And that was the best because I was there with 10 Major League Baseball Hall of Famers that night that did the top 10 perks for being in the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. So it was like Bob Gibson, Bob Feller, Ralph Kiner, Brooks Robinson,
Awesome.
Gary Carter. I could go through Ozzie Smith, a bunch more on the list, but they all were like reading one line on Letterman, but they had nowhere to go. So they had to come sit in the dressing room that I was given that night. It was like me and I think like Julianne Moore, the redhead actress.
Sure, yeah.
But they were, I don't know why they wouldn't have sat in her dressing room. I certainly would have, but they chose mine for some reason.
Sure.
And so they all just sat in there telling baseball stories. It was amazing. And then Letterman Show sent me over to New York Yankee Stadium. The Orioles were in town, and Jay Gibbons hit a bomb. Or maybe he struck out 3 times. I don't remember. But I just remember I like Jay Gibbons.
Well, he struck out because his arms were too small.
That's true.
That was the issue with him.
We rode over to the game with Gary Carter and his daughter, I think it was. He was getting inducted that summer into the Hall of Fame with the Mets, the late Gary Carter. All right, next up.
I was going to say real quick. It was cool. You posted a pic earlier on your Instagram earlier this week of some of the articles that you wrote in that magazine. I thought that was really cool.
SI for Kids. Yeah. I had the Washington Redskins win in the 2000 Super Bowl. Not a homer at all. That didn't work out.
After that offseason.
Yeah. I posted all of my write-ups on each team at Grant H. Paulson if you want to go see those.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Sean's in Woodbridge. What's up, Sean?
GND.
What's up, bro?
Buddy.
Hey, look, fellas, got a question here. Now, okay, we got the Wizards. Do you guys feel taking Sarr and trading Abdia is a move back or a move forward? I feel it's forward.
I'm all in on that.
Yeah, it depends on your interpretation. Because right now, you're trying to get out of the parking lot. You had to reverse out of the spot. You're going to be worse this year without Denny Avdia, right? That's a pretty nice player. He's one of their better players. But it's for the long term, moving forward in a big way. So you got to back up. It's like playing soccer. You got to pass behind you sometimes so someone can play it over the top.
I want to squeeze in one more from King Supreme, Danny, because I thought it was a good question. He asked you to rank the top 5 foods I hate. We don't have enough time. But can you just give me the number 1 food that you think is the most egregious that I won't eat or try or don't like?
Cereal with milk, I think, is probably the 1 seed.
That's the over pie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because milk goes on the cereal.
Is pie next, or is there something else?
Pie's right there. An entire genre of food that's eaten by billions of people. You're like, it's too Mexican-y, which is not really a thing, but it's like Mexican food, which is a delight that everyone loves. You won't even try it. So that's in the 5.
Too many beans and too many spices.
Yeah.
Not even spices.
Those spices.
There's too much salsa in it. There's
right.
too much salsa.
Can't have that.
All right, it's time for the Nats starting lineup and pitching matchup presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Mitchell Parker, batting first, playing shortstop. See. Jake Abrams batting second in right field. Lane Thomas batting third in left field. Jesse Winker batting fourth at first base. Joey Meneses batting fifth. At second, Luis Garcia. Keber Ruiz doing the catching, batting sixth. Eddie Rosario, DH, batting seventh. Nick Senzel at third, batting eighth. And your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young, batting ninth in center field.
Could be one of the final games of the Eddie Rosario tenure in D.C. He doesn't heat up this weekend.
Indeed.
James Wood is coming to the big leagues. He will make his debut for the Nats on Monday at Nationals Park. 6:45 p.m. game against the Mets, for the Nats. Good seats are still available. They might not be by first pitch, which reminds me, 106.7 The Fan's merch shop. We've got James Wood gear. We've got Wood, Cruz Wood 24 shirts. You can go get yourself 106.7 The Fan merch at our merch shop right now. Use the promo code FD15, 1067thefanshop.com. For Darius and Ryan and Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. We will be back on Monday at 2 from Nats Park. We'll be on the field during batting practice while James Wood gets ready to make his major league debut. Enjoy your weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.